in a place called the Eastern Alliance Kingdom. But this place, 10 years from now, will change. We'll face a terrible destruction. Massive explosions will occur continuously, devastating a country. The cause is the 5 great sins. To be able to prevent this disaster, everything underwent a major change. Alone sat studying these documents, pondering, and he took responsibility as their guardian. Alone thought to himself that he never expected this would lead to such a huge situation. Inside a luxurious mansion with dim lights. Once forced to work 78 hours a week like a slave, yet now he had been reborn as a noble in a fantasy world. Sounds wonderful, right? It truly was lucky. And on top of that, he was set as illiterate with no abilities at all. Alone sadly looked at the book. What on earth is this writing? A helpless servant. Sir, you're holding the document upside down. After a while, the attendant said politely, Young master, it's time for dinner. He enjoyed it happily. It was truly delicious. A maid spoke. Have you finished your meal? Before you rest, I'll prepare your bath. Every day, it's just eating and playing, living a dull life like the son of a duke. Alone thought, so blissful. This is the life, except that I have absolutely no idea where this place is. The maid said, You should go to bed early, because the young masters will return tomorrow. He asked in surprise, Which young masters? She replied, Young Master Leo and young Master Tonio. You speak as if you've never heard of the Palacio family. His whole body froze. The Palacio family, a name that felt eerily familiar. The maids looked at him with concern. Young Master Alone pressed his face into the table in distress. Could this be psychedelia? Alone remembered the title of a game he used to play, the game he played in the rare free moments he had as an office slave. It was a turn-based role-playing game. No matter which storyline the player started with, once the 5 great sins appeared, wrath, greed, sloth, pride, obsession, the kingdom, noble houses, and cities began to collapse catastrophically. Among them, the Palacio Count family was the most prominent. They were a decaying noble house that appeared in a side quest before the main story officially began. Alone fell to his knees. That's right. I know this place very well. He searched his memory for information about this family. Alone looked at the majestic mansion before him in despair. Really? Why the Palacio Count family? The first place to be destroyed by the 5 great sins. Please let me go back to being a slave, working 78 hours a week. What's the point of living in luxury when in 10 years everything falls? This feeling is worse than being owed half a year's pay. Why does a trans migrant like me have no special privileges? Wait, privileges? Right. My knowing the game's future 10 years ahead, doesn't that mean I already know the future? If so, then I just need to eliminate the causes of destruction before they occur. And so, to enjoy a peaceful, noble life, he decided to reform the 5 great sins. He told himself, they're probably still children. Maybe there's still a chance to save them. 2 months later, in his study, he heard a report. I rescued orphaned children in the East. More precisely, victims turned into living test subjects. Among them, I assigned the task of running the orphanage to a girl named Yusha. Alone beamed. My judgment was right. You truly are very capable. He replied, Yes, sir. But that was praise, right? Because the young master never shows emotion on his face, he nodded. Indeed. Then Evan, for now on I expect you to assist me more. Evan stammered. This is hard to get used to. Alone looked at his face in the mirror and thought. This face used to be very expressive, but it seems only the outer expression wasn't fully animated. Evan is one of the rare supporting characters in the game. He's a loyal man, so Alone recruited him. He said, Anyway, thank you for the compliment, young master, but you said this raid was to rescue a girl named Yusha, correct? Alone answered, Correct. Evan continued, I must admit, I now understand why you chose that girl. Even with my experienced eye, having wandered years among mercenaries, that girl is by no means ordinary. He recalled the moment they entered the prison to rescue the children. Evan was astonished. The girl was so strong that I couldn't understand why she obediently allowed herself to be imprisoned like that. Why didn't you bring her here? Wouldn't that be a loss for you? Alone agreed. An accurate observation. He fell into thought. On the surface, it seems I'm wasting a source of power by not using it. But keeping things as there is also part of the plan. She is a bloodline who signed a contract with an indescribable entity from another world, possessing unfathomable power. And later, she will become Wrath, one of the 5 great sins, causing the deaths of hundreds. But if the girl is raised in a peaceful environment, she certainly won't tread the path of destruction. Thus, I removed the first ticking time bomb. Now I must think of a reason not to bring her here. Alone said aloud. Well, that's true. He pressed his hands down for emphasis. Because the time hasn't come yet. Evan exclaimed in surprise. The time hasn't come yet. Alone nodded. Correct. Ensure this matter remains undisclosed and provide for the girl adequately. He received the order. Yes. I understand. Evan asked, a letter? Is the content important? Alone replied. Just a letter of consolation. The girl endured horrors like biological experiments, so I thought sending some comfort might help her calm down. He accepted. You even wrote such a letter? I will deliver it carefully. After that, he stood by the window watching Evan ride away on horseback. Alone was uneasy. He didn't know whether it would truly comfort her. What was actually concealed in that consoling letter was something he'd heard dozens of times while playing the game. It's an incantation to befriend the bloodline, so it would have a calming effect. Rat sin, be at peace. The sorrow of darkness, the oblivion of light, a talent's desire, a bind. All of these are incantations that appear in Wrath's storyline. But by then she had completely gone dark. She coldly said, it's already too late. In the game, after failure, it transitions into a battle. But now, with everything still at the 10-year-ago mark, it may not be too late. Alone stretched and complained. One of the 5 harbingers of doom has been removed. So, is it time for the next one? Thinking that a single incantation could befriend a monster is laughable. But after all, it's a race that worships otherworldly beings, so it could work. Those at the extreme fringe of the cult are hard to predict in their thinking. Elsewhere, Yusha held the letter in silence. Evan was startled. Mana was still emanating from the girl. It was absurd. But the girl carried a strangeness, as if utterly emotionless. She spoke. You sent that letter. Was it Lord Alone? Why didn't he call me to his side? He panicked inside. What the hell? Evan stammered. That. He looked at Yusha. Mana manifesting visibly only happens at a master level. He recalled the boy's words. Because the time hasn't come, Evan hurriedly said, all right, it's because it's not the right time. She immediately withdrew the hostile aura. The letter's content. Remember this. The sorrow of darkness, the oblivion of light will gradually fade. Yusha was moved. That must be a promise only the master would know. All right, I roughly understand. He was terrified, sweating all over on guard. She smiled terrifyingly. I will obey his will. As for him, he lay in bed. Today was truly satisfying. Even the bright moon seemed to cheer him on. He had to push harder for the next turn. On this side, the stack of books on the shelf fell on Alone's head. He squatted on the floor lamenting. There's nothing here either. Hunting clues about the third danger gives me a headache. Evan then ran over and said, Young master, we've rescued the second child you mentioned. Now he had a bump on his head. He said, Really? You treated the child kindly, right? He answered, Of course, sir. After that child was rescued from the illegal slave market, suddenly someone burst through the door and it flew open. A hostile-looking man entered and said, Well, this is second young master Tonio Palacio. He whistled and said, Why is an illiterate like you holding a book? All right. I heard you've been studying lately, haven't you? He glared. Answer your brother, will you? He thought to himself, he's always such a nuisance. How did Alone put up with this before? I wanted to fight back, but I immediately acted meek, bowed my head, and said, It seems you still want to use the library, so I'll leave first. Tonio trampled on him triumphantly. You know your place, don't you? Suddenly a knife flew past him. Looking closely now, the knife was embedded in the wall. At that moment, someone entered from afar and said, You pests are being too noisy. Tonio was annoyed. What the? The eldest young master entered, pointing at them sternly. I don't want to see blood first thing in the morning, so get out. This was Lord Leo Palacio, the eldest young master. Immediately, the two of them charged at each other. Brother, I told you to drop that rude attitude when entering the library. Leo replied, Get out while you still can. Evan slipped away quietly on the side. The Palacio domain vanished from the game quickly. Alone recalled his mission. Investigate the Palacio domain of the Kingdom of Asteria. This place is a territory rife with vice, run by an organization called Avalon. But their power was greater than he expected. Basically, these despicable brothers were fighting over leadership of the house. One was a major figure in the underworld. The other was the manager of a large-scale narcotics corporation. Alone thought to himself, For my own life, I can't confront both of them. So Alone and Evan quietly let the two others fight and slipped out. At that time, fierce fighting continued to echo through the library. objects flying everywhere. Evan straightened his hair for him. Alone thought inwardly, I'll live happily as the weak, illegitimate, useless son. Then he returned to his room and yawned lazily, so tired. Although the second child also seemed by no means ordinary. Evan, who was relaxing, turned back to look at him in puzzlement. Seeing this, Evan wondered silently, how does someone like him know about the illegal slave market and the secret biological experiments happening in other regions? How on earth? On the other side, he lazily yawned, feeling puzzled. It seemed he was having a hard time controlling himself. Still lying in bed, he complained, so tired. Evan suddenly spoke up. Young master, you are truly strange. You sent that child to the orphanage. Alone didn't look at him. He couldn't help thinking. He says that child is not ordinary? That boy is not only extraordinary, but on a destructive level. Within an allied empire formed by many nations, its central country is the Kingdom of Kallian. The child we rescued from the illegal slave market is the second boss of Psyche Delta Deus Macali. After being sold into slavery and tortured, moved from place to place, he became the embodiment of one of the 5 great sins, sloth. He transformed like a demon. Afterwards, he destroyed nations in the most horrific ways imaginable. It was this segment of the storyline that left many players stunned by the game's brutality. Contrary to the title Sloth, he was recorded as extremely diligent and would repay favors and grudges many times over. That's why I emphasized to Evan to treat Deus very well. He trembled, holding his teacup, exclaiming so vivid. Evan calmly said, "The reason I send him to the orphanage is because the time hasn't come yet." Evan replied, "I had thought of that before. So the letter you sent to Yusha was about the second child?" Alone recalled that letter and answered, "Yes, and there was some small talk as well." He recounted, "I told the girl to take care of the somewhat frail child I sent. His figure there looked so lonely, his whole body covered in wounds." At that moment, a pair of small feet approached. A clear voice sounded from behind Deus. "Are you broken?" The voice remained calm. "Those are the marks of that thing." His hand moved slightly. Yusha appeared before Deus and asked, "Is it Black Yom?" She smiled and added, "Yet the great moon still chose you. Congratulations." Yusha gave a witch-like, sinister smile as powerful magic radiated from her. "So feel the power bestowed upon you, and let your potential be unleashed." She reached out toward Deus and smiled. "If you keep your loyalty and obey his orders, you will be avenged." At that moment, threads of magic gradually emanated from his back. Yusha smiled and looked up at the letter. "Now I should send my first reply." Under the moonlight, Alone's lines of message appeared. She wanted to send him a gentle greeting. At the Count's mansion, where they lived, Evan flung the door open and entered. Alone was still muttering. "Where the hell is the third person?" He suddenly said, "Big trouble, my lord." Evan continued, "That bastard, no, I mean the second young master." Alone looked up at that. "What? That guy's dead." The second young master's death had occurred unexpectedly. He wondered, really? Afterwards, they gathered at the venue holding the second young master's funeral. 2 beautiful girls standing on either side of Count Palacio coquettishly said, "Master, the others are complaining too. When will this end? I'm so bored." The one beside them chimed, "I'm hungry." Alone was speechless. "Bringing drugs and women to your son's funeral? I knew this family was rotten. But this is pure dark fantasy." Alone looked down at his brother. In any case, Tonio dying from an accidental fall was different for what he remembered. Back in the game, the man beside him was the murderer. "Finally, I killed that vermin after 50 years. Now, I am the legitimate heir." It was the Count Palacio. He wailed that he had at last killed that person after so many years. At moments like this, he wore an expression as if it were a wonderful opportunity. Alone looked across helplessly. At least try to hide your emotions. The mastermind was surely Leo or his lackeys. Anyway, he stared at the person lying in the coffin. "I only need to deal with the 5 great sins." Time moved forward 1 year. With the heir issue resolved and Leo having taken over the narcotics business, the baronial domain became noticeably more peaceful. At this time, Alone and Evan sat facing each other. He continued to pick at the food on his plate. Alone looked over the stack of papers and thought. In the meantime, Yusha and he have become pen pals. If I keep in touch with her, it could be useful in the future. Inside the letter, Yusha began to recount. Yuna is very good at hide and seek. Hayden excels at battle games. Deus is still growing normally, and little Margot likes chaotic seasons. Alone read and smiled faintly. They all seem like good kids. Below was the list of this month's sponsors. Alone saw it and exclaimed, "The list has grown again. It's interesting that so many sponsors have appeared for that small orphanage." Evan also said, "Odd, but it's a good thing." "Oh right, about that thing you've been searching for." Evan continued, "I received word from the Information Guild that they found a clue." Hearing that, he ate and said, "Really? What a relief. Surely it's a list about the third boss. Finally I can find him." At that moment, light from the window flooded the room. The two were silent, each occupied with their own task. Elsewhere, a wailing cry echoed. This was the Margot drug distribution point. As the two walked forward, they said, "The Palacio family's fish is generous. He always gives us generous rewards." The companion replied, "Indeed, our organization now has a few hundred members. Before them now lay the slaughtered people." Just a little more. They were startled at the scene before them. Those there cried out in terror, "No, my hand's out of control, help." What followed was a horrifying spectacle. As everyone there simultaneously took their own lives, wails of anguish rang out, and nearby a solitary figure stood silently in the shadows. Yusha appeared behind them and simply said, "I enjoyed today's puppet show. It seems there's still much to report." In his hand were strands of magic controlling the puppets. Deus turned to her and asked, "Does doing these things have meaning?" Yusha turned back and asked him, "Do you pity them?" Deus replied, "No, they used others to manufacture drugs. I just don't know if this has anything to do with my vendetta." She answered, "Of course it helps. We're creating space for his return." Yusha smiled wickedly. "How could we let this place look shabby when he arrives?" Deus responded without expression, "Understood." They then activated their magic. A gust rose up and they vanished. They were like ghosts hovering through the night. Everything would proceed as he wished. Then a light flashed brilliantly in the night. Under the peaceful crescent moon, Yusha's voice rang out. "We, the Blue Moon, are his sword." 2 years had passed since becoming pen pals with Yusha, when Evan dragged his exhausted body along. "Where are you?" Evan collapsed onto the grass. "I'm back." It turned out he was in the backyard. "Understood," Alone said nonchalantly. "Oh, Evan, you frightened me." He gestured and said, "The 5th child has been safely sent to the orphanage." Hearing that, he was greatly astonished. By that time, the other 3 sins had already been rescued. He brought food to Evan. "Here, eat." "Yes, thank you, my lord." The sin of greed was a bit troublesome, but with his gamer knowledge, after squeezing Evan to the bone, everything went smoothly in the end. After handing over the food, he said, "You did well running around like that. You can rest a bit now." Evan asked, "Is the orphanage mission finished?" Alone nonchalantly, "Yes." "Done, thank goodness." Evan lay down and sighed, asking, "But young master, aren't you happy?" "I am," he said. "You just don't look it." He pointed at his mouth. "I'm smiling now." Then he put on a very forced smile. "Let's just say that." Sunlight shone down. He stretched and breathed deeply. Alone lay on the grass, lost in thought. "This is progressing better than I expected. Everything is going smoothly." The masters of the familiars all became the 5 great sins after past tragedies. Although this is set in their past, before they awakened as sins, the chance to perfectly rescue all of them before their tragedies occurred is very slim. If we rescue them after they've awakened, it will be more worrying. At this, Evan asked, "How's the orphanage?" Evan produced the letter. As usual, everything is going smoothly. Evan continued, "The children at first were like broken dolls. I've become a bit brighter now." Alone opened the letter. "Really? Then we won't need any more nannies." He thought he hadn't expected Yusha to do so well. Maybe it's because her character is tied to the Moon Orphanage. She definitely hates interference. Alone called Evan over. "If you look at it this way, Yusha is a good child too. So is there anything special about her?" In the letter, Yusha wrote, "Everyone is well. A few of the children here are growing very pretty. You really don't need to worry about orders anymore. And you also don't need to worry about the children you just sent." After reading the letter, he rejoiced. It's wonderful to see they're all being well cared for. Alone thought, all 5 of the sins are growing up normally. I think the environment really matters. Evan asked, "So when do you plan to meet the children?" "You always say there will be time for that." Alone stammered, that outwardly hesitant, but inwardly he had no intention of meeting them directly. It would be good in many ways to be closer to them. But perhaps the process of becoming a sin is too horrific and tragic. Their personalities, as seen in the game's flashbacks, were terrible even as children. He considered carefully, It's true I rescued them before they awakened, so it should be better, but it's still frightening. He stammered. Maybe next year will be fine. Evan, I understand. Alone breathed out. Anyway, in this horribly dark fantasy world, what you need is a bit of self-defense skill. He thought, magic needs talent, and it so happens I have it? Evan spoke up. But young master, have you heard of the Blue Moon? Alone replied that he had never heard of them. Evan explained, they are an organization that has recently become famous for hunting criminal groups. Hearing that, he asked back, like cleaning up trash? Sounds like a good thing. Yet inwardly, he thought it's not part of the setup he knows, so they'll probably disappear soon. Evan said seriously, but currently they even kill nobles, which is why I thought you should know about them. Young Master Alone called to Evan. From today on, you'll sleep next to my room. It's getting late. The moonlight illuminated the entire mansion. A voice rang out. Now shall we hear the weekly report on Blue Moon's activities? Yusha nodded and spoke softly. To the north, Salang cheerfully said he had taken care of everything. He casually said, the heads of those slave traders. He jumped for joy. See? They didn't even know who I was. I love the outfit you tailored. I told them if they guessed my eye color they'd live, but no one knew. Ryan also spoke up that all the bodies have been buried properly. Raiden, sitting on the stairs, also said the South is done too. He said, the illegal human labs and that troublesome Avalon were torn apart without leaving any trace. Yusha smiled wickedly. Good. Everything is going according to his will. She said, we exist for the glory of the Great Moon. They all belong to the secret Blue Moon organization, worshippers of the Great Moon. However, a problem had arisen. Yusha said, under his directive, everything is perfect. So, why does a problem exist? Raiden said that Avalon's leader is the Count's eldest son. Is that so? During the Southern Purge, a dangerous document was uncovered. It seems the Count's eldest son is plotting against him. This surprised Yusha, though she showed little. A sinister power radiated from her. That's right, even those nearby were terrified by it. She held the paper up. After the Count fell ill and died, he was quietly eliminated with poison. She angrily crushed the paper. Unbelievable. 2 years later, as predicted, Challenger Count Palacio died. The official cause was announced as cardiac arrest. But given the drug abuse leading to his death, it was obvious. A voice rang out. What? It was Blue Moon again. Alone listened quietly. Yes, they assassinated him at night. Another killing. Alone thought. It seems they're starting to be more cautious about Blue Moon. Moreover, no one mourned the Count at his funeral. It ended in absolute silence. Everyone left coldly. Evan asked, young master, what should we do? Next year the heir? The eldest son will inherit the title? What's with all this luggage? Alone was packing. You pack too. He said, we're leaving. Evan was surprised. Leaving? You're going to leave the manor. Alone replied, not exactly. We're heading south. After arrangements, Evan wondered, south? You mean Rodmill? Yes. They planned to move to a small village in the southern part of Palacio territory, Rodmill. Someone had been watching his every move from the upper floor. Leo had watched from beginning to end, but said nothing. The fried eggs and fragrant bread in the pan, cheerily frying the eggs until his mouth watered. The two's cheerful life did not last long. After 3 days, they returned to the Count's manor. Alone paced. Now what? Another funeral for the eldest. He gloomily said, I can't believe I'm back in this blood-stained place. The signs of death this time are different. How is he already dead? Looking at Leo in the coffin, the cause of death was a sword pierced to the heart. Alone thought, who could it be? Who killed Leo? When he turned to ask the guard about the cause, the guards were immediately terrified. They flinched in fear, sorry for staring at you. Alone froze too. What suddenly happened to them? Alone walked past them. Evan followed, calling young master. He quietly asked, Evan, did you find anything? Yes, about that, Evan whispered. Young master, could it be you wiped out Avalon in the night? He looked at Evan, then turned to look at the others in the manor. A few days earlier, on the day they went to Rod Mill, Evan said, by the way, young master, if you're leaving anyway, wouldn't choosing a city be better? Alone thought, no, absolutely not. Rod Mill is the final location of my plan. You have saved the 5 great sins from their circumstances and prevented the future destruction of the world. Rod Mill has no ties to the original plot and even has a palatial villa. It's the perfect place to live comfortably as a noble, the perfect place for a sweet life. Alone murmured, there's a reason for everything. Evan immediately interrupted, I won't be fooled again. You always shrug it off like that when you care. At Evan's sigh, Alone clicked his tongue. Fine, let's say that. The carriage departed from the Count's manor. Leo witnessed it and thought, should I kill him or not? Either way, whether he's here or not, he's useless. I considered eliminating him with poison after his father's death. But Leo thought, since he's quietly heading to the border, there's no reason to kill him anymore. Thinking that, he told himself, maybe it's because Avalon's affairs haven't been going smoothly lately. He gripped the railing, still brooding over the lingering trouble. Then he ordered his servant Alman to follow the carriage. Alman, Leo's right-hand man, spoke up. So you want me to kill him? Leo was suddenly startled. What? He was surprised. Alman, you follow orders without complaint? Suddenly he asked again. Leo snapped. Your duty is to obey me. No sooner had he said that than a sword was plunged into his chest. Leo's voice trembled. You, how dare you betray me? He said, I have enjoyed the Civil War. But this person is Haydn, a member of Blue Moon, not Alman. It's quite amusing. Until now we were taught by Blood Moon. Blue Moon is his sword. We act according to his will. But if anyone dares harm the Great Moon, saying this, he drove the blade deeper into Leo. After stabbing, he decisively pulled the sword out. We are permitted to act as we please. Blood from the sword splattered across the floor. Watching Leo collapse, he said, that's why I waited for you to say those words. Didn't expect it would take 2 years. Leo still threatened. My men will not let you leave safely. With what you just said, Avalon will now disappear from the continent forever. He even feigned regret to Leo. What a pity. The Great Moon gave you a chance. With that, he leaped from the balcony and vanished. Dawn began, and the sun woke up to work as usual. For Rodmill, it truly was paradise. He woke happily. Good morning. He woke whenever he wanted, savored the view of another peaceful day, ate when he wanted, and ate what he liked. At last, he could enjoy the life of a true noble. Eating, he thought, maybe I should start a bakery. Evan entered with a letter in hand. Young master, a letter has arrived. Taking it, he wondered, what's this? The piece of bread in his hand fell onto the table. The letter stated that after Leo Palacio's death, he was requested to return. And so the free paradise days ended in just 3 days. So he sadly stood before his brother's funeral and returned to the manor once more. Looking at the frightened people before him, he wondered, why is everyone reacting like this? Evan spoke up. Young master, since when did you become the mastermind behind Avalon's annihilation? Alone was also bewildered by the question. In other words, he had fallen into a spiraling loop. Insane situations. Alone curled up in a corner sadly. Hey Evan, can you explain to me in a way I can understand why I became the mastermind? Evan calmly said, because you were the one left alive after this. Leo was murdered after we left the manor. That gives you a perfect alibi and turns you into the air. Alone went numb when he heard that. He realized the problem. Evan continued. Avalon disappeared, so there was no one left to cause trouble over Leo's death. And so, Evan cheered. You become a mastermind of the case with a master assassin under your command. Happy now? What's with that outfit? He thought carefully. God, would I even start this? No organization can wipe out a major underworld power that quickly. Alone asked, now that you mention it, didn't you say there's an organization that hunts other organizations? Are you referring to Blue Moon? Yes. Do you think it was them? Evan reckoned. The intelligence network says it apparently wasn't. They say Blue Moon doesn't leave corpses, but always leaves a mark. Yet Avalon members were killed by the sword. It was a scene like earthly hell. They said this. It turned out that's why I'm labeled the mastermind with a sword expert under my command. Then he realized, right, Blue Moon doesn't appear in the game. There's no way a weak organization vanishes before the main plot and is the culprit. So who the hell was it? Yusha interrogated. Any traces? Ryan replied immediately. We left nothing behind. Sailing also spoke up. Me too. Same here. He laughed triumphantly. There were only corpses there. At that moment, the door opened and a familiar voice said, We're here. Raiden's men arrived as well. Avalon's remaining force numbers, 486. Raiden said, just as the boss wanted. He grinned. We cut them in half. Yusha, hearing everyone's report, was extremely satisfied. Good. Perfect. And thus, Avalon, the massive organization that once dominated the kingdom of Asteria, had turned to ashes in just 5 days. Raiden interrupted. However, it seems the cleanup isn't complete. What do you mean? He held up a stack of documents. I found more nobles linked to Avalon. The Principality of Antia appears to have been deeply involved. After hearing this, Yusha fell silent for a moment. She opened the stack of documents Raiden had brought. She radiated her usual menace. You know what I'm about to say, don't you? Everyone understood her words. They said nothing more. Raiden said, let's quietly deal with them. Yusha exhaled at that moment, and she turned to Ryan. Finally, the intelligence network has clarified everything, right? Ryan picked up the paper and answered, yes, they're treating this as unrelated to Blue Moon. Deus beside her added, the guilds think the same. They call it a hell crafted by swordsmen. She heard that and asked, are we still monitoring them? Yusha smiled faintly. Continue. This matter must absolutely not touch that person. I said it countless times, so everyone knows, right? He made the nearby papers float and continued. But because that person's kin tried to target them first, this case isn't a direct order. Remembering that person's bearing, he said, we are a sword. Hearing this, Yusha's excitement showed as she covered her face. A sword cannot think for itself. Right? Her eyes flashed red as she looked toward the window. Blue Moon must act on command. Remember, this person knows everything. The four others tensely looked up. Her voice was full of resolve. Never disappoint that person. Deus looked at Yusha, puzzled. I can't understand. Someone as capable as Yusha is anxious and restless just because they've been noticed. Then he raised the stack of papers and said, I get it. It's all for the great moon, for that person. At the Count's manor, lights were still burning inside. Alone sat at his desk and complained, I can't take this anymore. He looked up with tears streaming. After the funeral, he'd been extremely busy for a month. Alone sighed, I just want to relax and live off money. That's what nobles do. He looked down and thought, although I've made many enemies, Leo's death would have happened 6 years later anyway. Because our brothers' deaths alter the game's timeline, all the family's duties fall to me. The air now, suddenly a voice called, Young Count. The old men immediately entered, each carrying piles of items, books, or scrolls. Seeing that, he sighed even more. At this point, Alone's dark circles were obvious. He wondered, why is everyone working so hard? When the Count was alive, they worked leisurely and even slacked off. From afar, the old men saw his gloomy face and waved in alarm. Is he angry? We must work harder. I don't want to die. Thus his face grew pale from overwork. The vassals must be working seriously because of rumors that he's the mastermind, right? I told you to come. Why didn't you? Now Alone was a small company's slave, working silently. He secretly wished they'd handle things themselves. Cut to the fire flaring and the meat slowly roasting. Evan asked the young master. He looked puzzled and asked, I have to say, I'm really surprised. Alone was manipulating magic to float around the room. Evan continued, to reach rank 2 in just 2 years of self-study. Exceptional talent. When did you develop like this? He added, normally it takes about 4 years to reach rank 2, and magic is unusable unless you're born with a gift. Alone replied calmly, maybe I have some talent, and because I was worried, I trained hard to defend myself. Alone thought to himself, this technique also requires precise mana control. He kept the magic continuously circling, but the important thing was that it wasn't yet complete. Fatigue showed on his face. I never thought I'd actually use magic in a fantasy world. He murmured as he controlled the magic. At first I was excited. Once the plan is finished, it won't be dangerous anymore, so I'll just slow my studies. Immediately after, the mana orb rose, but lately survival had become a real concern. I've come to realize a truth that, he choked back tears in pain, your mana pool is tiny. Alone sighed. Nothing works. At this point he recalled its data. A person's mana pit is fixed from birth like an athlete's physique, and your mana pit is just a little bit. Thinking that made him ache unbearably. He realized the truth. It's so small that training won't help. While eating, he thought, if every other way fails, there was one more option. At that moment, Evan picked up a letter and said, oh right, an invitation to a ball has arrived for the young master. Hearing that, he turned to look. A ball. And the ball had already arrived, hosted at a lavish residence. Nobles were gathered all around. He donned his count's attire and entered with Evan. As soon as he entered, he sighed, phew, I'm tired already. A typical gala to network among nobles was being held in the southern region of the kingdom of Asteria. Since he'd soon become a count, he should probably use this chance to forge some connections. Alone adjusted the cloth at his neck and stepped in. Evan, trailing behind with a mouthful of food, asked, what are you doing? He thought, getting to know the nobility is important for my peaceful future. But as he approached, Everyone around him was frightened by his appearance and hurriedly shied away. Then he reached out to greet someone nearby. The man panicked at once, and the crowd scattered as if chased by ghosts. Evan beside him couldn't help but laugh and reassure. Don't be upset. He watched and thought to himself, upset? Not really, I expected this. So he said, Evan, I'm heading back. He turned to leave. I know I'll be ignored for lacking dignity. I'm not like the once glorious Palacio. Evan behind him scratched his head, puzzled. Alone's face darkened. Now I'm the black sheep of the East. But he hadn't come without a plan. Alone lifted his wine glass. I'll handle this with social skills I've been secretly practicing. He spoke up. This wine has a distinctive flavor. A nearby girl turned to look, and at the sight of him her expression became terrified. He used a deep voice. The aroma is particularly unusual. Alone gave a slight smile like a demon. I'd like to drink a few bottles at home. But inside he thought this was a friendly smile, what was needed for socializing. The girl went pale and trembled at his face. Then she fled in panic, shouting, I'll talk to my father and prepare at once. Alone watched, bewildered. Wait, no. He thought privately. It's not like that. Those behind whispered about Alone. He threatened her to get a limited edition. Worse than his brothers, a thug. Evan patted his shoulder, restraining a laugh. He still tried to deny reality. She must be the shy type. Afterward they left. Evan said, Your spoils have increased again. He continued eating heartily. An impressive list. Alone murmured despondently. I'm still learning about wine. Alone mentally listed the items. A fine horse from Pandam, Citrus Fenian. Metal forged by Valanda. Specialty wine from Malentino. It turned out the Palacio name was even more notorious than he thought. And because of rumors that he'd killed his worthless brothers, he seemed to have become someone everyone avoided. Well then, goodbye socializing. Is it just me who thinks so? Or have I grown more distant from people? He said wearily, I'll go get some fresh air. Evan stood still and replied, yes. Behind them, a red-haired girl watched him quietly. She looked at him as if lost in thought, then stepped outside and leaned on the railing to admire the view. He kept wondering, where did I go wrong? Just then a voice called out, Excuse me. Hello? May I speak with you for a moment? Startled, Alone turned and asked, Someone spoke to me. Who is it? But when he turned around, there was no one in sight. When suddenly another voice rang out. I am. Looking down in surprise, a small girl had appeared before Alone. She introduced herself. Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altea. He murmured the name to himself. Altea. Of course. Alone said, Yes, hello. The Altea family is one of the three great villains of the waking gods, the black sheep of the north. Alone thought to himself, anyone who talks to me won't be ordinary. He looked at the girl and wondered, why don't I remember her? I don't think I saw her in the game. Loria suddenly said, I'll be blunt. Lend me your power. At that moment, Alone's expression before her turned dark and terrifying. Loria stammered on, I'm going to be assassinated soon. Her words echoed in the night, oddly gentle. Loria's face was full of panic as she looked up. Hearing that, Alone thought, I've received my father's affection, and up to now, I've been protected as his illegitimate child. Duke Altea was gravely ill. She cried in fear, but now, Altea faltered on, my half-sisters are about to kill me. He wondered, so it really is just a struggle for survival. Alone looked down and realized, no wonder I don't remember her. She died when the game began. Loria pleaded urgently, if it's your power, Alone, please. But he replied, I refuse. Loria tried to continue. I'm not asking you to help me for free. She anxiously said, if you help me, I'll give you half the Altea family. But he turned away and said, fine then, I withdraw. Alone thought to himself, pitiful as she is, just keeping my own life is hard enough. I shouldn't take on more trouble. Even if I wanted to help, it's not as the rumors say. I have no special ability at all. Alone couldn't help but look back at the lone figure standing there. Loria's face fell, and she fell silent. He rubbed his neck and exhaled, then turned back. Something good will happen to you soon. I hope you find a good ally. He then re-entered the banquet. Two people in black cloaks were talking nearby. So Altea has moved closer to the Great Moon? I should let the Red Moon know that good things are coming for that one. The woman beside him replied, no, that's unnecessary. If the information is correct, she's the only one in the Altea house not tied to Avalon. They watched Loria from above. That means she's not Raiden's target. He turned away and said, that's fine then. The rest of the Altias will be dealt with. Indeed, by order of the Red Moon, we'll focus on cutting the information source, so the Avalon incident never reaches him. They watched alone below in silence. At the party, he complained, "It feels so empty around here. Could I be surrounded by some kind of barrier?" Unnoticed by Alone, a mysterious girl nearby said, "Hello." Hearing someone speak to him, Alone was moved. Was that directed at me? Really? Could I actually make friends with the nobility this time? He turned and said, "Yes, hello." The girl held a fan to her mouth and smiled faintly. Seeing this, he immediately confirmed. Again? Another shady character? I've seen this face in the game before. Looking at her, he thought, anyone who initiates conversation with me like this certainly isn't an ordinary noble. Recognizing her, he approached and said, "Hello, Miss Zenonia." Seeing him recognize her, Kalia exclaimed, "Oh my, you know me?" He replied calmly, "Of course, you're quite famous. The three most notorious villainous houses in the kingdom of Asteria. The three most notorious villainous houses in the kingdom of Asteria. To the east is the Palatial House, and to the west is the decadent Zenonia clan." She gave the impression of a noble serpent. Kalia smiled softly. Famous? Me? She was the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia. If Palatial was a criminal gang, Zenonia was the upscale version, a legalized mafia conglomerate. Thinking that made him shiver. I just need a few noble connections to live in peace. He vowed inwardly. Even with half my life already hanging by a thread, for this sweet life, I must never get involved with him. With a smile, Alone said, "Because you're so beautiful." Kalia replied, "Thank you for the compliment." She smiled and said, "I'd love to talk more. What do you think?" Alone answered calmly, "I would too, but there are too many eyes watching." He silently prayed, "Please let me leave quietly." Kalia looked at him and said enigmatically, "Just as the rumors say." Then she turned away. "I hope to see you again soon." He found that puzzling. Kalia then walked off in another direction. Alone watched in bewilderment. What the hell just happened? The two above observed and said down below, "The Avalon incident is being completely sealed off." The other added, "However, a new tale has appeared." They looked toward a window where someone was hiding in a tree, still watching him. A tail. Then two small figures darted off. No direct orders yet. So we observe. If necessary, we can handle it. Cut to Evan scratching his head in confusion. "Young master, are you sure this time it's real?" They stood before a canyon. Evan doubted. "Is this the ravine we've been searching for all this time?" He continued, "Though it's daytime, it's unusually dark inside, and the surface looks like it's about to ascend." He clenched his fists, finally found it. The true target matched the environmental effects, so this had to be the place. Evan groaned. "If this turns out to be fake again, I'll go depressed." They entered and scanned around. There were inscriptions on the stones. He replied, "This time, it's the real thing." In the game, this place was much easier to find. The real reason he came all this way under the pretense of a reconnaissance quest was because of the southern labyrinth. That maze was called the Whispering Maze. Solve all the puzzles in the 8 chambers, and you'll receive a precious relic as a reward. Alone smiled and looked ahead. I still remember all the walk-throughs and the thrill of grinding for loot. Before them stood a massive gate inscribed with strange characters. He looked up in awe, seeing the maze entrance in real life. Even though I was bored of this place in the game, standing before it now feels completely different. Evan exclaimed in surprise. "This ravine looks as if it were sculpted by human hands. How do you know places like this?" He looked up and said, "I've been here many times." Evan was puzzled. "You've been here many times?" Startled, he drifted into daydreaming. He said, "Just kidding, I have my own ways. Let's go." Looking at that grim expression, Evan cried out, "Please don't say things like that with such a serious face." No sooner had they entered than the monster above let out a roar. Its massive hands came together, producing a dreadful sound. Evan looked around and marveled. In here it feels like a single wrong puzzle answer would crush you. Alone remained silently calculating. More horrifying sounds continued to echo. Evan stared at his expressionless face as he wrote something on the stone slab. How can he stay so calm? He watched him intently as he wrote those inscrutable lines. Even in a situation like this, Evan recalled events. "We've been together 4 years, and I still can't understand him. None of the tasks we repeat are the same. Repaying someone's debt, helping a slave rescue an orphan, dismantling a demonic organization, delivering a meaningless letter. At that moment, the monster seemed not yet finished. He wondered, then how does he know this place so well? He hasn't even left home. Alone calmly pointed at the creature. The puzzle was solved correctly, but it hasn't opened yet. We have to wait for that other thing to finish. The sounds kept erupting. Evan continued to think. Still, following this mysterious young master always leads to good things. They both looked over and he said, "Oh, it's opening." He mentally cried out, "What are you going to do this time, young master?" Deep down he was thinking, "It's finally opening. Oh God, I feel like vomiting. I knew this place was tough, but I didn't expect it to be this brutal. I almost broke my neck trying not to look." Then before them lay piles of precious jewelry, lighting up the whole chamber. Evan exclaimed, "Finally, it's over, right?" Alone said casually, "Yeah, take the black ring and let's go." In the distance, 6 rings were mounted on a prosthetic hand. Seeing that, Evan said, "That thing looks useless and terrifying." Alone picked up the black ring and said, "It's a bit large, but touching the other items will only bring trouble. Leave them be." He silently eyed the ring and thought. Finally obtained a restraining ring. Alone added, "Don't worry, the way back is safe." Evan stammered, "Yes." Walking, he relaxed, thinking, thanks to remembering the game's guide, this was too easy. Yet his expression soured. "Young master, did you plan this all along?" Before them stood a group of giant golems. So those piles of rock in the ravine were actually golems. Evan worriedly calculated inwardly. Unknown enemies? Great. At least there should be a way to get him out of here. Alone stepped forward and said, "This time I'll do it." Hearing that, Evan was stunned as the monsters all turned toward them. Evan warned, "Whatever you plan, priority number 1 is to get out of here alive." At that moment, one lunged to attack. He shouted, "Wait, 2nd level magic won't be enough." Right then he murmured, "Activate the bind." The ring on his hand flashed black. Immediately after, the golems appeared to undergo a change as light flashed across them. A voice echoed in the air. "The shard inherits the great will of Nyarlala. Speak the 2 limits you can develop." Alone stood in a pitch-black space. He began to look around. In the game, this spot would bring up a choice window. So that's the voice. At that moment, a massive face appeared in the darkness. The reward for conquering the binding maze. True to its name, it was a relic that absorbed power for its user, but in return imposed strict bindings. Alone trembled slightly. Tense inside, that voice sounds so real, it feels like I'm truly inside that world. He spoke the first limit, and the other spoke up immediately. Alone continued, "In all magic, the seals of Babaloya are absolutely mandatory." The voice then asked, "What do you wish to gain from this binding?" He replied immediately, "The power to bend the world's rules a little more." Streams of power intertwined in the air. "Granted." Alone looked up at the pitch-dark scene. Gradually a light appeared. He said, "Second limitation." The voice continued, "Speak." Alone formed another hand seal and continued, "In all magic, may only the sacred tongue of Babaloya be used." The voice asked again, "And what do you desire from this binding?" He answered calmly, as before. There was a brief silence from the other side. Alone looked up in confusion. "Damn, did I miss a step?" Even the skill icon copied it exactly. "I chose both the hand seals and the sacred tongue as limits to produce the strongest offensive power." He couldn't help sweating nervously. "I've mastered all the seals and incantations by practicing them countless times, so this time it has to work." Soon after, the voice spoke in acceptance. The voice echoed vaguely in the air. "O human who remembers the seals and runes of the great forgotten god, we express gratitude to the one who continues his will." Alone heard that and felt puzzled. Continue his will? What does that mean? Immediately after, the ring on his hand vanished. He sensed the ring being absorbed into him. It seems the binding succeeded. The voice rang out one last time. "I have always watched over you. You inherit that will." Back in reality, Evan was still shouting, "Young master, a level 2 spell." Before him were those huge monsters. He reached out worriedly. Not enough. He looked up calmly, his eyes utterly undisturbed. His hand began to activate magic. The iron orb should have blazed brightly, but it only flickered weakly even though he poured all his mana into it. "No matter how much I train, I can't break the limit." He calmly formed a magic orb in his palm. "Then it's time to test the binding's power." The monsters were charging. Alone raised his hand to control the magic orb, and the price it demanded. When the refraction art activated, The orb turned into a faint, wavering blue flame. Next came the countershock art. Sparks of lightning struck the veins of the cavern repeatedly. The orb grew ever brighter within the dark space. With the blue light technique, the orb enlarged and spun, releasing chain bolts of lightning around. Finally came the linear diffraction technique. Alone expertly altered the hand motions for the spell. A powerful current shot forth from his hand. The electricity flew straight at the pursuers. Evan watched the scene in bewildered astonishment. Lightning bolts and electric arcs snapped wildly, and the pursuers began to disperse. Surplus electricity remained. The giants were struck into immobility. Alone, and Evan stood on the cliff in silence watching them. After a few seconds of quiet, another thunderstorm of lightning rose, sweeping across the stone giants. Their limbs fell apart and dropped. The flashing bolts of lightning then gradually faded away. Alone, and Evan stood on the cliff looking down. The giants from earlier were now nothing but shattered rubble. Alone's face showed no change, while Evan still looked dazed and not fully recovered, unconsciously whispering, "Damn, I can't believe it." They waited for the electricity below the cliff to dissipate, then descended together. Evan kept nagging Alone along the way. "Have you been hiding your true power all this time?" Alone replied lightly and dismissively, "No way." Evan, stubbornly disbelieving, asked again, "What the?" "In 15 years as a mercenary, I've never seen anything like this. You say that was really just a level 2 spell." But receiving only Alone's bland 2 words, "Yes," left him speechless and defeated. Contrasting Alone's cold, expressionless face, his mind was full of worries. "I didn't expect this either. It wasn't that strong in the game." If I remember correctly, inside Cadelia's turn-based combat system, magic can be enhanced each turn by seals or incantations. In a turn-based system, each completed battle victory grants the character in the virtual world a 10% additive attack increase. And in the fight just now with those stone giants, it was a chain casting that used 4 seals and incantations. It was enhanced over 5 turns. The more he thought, the more Alone unconsciously recalled each technique he used in the battle. He had used a total of 4 techniques. The accumulated lightning was amplified and simultaneously formed a configuration suitable for a large area judgment spell. In exchange for the restriction forcing us to use seals and incantations for every spell, we received something else. Mentioning it, Alone vaguely imagined a voice humming strange phrases in his head. "O forgotten mortal who still remembers the seals and mysteries of the great god, we thank you for inheriting his will." Thinking it over, he drew a conclusion for himself. That's probably why the magic was amplified many times over. Throughout the walk back outside, Alone's mind remained tangled with thoughts. Even so, the power of this level 2 magic was excessively useful, exceeding my expectations so much that I was surprised myself. Evan, walking behind him, finally exhaled with relief. We're finally out. He collapsed onto a stone ledge, leaning against the rock face, muttering. This was more exhausting than fighting. His fatigue made Evan grumble at Alone, half reproachfully, half questioning. Who in the world came up with a place this terrible? Alone didn't answer. He looked around and fell back into thought. Come to think of it, the Whispering Labyrinth had another name. According to online search results, it spread throughout the community via shared map installs and guidebook entries. The buzz about this mysterious labyrinth on social media was intense. What is the Palaeon Labyrinth? Everyone keeps saying Palaeon. What the hell is Palaeon? The Whispering Labyrinth, a mid-level grinding area in the game. According to the director, the labyrinth had an owner, and you could grind indefinitely if you skipped the rewards. Then at some point it began to be called Palaeon's Labyrinth. This question nagged at Alone. Suddenly he unconsciously blurted out. When did it start being called Palaeon's Labyrinth? Evan, only half listening and not understanding, asked, "Sorry, what did you say?" Alone didn't repeat it. He pulled Evan up and deflected. "Let's head east. After 3 weeks of hard training, there's something I want to do when we return." Hearing that, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "What? You're more dedicated than I thought." As he hauled Evan away, Alone thought again. Choosing seals of the same element as the spell increases power, and choosing the right incantation enhances attributes. That's how the game works. But unlike the game, where the visuals don't change and only attack stats increase, each victory grants players a 10% additive attack boost. However, from the recent battle, Alone noticed that this time each seal caused the spell to transform, and each incantation produced a noticeable change. Thinking this, Alone wondered to himself, even though that was just technique, could my mana control be refined enough to perceive those changes? Breaking free from the tangled thoughts, Alone finally relaxed and told himself, when my mana recovers, I'll have to test it again. In any case, things turn out fine. In the deep, dark forest night, unaware of them, Rain, wrapped in a cloak, hid herself in the shadows while Alone and Evan passed by. Once they had left, she finally looked up. Then she nimbly leapt from one cliff to another and entered the labyrinth. When she arrived, she paused. Rain looked at the large stone carved all over with raised colored script before her. In any case, things finally turned out well, and she recognized those distinct characters immediately. They were the script of the Alanir Empire. Rain removed her hood and cloak and translated the strange inscription, which read, "For a friend about to be left alone, the holy sword Palaeon stood steadfast." Then she lightly touched the raised colored grooves with her hand. Vivid images ran through Rain's mind. You repelled the invasion of the Shadow Invaders and defeated Akon Hour, who devoured the hearts of his people. The radiant emperor, Great Palaeon, is forever cherished by his people, wielding his divine sword to bravely fight the savage giant dragon. Then the reel shifted to an image of Rain herself floating above, books fluttering around her, and a voice echoing in her head reminding her, "I know all, for I was born with a great mission in the ancient library." Back in the present, Rain remembered earlier when she stood on the cliff looking down at Alone, and she had an insight. Yes, Palaeon was the one who created it. I already knew Empress Bloodia differed from the one recorded in history, so I guess there was something extraordinary. The images of Empress Bloodia, Emperor Palaeon, and Alone swirled through Rain's mind. Yet she couldn't stop the stream of thoughts. Think about it. Even the Great Moon once called Palaeon a friend worthy of reverence. Moreover, the charm he whispered doesn't even exist in any records of the ancient library. Remembering Alone's battle with the giants, the incantations he used troubled Rain the most. She was intensely curious. Who exactly is that man? When she left the labyrinth, Rain's demeanor changed slightly, and she bashfully murmured, "Everything Red Moon said was true. I am ashamed for having blindly followed orders." But then her expression immediately returned to its usual icy coldness, as if asking and asserting at once, "Are you here?" She looked up at the figure standing on the branch and asked him curiously, "Did you get any information?" Deus touched himself coolly and replied, "The man in black is dead." His neck was suddenly twisted twice in midair, and that was the mark left by Alone. Upon hearing this, Rain briefly said, "I will report this for proper handling." In the late night, the pale moon hung high. Through the forest canopy, two figures shot away into the sky. Meanwhile, at Count Zenonia's manor, in Kalia's room, she sat on the sofa. She sipped a mouthful of tea and, with a distant, indifferent gaze, said, "Strange, it's more than just a rumor." Kalia fell into thought and unconsciously recalled Alone, inwardly commenting, "His gaze is so cold and emotionless, like a bottomless abyss." She sneered and asked herself, "Famous? How so?" Then she leaned back in her chair and answered her own question. "Yes, Count Zenonia is both powerful and renowned." Then Kalia's sharp eyes darkened as she remarked, "But it's odd that someone so reclusive as you is the one people consider famous." Saying that, Kalia rose and slowly walked toward the man seated at the desk, smiling as she asked, "Isn't that strange?" "Father." The man paused his writing at her call and turned to look at her. He looked at Kalia seriously as she continued, "Because you are the Count." Kalia stepped close to her father and gave a faint, cold smile. Then she snapped her fingers, and Kalia's twitching reflection flickered across the man's eyes. He slumped powerless, the brush in his hand drooping limp. Kalia watched with great satisfaction, smiling triumphantly and mocking wildly. "No one would suspect that I'm the one actually running the family, while father pretends to be a fool. How could they possibly find out?" Recalling the banquet, Alone had been unaware that the watcher in the distance was arranged by her, and had kindly warned her, "Quite a few eyes are watching now." At the time, Kalia had inwardly delighted. "Even the spy I planted seems to have been discovered." Then a frantic guard burst in, urgently calling, "Miss Kalia." Kalia leaned against the wall, hands on her hips, and asked him, "What's the matter?" The guard immediately replied, "Miss, Please return to your room at once. Kalia followed the guard back to her room. As soon as she opened the door, she was met with the sight of the spy, bloodied and dead, slumped against the wall. The guard reported cautiously to Kalia. It seems the seal wasn't activated, which means he hasn't revealed the secret. Kalia said sternly. He deliberately placed it in my room. She paused there, leaving the sentence half-finished. A few seconds later, Kalia laughed and mocked herself. How did they discover this? From the moment we met, they struck me at my greatest weakness, didn't they? Kalia smiled without smiling. Her face twisted with anger into an ugly scowl. Meanwhile, Evan and Alone were dozing on the carriage ride home. Evan's snoring was so loud that Alone stirred, wiggled his ears, then drifted back to sleep. Cut to another location. Evening at the Altea Duchy estate. Loria sat in the carriage, alarmed. Indeed, he's no ordinary person. She remembered the underworld benefactor, eyes as cold as her father's. This is someone you must never oppose. Loria sadly thought back to the moment Alone turned away coldly. He is my last lifeline. She was filled with disappointment. But would he accept such a losing deal? At that moment, Loria recalled her siblings being stripped of their estates and power by the lowest of kin. Eldest son Tim Malanan, eldest daughter Malanan, third daughter Perrine, younger son Kig. Looking at herself, she thought inwardly, because I have nothing left. Loria looked at the opulent building, both familiar and alien. I've survived so far by exploiting father's pity and love. What am I to do now? Then she had to enter that cold mansion. Suddenly a loud call rang out. Miss Loria, the youngest miss, has returned. Two maidservants ran up anxiously from afar. Miss Perrine and young Master Kig have been killed. Upon hearing this, Loria's face went pale. What? Images of the two flashed through her mind. Those willing to stab even their own family. By themselves? Impossible, Loria whispered again. Then what about Tim Malanan and Miss Malanan? Immediately, a pitiful scream rang out. The servants rushed toward the sound in a panic. Everyone was horrified to find the two of them stabbing one another with swords. Tim Malanan, Miss Malanan. The atmosphere turned chaotic. Loria stood stunned and wondered. What is happening? They did not know that a small figure on the roof had vanished like light. Raiden smiled coldly. Operation complete. Then the figure sprang away and was nowhere to be seen. The servants were running about in a panic. She muttered to herself. After all, Loria's frightened face recalled Alone's cryptic words when he turned back. Good things will happen. Alone's expression then looked terrifying, hiding and waiting for the moment, concealing his claws to seize the position. The real puppeteer standing behind the Count's family. At this she trembled with fear. You mean that? Just like him, overnight, I became the sole heir of the ducal family. After a moment, Loria let out a soft sigh. She wondered inwardly. How deep a pact have I signed with that unreasonable demon? Yet there's no turning back. Loria immediately turned away. What would happen if I betrayed him? There have been too many precedents. She resolved then. I have no choice but to continue down the path I've chosen. Time shifted to 2 months later at Alone's mansion. A respectfully bowing man approached. I come by order of Duke Altea. Hearing this, he was surprised. Duke Altea? Evan, standing nearby, craned his neck and exclaimed. Looking inside, it was a bottle of what appeared to be very rare wine. They say each bottle of this vintage wine is worth thousands of gold. I never expected to see one. Alongside, it was a letter. Alone gasped. Loria Altea? Not the Duke, but Loria. The youngest? Prepared by her? Why send this to me? I'm hiding and struggling to survive like this. He turned to ask the man, was this really sent to me? The man bowed and replied, yes. The Duke prepared it personally and ordered me to deliver it by hand. At that Alone suddenly started. The Duke? Personally? Wait, so Loria, the youngest, whom even I didn't expect, has become Duke Altea? At that moment, she was focused on the papers at her desk. After a while, Loria stretched and said, 2 months have flown by. She couldn't help but recall, after my father's funeral, he died of illness. I held the succession ceremony and became Duke. Loria stood up in wonder. At first, I couldn't even enter this office. She still couldn't forget that horrible night. Although it was the sudden death of my siblings, I escaped all suspicion. At the time, Loria was constantly uneasy with the alibi evidence of the ball. At that moment, even my secret organization was eliminated by my siblings. So, when I returned to the mansion that day, it should have been the most dangerous day for me. I truly had lost all power. Loria couldn't help but panic and be confused. By the time I realized it was too late, I was stunned. He took advantage of the situation. She imagined the scene in her head. On the surface, he rejected coldly, but afterwards handled everything perfect. Recalling it, Loria remained bewildered. How many moves ahead was he thinking? For fear of troubling anyone, I didn't even announce the funeral. She walked alone through the splendid mansion. Clearly, he needed Altia for some plan, which is why he came to me. As she walked, Loria thought, even though I've consolidated all the organizations under Altia, it still can't match the power he's hiding. She quietly guessed to herself, so he must want something else from me. The image of Alone rose in her mind, a crime boss of the underworld. You've built influence through business alone. If it's something he lacks, but I have. He seemed to shift in her eyes, growing darker. Is he manipulating the political arena from the shadows of Altia's reputation? Then Loria looked up at the portrait hanging on the wall. For now, I must focus on what needs to be done. She turned to stand before the Duke's portrait, because my benefactor will contact me soon. Loria smiled softly. I hope the thank you gift pleases him. On the other side, the man bowed and left the Duke's chamber. Then I will take my leave. Alone was still puzzled. Loria was once threatened with murder, and now she's become a duke? Why? What's going on? Evan beside him tilted his head curiously. This is getting really strange. Time shifted to a few months later, winter, 5 years before the original story began. Alone was walking when someone suddenly called, "Young Master." Evan ran over and asked, "Young Master, aren't you a count now?" He replied, "Although the succession ceremony hasn't happened yet, the new year has arrived, so the title can be used." Alone felt a touch of dismay. My grand life plan didn't include becoming a count. The societal rules to conquer Red Emil, not vying for succession, travel the American way. But he didn't overthink it. He'd gotten used to it and could enjoy the privileges of nobility. Warabel was better than he expected. Evan handed him a letter. "This is a letter from Yusha." As they entered the room, Alone asked, "By the way, any news on Leo's assassins?" The man replied, "Nothing conclusive yet. The Intelligence Guild is investigating thoroughly. We'll have to wait." They sat at the table, and Evan asked, "So what is your purpose? Not vengeance, I hope." He thought to himself, "Perhaps the changes from the game are the butterfly effect I caused." Alone said, "Just to guard against uncertain situations." Evan suddenly laughed in admiration. "You looked very count-like just now." He sighed at that. "Let's say that's true." Alone looked at the letter curiously. "I wonder what's inside this time." The letter read, "Are you well? We're all fine as usual. Everyone is engrossed in their hobbies. In particular, Cadelia's puppet play has reached a truly high level. They were all very cheerful over there. Siolang was engrossed in playing games with friends. Then the other members were mentioned. Ren has been quietly reading books, but frequently creating things. Raiden has taken a liking to landscape. After reading the letter, Alone smiled gently. The routine life at the orphanage, accustomed to monthly correspondence, warmed his heart more and more. Though he'd never seen their faces, watching the children grow thanks to his sponsorship naturally made him smile like a father. Then he suddenly asked Evan, "By the way, the 5 elders know how old are those kids now?" Evan, curious, asked, "Why do you ask?" Then he answered, "It's almost time for them to enter society. Some have already left the orphanage earlier. Most of those you personally ordered retrieved are about that age." Hearing this, the pure image he held of them in Alone's mind seemed to shatter a bit. He couldn't help but imagine the scene. "Thank you for raising us. The 5 send their regards." Alone immediately thought, "Right, that's how it is. Gradually we should let them out into the world." Evan asked, "Really? Didn't you intentionally gather these weak children?" Alone replied calmly, "There's no reason. They've grown up. We must think of their future." In his mind, he thought differently. Having been cared for so they wouldn't awaken in a crime, they'll be able to fend for themselves, right? He sighed, "It seems they're all healthy now. So that's it." Alone began to think. In each boss fight, the narration reveals a brief outline of their abilities. Yusha has a talent for fate. Next is that gloomy kid Deus with a talent for swordsmanship, and then Rain with a talent for research. Next is the beastkin girl Siolang with a talent for combat. And Raiden has a talent for being an apostle. Alone suddenly picked up the box. If we place them in the right positions, wouldn't they be capable of holding those roles? He thought of those kids and speculated. Since I'm doing it anyway, giving each of them a gift would probably please them, right? I did promise to give them something someday. After a while, time shifted to the late afternoon, the sunset casting light over the mansion. Alone sat at his desk and stretched. All done. Evan, still with drool at his mouth, ran off saying, "Then I'll be going." Alone watched him go and thought, if things go smoothly, will I receive even a small share of the profits? Outside, small birds flew peacefully across the sky. Children, take the letter and step out into the wider world. But the scene shifted to the children under Alone's words, which were orders. Yusha kept a cold face and said in a raised voice, "The directive has arrived. This time it was sent to each of us individually." At that moment, all five were holding their letters. Deus kept his cool, expressionless as he read. Siolang jumped with delight upon seeing the letter. It no longer looked as small as before. Ein smiled softly, while Raiden said nothing. Yusha lowered her eyes and stared at the letter with unreadable expression. In the room, everyone gathered, focused on the paper in their hands. The orders have arrived. However, this time he sent them individually to each of us. Siolang suddenly grabbed her paper and jumped for joy. Hooray! Raiden and Rain held their letters, but remained thoughtful and silent. Yusha held several letters and said calmly, "But before doing anything, we should read the previous letters first, because his orders require a very high level." Siolang, excited, said, "We can actually read them? Before only you could read them." Yusha replied in her even voice, that he issues orders to each person means he has decided it's time for everyone to see. The letter opened and Yusha began to read. "How have you been lately? It seems you have many talented friends. If you need anything, let me know." Siolang scratched her cheek, puzzled. "Is this an order?" Rain, after reading a while, also felt it odd. "It reads more like everyday small talk." Yusha scoffed at their remarks. "See? He disguised the orders as casual conversation from start." "All right, look." She analyzed the letter for them. "This is the first order after the greeting letter. It says, 'Yusha, how are you? I'm Fina. Today your older brother sat on me like a chair. Funny, isn't it? Sometimes I want to write to you. Reply if you're okay with that.' And the child I sent this time," Yusha analyzed. "He designated targets to be eliminated as part of the mission and told us to report back afterward." The letter continued, "Thank you for replying. I hope you can tell me what happens at the orphanage each month. I entrust that place to you. You'll be fine together." Yusha continued to explain the hidden order within the letter. "This is when he entrusted Lam Noyet to me. As you can see, he personally chose each of you." She pointed to each part as she analyzed it, and everyone around gasped in astonishment. Deus, hearing Yusha, showed he understood. "I see. It's to prevent information leaks? I remember my first order." She smiled and added, "Like this, you must fully understand the orders and carry out the missions." Then Deus suddenly proposed, "Wouldn't it be better to meet him in person or use a magical communication device?" Raiden agreed with him. He has a point. If the problem is information leakage, why use letters? Yusha's attitude changed. Her face darkened and her red eyes flashed with a cold light. "I hope you haven't forgotten that all we must do is obey the orders." Deus was left speechless at Yusha's unwavering loyalty, a steadfast trust to the point of blindness. "I haven't forgotten." Siolang suddenly raised her paper high and shouted excitedly, "Then let's read the orders together." In a brightly lit room, everyone formed a circle and read the orders that had been sent individually to each person. Deus read his mission aloud. "He told me to go to Caliban, the kingdom of knights." Siolang sighed dejectedly. "The continent? But I don't like deserts." Raiden continued, "And I'm to go to Rax's, the entertainment city." Rain was assigned another area. "He told me to go to Larthania, the maze city." Yusha's eyes suddenly became rapt. She hugged her order in her hands with a look of passion. "The holy nation, Rosario. The things you all must do are written in the letters, right?" Deus held his order and said in a flat voice, "I don't know the reason, but he told me to become a knight." Siolang cheerfully. He also said not to worry because the sponsorship will continue. Rain smiled and added, "He also told us the locations of the gifts." Raiden seemed pleased as well. "Whatever they are, we'll find out as soon as we arrive." Seeing that they understood the orders, Yusha admonished, "Good. But remember that unless he says otherwise, you must never mention the name Lam Noyet." Yusha's gaze turned icy as she stared at them with a cold glare. The group promptly followed the orders and moved out. They donned black cloaks and departed the mansion. 3 months later, in a room stacked with ledgers, Alone sat in the study. As expected, there is nothing mentioning changes to magic or incantations. "I'll have to test them myself." He turned to Evan and asked, "Speaking of which, How's the information gathering on Leo's killer going? Evan replied. The Intelligence Guild says they still haven't found anything. Alone, a bit disappointed, said, Is that so? He propped his chin and thought, It seems the butterfly effect has gone beyond my control. The result of saving the 5 great sins, huh? Alone recalled the image of the cold Duchess Loria. Even Loria, who should have died in the original plot, had become Duke Altea, expanding her power and influence at an astonishing speed within the underworld. The more he thought, the darker his expression grew. Alone set the book down and ordered Evan, Stop investigating the assassin. Evan was stunned by the command. Huh? Really? Alone thought privately. This is clearly a situation where ignorance is bliss. In this setting, almost nothing can escape the Intelligence Guild's network. If we keep digging into things we shouldn't, the more he thought, the more fearful he became. Alone's face went pale. The end result would be that precaution against unexpected situations might lead to death, making it meaningless. To protect himself, Alone had no other choice. After all, secret organizations like that won't harm me as long as I don't interfere in their affairs. There's no reason for them to attack unless I approach them first. Alone told Evan. At this point, continuing is pointless. Though he didn't understand Alone's purpose, Evan agreed. All right, I'll tell them to stop the investigation. Evan suddenly remembered a piece of news and hurried to tell Alone. Oh, there's another report. It seems Deus was recently knighted in Caliban. Alone, expressionless but politely, offered congratulations. Really? Good for him. 3 months later, Evan came running to Alone with a pile of food. My lord. Alone, noting Evan's versatility, whispered in praise. Talented, aren't you? Then Evan reported. I heard they formed an entire team of knights now. Alone was stunned by the news. What? Then he must be at least at the expert level or higher. Alone recalled the knight ranks in this world. Sword master, sword expert, swordsman. The more he thought, the more impressed he became. It's not been that long since he was first knighted. Has it? Evan added. People are saying the world will witness the 5th great knight in less than 10 years. Alone suddenly remembered. Speaking of great knights, you mean those called the Blades of Caliban? Evan confirmed. Yes, he's truly talented. Alone felt a bit proud. I'm rather proud of him. Evan chewed and said, Caliban must be buzzing about this. A month later, in a magnificent castle, Alone was absorbed in his work. A year had passed since the 5 great sins left the orphanage. Just as he was settling into his duties as the Count, Evan entered with news. My Lord Count, I've just heard something very new. Alone didn't stop his work. Evan continued. It seems Deus has become one of Caliban's blades. The next piece of news hit Alone like a thunderclap, making him drop his pen, and has become the 5th great knight. Alone found the claim hard to believe and asked hastily, but only a sword master can become a great knight, right? He recalled what he knew about becoming a knight here. The sword master of Saiche Delia is a superhuman who transcended sword aura and unlocked a unique ability called manifestation. Alone asked Evan, Are you saying Deus is already a sword master? Evan corrected him. More precisely, he's about to become one. He hasn't created his own manifestation yet. Evan recounted Deus's rise. In any case, the nation has given him the title of Great Knight. Not only did he win a duel against the 4th Blade, but Caliban also lost a great knight to the northern barbarians. Hearing this, Alone suddenly recalled. That's right, they've been at war for over a decade. He scratched his head. Even Evan found it hard to believe. Sensing and controlling mana takes 15 years, and the manifestation process needs at least several decades. He remembered the Empire's history. The first Blade was 32 when he became the youngest great knight in history. The heroic knight's history is recited. Program Y was accepted as a temporary teammate, to be eliminated after the program ended. He had held a sword since he was 5. Have some faith that he became the youngest sword master in history. Alone thought. Indeed, Deus is unbelievably strong. Even with his talent, it would take over 20 years. So how did a child without formal sword knowledge become a great knight? Then a thought occurred to him. Wait, if he's simply awaiting his manifestation, does that mean he'll soon surpass Deus and become a sword master? The idea made Alone gleeful, and he blurted out, Maybe I can ride his coattails sooner than expected. Evan nodded in agreement. Alone stared at the messy pile of books on the desk and fell into thought. Or not. Maybe it's impossible. Evan quickly waved his hand. No, he wouldn't do that. Alone revealed the truth. He took out the single letter tucked in the book. I mean, the only letter I ever received was from Yusha. He read Yusha's letter aloud. Even after arriving in the Holy Nation, the letters she continued to send regularly contained news about the great sin she had grown up with. It seemed they still kept in touch. Alone felt a pang of loss. Even though they've never seen me before, they could at least thank me for the gift. I feel a bit guilty. He slapped his face hard to clear his head. Evan watched the gesture in horror. Back to the main point. I am truly grateful. They didn't destroy the kingdom after awakening as the 5 great sins. The two stood shoulder to shoulder by the sunny window. Alone said reluctantly, as long as they're doing well. I'm content. In the capital of Caliban, in that central district, the mansion of a high noble. This was the grand residence where the famed solar eclipse cavalry was housed. Inside, countless swordsmen were training. Deus, clad in armor, stood on high and surveyed the scene. He was introduced as Deus, captain of the solar eclipse cavalry and the youngest great knight. Deus looked coldly down at the knights below. Suddenly a girl walking beneath noticed his presence. The little purple-haired girl waved and called, "Big brother." He smiled and waved back at her. Deus's expression suddenly fell. He sadly recalled, it's been a full year. Yet thinking back still made him ashamed that he had lost everything to those dark ones. That horrifying image kept replaying in his mind. The painful memories of childhood surged back, leaving him with uncontrollable rage. He saw the image of his sister being swallowed by darkness and drifting from his arms. Darkness had blocked Deus, widening the distance between him and his sister, and a surge of hatred welled up within Deus. His miserable, wandering childhood returned. Though steeped in suffering, he still clutched his sister's hairpin tight. Deus's true thoughts gradually emerged. The fact that Great Moon saved my life is not in itself reason enough for me to swear loyalty to him. But because he promised I could personally take revenge, I followed orders under the name Lam Noyet. From that moment, he began selling his life to Lam Noyet. Working as part of Lam Noyet meant undergoing many dangerous missions and trainings. Though death was always near, revenge made Deus no longer care. He paid no mind to his own safety. Memories surged through his mind like a torrent. In a few years, I carried out missions that would become the foundation to fight the Dark Ones. And very soon after, for the first time, I received a personal order. Deus was astonished to receive a secret order. This is so unexpected. What is this? In the letter alone revealed a small inn located south of Caliban. I left a gift there. Go and see. But Deus wasn't much interested. That gift doesn't excite me much. Still, he went to the location Alone had mentioned. Deus was a bit curious. Maybe there's something there? When he opened the door, the scene inside stunned him into silence. In that unexpected letter, seeing the familiar figure of his sister, Deus rushed toward the girl, his hand reaching out to touch her. The gift from Great Moon is the family I thought I'd lost forever. Deus hugged the girl tightly and collapsed to the ground from joy and emotion. The girl hugged him back, crying with emotion. Something more precious than my life. Deus was now sobbing uncontrollably, unable to make sound. They reunited and held each other tightly in happiness. Deus still couldn't believe his eyes. My sister, the one I thought was dead, is alive. Only after their emotions calmed did they slowly pull apart. He asked in a trembling voice, "Silly, what happened after I lost you?" She didn't answer immediately. Instead, Silly gently squeezed Deus's hand to reassure him. With his other hand, he tenderly wiped the remaining tears from his sister's eyes. They then went back inside and sat at the table to continue talking. Sil clenched the cup in her hand and slowly began to tell. After those people took me, in the darkness, I had to wait for my turn for a long time. At that time, she was imprisoned in a gloomy dungeon. There were many other dungeon levels around, where the captives huddled in silence and despair. Time passed indistinctly, Silly recalled. When it came time for me to be killed, I was the last one left. The walls and the floor were covered in bloodied corpses. Silly let out a despairing scream. Her cloak was torn away and a shaft of light shone in. Someone grabbed her hand. I managed to escape with that light and survived. Years later, when she was nearly sold to a slaver, despair closed in again, especially when a huge hand clamped onto her. At that moment, blades of light swept across and a figure appeared, swinging a sword and severing that hand into pieces. The person quickly stepped between Silly and danger. She remembered, A mercenary named Evan saved me. Silly opened a cabinet. After that I received precious medicine from a patron. She held up a letter bearing a message from a lone Palatio. I will continue to send medicine and support. You will be safe under the Palatio name. Do not worry about your brother. Silly, full of gratitude, said, I am deeply thankful for what he has done for me. Deus was astonished. Did he use his name to protect you? How could Great Moon have known about this? He quietly folded his arms, full of doubt. I never told anyone about my family, and Yusha only realized the Black Flock had taken you. So how could she know? Deus suddenly remembered what Yusha had once said. She knows everything. In his mind, everything seemed to fall into place. The pieces began to connect. All his questions assembled into a picture and dissolved. At the time, he couldn't understand Yusha's concern. She had said something puzzling. A sword cannot think for itself, can it? Only now did Deus realize. However, the fool was himself. Good things will come, Alone had said. Deus pondered, looking back at what he said then. He already knew everything and had hinted that the child would have to survive on her own. He felt a chill as he stared at Silly, who remained dazed. Sil, i.e., tilted her head in confusion. Brother? He snapped back to himself and gently patted her head, but his mind wandered. His blade dared to act on its own, yet he chose to be generous and compassionate. All that time Deus had thought he was being controlled by that man, while he himself nursed only hatred and plans to avenge the Black Flock. He sat at the table. Silly brought a tray of hot food and saw the radiant smile on his sister's face. Deus suddenly realized his family's survival was an invaluable gift. Yusha's cold voice returned to his memory. You will understand soon enough. Why did I follow that man? He realized she wasn't simply a fanatic, nor did she trust him blindly. And that letter had advised Deus to come to Caliban and become a knight. He vowed to himself, I must repay him. My mission is to become the leader in Caliban, the great knight, and to form my own order of knights, gathering the finest swordsmen. That conviction was like sunlight piercing a dark world, snapping out of his reverie. At that moment, Deus's subordinate stepped forward to report, Captain, it's time. He moved up onto the high dais. Below, the knightly ranks stood in rigid, impeccable rows. Under the moonlight, each face looked sharp and determined. Deus told himself, this expedition will be the first stepping stone for the eclipse. I don't care what hardships come. He brushed the surface of the purple-sheathed sword in his hand. The moonlight glittered on the metal. Then in that dim light, Deus coldly drew his blade, full of spirit. I will wait for the day I can offer my gratitude along with a worthy repayment to please him. I will prove it under the moon. On a day when snow fell white across the sky, the Eclipse Regiment set out on an expedition against the barbarian tribes. Meanwhile, at the Count's manor, Alone leaned against the wall and sighed. So peaceful, perhaps because my children have all grown up. A gust of wind suddenly swept through, ruffling the pages and sending the note papers flying, and he hurriedly grabbed them. Oh no, they're all blowing away. Alone returned to his unfinished work. Let's see. After returning from the labyrinth, I concentrated on studying the keywords I had written. He paused, wondering, why did I write in cursive? From now on, I'll write more neatly. Alone nodded. Good, my reports are complete. On the page, he focused on analyzing the keywords, each of which would have different variations. Alone circled the word contraction. This reinforces defects within magic. More specifically, contraction strengthens flaws inside each completed spell, causing its scope to expand. Additionally, contraction can break forms and alter the emitted object. Transformation, a change of state. This is demonstrated in practice. It will repel. It will shatter the form affecting the transformation of the projected object. Regarding Azure Light, he noted, reinforces parallel magics. For example, electric magic when cast will spiral into a great orb, firing off bolts of electric light. Moreover, the diffraction path has two major effects, penetration and critical strike. Specifically, the diffraction path grants piercing capability, meaning a critical effect that increases the chance to kill an enemy, and is especially important in the keyword rules. If broken, the spell will fail. He also noted several cautions. Do not use inappropriate keywords. Do not repeat the same word. Use at most 4 words. Alone scratched his head with his pen. With my mana core, I can only cast 1 spell per day, so it took a long time to discover all these things. He remembered his earlier days of research. By this world's setup, the hand seals and keywords of Babylonia have long been forgotten, so there's no information about them. There are no records of where they were written. Alone had read many books, but found nothing. In the end, I had to study it myself and discovered it was somewhat fascinating, even though I only learned self-defense magic. He then stood in the empty plot of the garden, raised his hand, and fired bolts of lightning. All right, it's time to see the results of 2 months of experiments. With one hand, Alone lifted the index finger of his other hand, from which more lightning condensed and spread into the air. They slowly coiled and then condensed at a single point in the sky. He focused intensely. Remove the focal point of this mana orb and create an imbalance to trigger the light. This weak and useless magic is stubborn. Before long, an orb appeared in the air. It spun continuously. Alone quietly chanted a containment charm. The orb shrank from large to small, but its potency remained strong. He continued to apply his research by intoning the breaking keywords. It began to brew a specific purpose. Flowers bloom in March. The lightning from Alone's hands gradually shifted to blue. They grew fierce. From an orb, it expanded like a large trunk. Lightning spread like branches. Seeing the result of his test, he couldn't help but murmur. So, order matters too? Alone muttered. Because when I used break first, it failed. Before he could finish, a shout cut through his thoughts. You can't. Startled, he spun around. 2 people stood there, though he didn't know when they'd arrived. Kalia's face went pale with suspicion. Primordial magic? Alone looked at her in surprise. What? Why is Kalia here? The person beside her trembled. Using primordial magic means he has reached the level of a 7th circle mage. He felt a twitch at his lip. Primordial me? In the reception room of the Palatial Manor, Kalia and Vinkle sat silently waiting for Alone. Kalia couldn't help feeling tense while waiting. Her mind was anxiously thinking. I have 2 clear reasons for coming here. First, to confirm the intentions of Count Palatio, the holder of a trump card capable of inflicting heavy damage on Zenonia. After all, Kalia is now the de facto ruler of Zenonia. Her father is merely a puppet pulled by her. Thus, determining Alone's motives is her top concern. Second, to probe the level of the organization protecting him. That organization helped him manipulate Palatio. Although this reason wasn't crucial, Kalia was genuinely curious which mysterious group had enabled Alone's success today. Instead, what she learned was that she had never imagined seeing this arrogant mage trembling with fear. Indeed, right now, Vinkle sitting beside her was shaking so much he couldn't sit still. Vinkle, a 5th circle mage expelled from the Magic Tower. Due to his inhumane experiments, he could easily annihilate an entire legion of soldiers. Although he maintained an arrogant attitude toward me, despite me being his longtime patron, a cold, calculating mind who successfully committed cruel deeds. Now he was trembling, his face ashen and drenched in sweat. Kalia looked at him in disbelief, thinking, I feel his fear. I've never seen him like this before. Then she worriedly wondered, was that really primordial magic just now? At that moment, the door opened and a low voice cut through her thoughts. So you were alerted by a single word. Alone slowly entered the room. Standing before Kalia and Vinkle, he coldly asked, what brings you to my domain? Kalia sat upright and, careful and polite, said, apologies for the sudden visit. I have been so eager to meet you that. Before she could finish, Alone interrupted. Politeness tells me I won't blame you, as the young lady said. He folded his hands and regarded her seriously. His tone was composed but firm. However, let me make one thing clear. What I just used is not primordial magic. If you truly want to classify my magical ability, I'm only at the 2nd circle level. He spoke bluntly, going straight to the point. After a pause, he glanced at Vinkle and confidently said, the mage beside you must have realized that magic has no effect at all. Inwardly, he regretted. Unfortunately, that magic can't be used for offense or defense. Hearing his words, Kalia and Vinkle both thought in unison. He means. Sensing something from him, Vinkle murmured through mind speech to caution Kalia. Keep quiet about what you just saw. At that, Kalia tensed up. Vinkle trembled and stammered an earnest apology to him. You're right. It seems I misperceived. Kalia looked at him, puzzled and suspicious, thinking, Vinkle is being polite. Alone gave a slight nod to let it pass. Hearing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. What a weight off. He didn't press them further and instead said plainly, Good. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, get to the main matter. Kalia hesitated, but then carefully said, I thought I should visit you after finishing my business. Alone asked her coolly. You really don't have any special reason? Frustré, Cagliari plaid. Alone wearily drooped his eyes and hinted. Pity, I have work to do and can't sit here long. You're perceptive. Kalia quickly rose and with a polite long breath said, I understand. Thank you for taking the time to meet me. We will leave now. Alone leaned back in his chair and, half joking, half serious, suggested, if you need someone to talk to, I recommend you see Duchess Altea. I think you two would get along. Kalia's expression darkened slightly. She understood his remark was not idle. After a few seconds of silence, she bowed. Yes, I promise. If you say so, I will pay her a visit. Alone and Evan both walked to the door to see the guests out. Watching the elegant carriage depart, Evan curiously asked Alone, why would someone from Zenonia, a declining western house, come here? Alone answered honestly, I don't know. I can't even imagine the reason, but deep down I know this will be troublesome. If a false rumor that I used primordial magic spreads, those who crave confronting the strong will start seeking me out. Meaning this world is basically a dark fantasy. Just thinking that, he pictured evil forces gathering against him. Returning inside, Alone walked while worrying. Hope she gets the hint. Zenonia would never visit Altea, who competes in the underworld. He silently prayed. Just don't come after me. The sky was clear as the carriage rode away. Kalia's voice floated faintly outside. Was what Count Palacio used really primordial magic? She asked, sitting upright as she awaited Vinkel's answer. Vinkel still looked shaken. He hesitated and replied, he wasn't. Hearing that, Kalia pressed on. Then what caused your reaction? Asked about it. Vinkel trembled and gravely explained, primordial magic is a kind of sorcery that draws its own immutable laws. However, what the Count used was different. As you requested, I used the observing eye to examine his magic. While Alone and Kalia talked, he had secretly carried out his task. He truly saw a split veil radiating a dark aura wrapping around him. He was tearing that veil apart. He was fixing the lightning. The more he spoke, the more frantic Vinkel became, shouting. The observing eye had shown him sights unseen. He yelled fiercely, bend it, and collapsed the laws. But even after doing all that, the magic still manifested. He stepped into an impossible miracle. Hearing this, Kalia's face darkened. She stared at Vinkel in terrified, wide-eyed disbelief. Not stopping there, Vinkel continued in a hoarse, low voice. But what happened afterward was truly cracking slabs of ice and a dim, blood-red eye that was actually hidden deep within Alone. It was clearly of a great, forgotten deity. At the thought, Vinkel grimaced and collapsed, his arms trembling as he clutched his head, muttering to himself, I must stop thinking. Thinking further would be very dangerous. As if recalling something, he lifted his face and seriously admonished Kalia. When I was young, I delved so deep into ancient knowledge that I was praised for my research on the magic of the Forgotten Age. Let me make this clear. Do not oppose Count Palacio. Kalia frowned sharply and retorted to herself mockingly. So you're saying a commoner like me probing his intentions is pointless. Vinkel knew that Loria and Kalia were merely pawns toyed with by Alone, but he couldn't state it outright. He only tersely suggested to Kalia, I advise you to meet Duchess Altea. Although he didn't say it directly, Kalia seemed to vaguely realize she had been made a pawn by him. Years later, about 2 years after the children left the orphanage at Count Palacio's manor, just as Evan opened the door to his study, Alone called out, Hey, Evan. When Evan came before him, Alone handled some documents with one hand while asking after him. Any news? If it's about the kids, all the better. Evan hesitated and replied, Not about the kids. Then he added, But it seems the domain and the Altea Duchy have allied. Hearing this felt like a thunderclap to Alone. He froze and asked Evan, What? The two leading powers of the underworld have allied. Evan nodded, assuring, Because this is an underworld pact, outsiders can't know. However, I'm certain of it. Alone grew tangled with worry, thinking, I've led the culprit down a different path. But now I must face an alliance between two conspirators. Is the kingdom of Asteria about to collapse? Thinking it over, he wondered incredulously. Wait, did she really believe me back then? He recalled that in their last meeting he had suggested to Kalia, If you need someone to talk to, I recommend you see Duchess Altea. Regretting it, he pushed aside wild thoughts and reassured himself. Surely it's only a temporary alliance. With Kalia's cold and proud nature, she would never. Still, Alone reconsidered. But at least I should prepare a bit. Thinking and acting, he took a sheet of paper and earnestly wrote a letter to Kalia. To Kalia, sorry if I seem too blunt and cold. The reason is I'm not very good with words. I hope this doesn't come off as an excuse. Sunlight streamed through the window. After finishing the letter, he handed it to Evan and waved. This is for you, Evan. Before leaving, Evan promised, I'll deliver this to the domain's young lady via the mercenary guild, and I'll keep an eye on the children. The room was left with only Alone. He looked at the letters in his hand and wondered. I haven't heard from Raiden and Siolang since Yusha wrote that they'd arrived. How are they? Thinking of mischievous Siolang, he couldn't help but worry and pray. I hope the girl hasn't starved on the road. Thinking of the letter he'd sent Siolang, he believed, if she finds the gift I mentioned in the letter, she'll become the pinnacle of warriors. Ba Bayao. As far as he knew, the magic hand was a treasure of the Golden Mane tribe that, when equipped, increased critical hit rate by 20%. If the proud culprit had obtained this item, she wouldn't have fallen and become a sinner. Instead, she would have become a great Lupin beastkin. That's what the item description said. Alone's gaze wandered out the window as he restlessly wondered to himself. I told the girl the location of the secret treasure I intended to use as an emergency fund. I mean, she's capable enough to earn her own way, so she'll be fine, right? That place is the nation of warriors, a land where strength can grant you everything. The desert nation, wild and full of sand. Under a star-strewn night, deep within a cavern, Siolang skipped along the rough dirt path and emerged outside. Once outside, she stretched and exclaimed joyfully, Finally, the trial is over. Staring at the magical hand relic on her wrist, Siolang grinned uncontrollably and thanked. Oh, great moon, thank you for this gift. She waved her hands about, chuckling and murmuring in awe. I thought the Golden Mane tribe's essence was just a legend, but it turns out what my mother told me as a child wasn't merely a fairy tale. At the thought, Xialong's eyes went distant. Old memories rose in her mind. As a child, she and her siblings gathered around their mother, and she had innocently asked, What is the essence of the Golden Mane tribe? Her mother gently ruffled her small head and softly said, Yes, we wolves are heirs of the king of all beastkin. The Golden Mane tribe, the essence of the Golden Mane tribe, is a legendary treasure passed down for centuries. It grants us strength and authority, and obtaining it is no easy challenge. Only those truly capable can possess this precious relic. And now, the truth was that she had won the essence. Siolang had to traverse rough, distant roads to reach the relic. It sat on a precarious rock ledge. When she finally strapped it to her wrist, a fierce, agonizing pain ripped through her, as if dying and returning to life, and she overcame all the trials of the inner realm. Enduring those two horrors proved beyond doubt that Siolang deserved to hold the relic now. Old events flooded Xialong's mind. She sincerely thanked the Great Moon, her benefactor, who would save her from death in a biological experiment. In her darkest hour, with scars on her body and a soul ready to give up, the Great Moon was the light that rescued Xialong's life. He had given her the power to avenge Black Dragon, who murdered her parents. So Siolang swore resolutely that she would repay this debt to him. Seemingly sensing her brave resolve, the essence relic on her hand flared with a powerful surge of strength. Siolang confidently tested the relic, assuring herself, Surely he doesn't want me to become an ordinary fighter. From now on, she paused slightly. Her eyes flashed with a wondrous light as streams of magical power flowed into her body. She silently vowed to herself, I must become the strongest fighter, revive the Golden Mane tribe by gathering the remaining members, and kill Black Dragon with this. Then Siolang raised the hand, wearing the essence relic to the sky. This relic will be the proof of Xialong's oath of honor. The memory closed. Siolang stood motionless in the Koloni desert at midnight. Looking up at the bright moon tonight, she thought of the Great Moon. Xialong's voice drifted softly on the cool breeze. It's all for him. Let's begin. After saying that, Siolang laughed out loud and skipped forward. Now, in the silent stillness of Koloni's midnight, only Xialong's steady footsteps moved forward. The image seemed to herald the future revival of the great kings of the Golden Maned Beastkin under the blue moon after 500 years. As Alone concentrated on reading the document, Evan suddenly spoke up. Ah, right. He wiped his sword and, uneasy, said, "The Intelligence Guild has obtained information about the kids. I meant to tell you at the training ground, but I forgot." He wasn't angry and calmly asked, "All right, what is it?" Evan recounted. "Suanjong is doing very well at the settlement. She even has the nickname the Golden Light." Alone lightly frowned. Golden Lightning. That name sounds familiar. In any case, he's glad to hear she's fine. He nodded. "Indeed, in that land, as long as you have strength, you can do anything." He continued to wonder, "What about Raiden? I haven't heard anything from him since he said he was apprenticing in Raxus." Evan replied, "There is some information about him, but they're still verifying its accuracy." Alone pondered, "Is that so? Oh, and Evan." He shot a suspicious look and said, "Aren't you very busy?" Evan looked nervous and stammered, sweating. "Why are you suddenly looking at me like that?" "I've done everything you told me." Alone instructed, "You must prepare to leave. It will take at least a month to reach the Magic Tower." Evan jerked up in surprise. "What? The Magic Tower? You never mentioned that to me." He rubbed his chin in astonishment. "I didn't." Evan sighed. "Well, I'm used to it by now." He couldn't help but object, "But it only takes about a week to get to the 6 Magic Towers." Alone answered, "We're going to the Azure Magic Academy." Hearing that, Evan nodded. "I understand. That's near the Labyrinth City, so it's quite far." Finally, he stood up to leave the room. "I'll begin preparations immediately." Alone nodded in silent agreement. After Evan left, he slumped into his chair and sighed. "A month in a carriage again. Just thinking about it tires me. But what can be done? The item that can support my small precious mana core is there." Thinking that, Alone turned, propped his chin on his hand, and said, "The Labyrinth City? That brings back memories. When I played the game, I spent a lot of time leveling." He closed his eyes and reminisced. The labyrinth at the city's center is a special leveling map inside Chedelia. Players can get higher quality items by leveling up and pushing deeper inside. However, although countless players had reached the labyrinth, no one had ever reached the final point. Back then, Alone had to use cheats to get to floor 150. He couldn't help cursing. Those developers are insane. There's more below. Why add floors when no one can reach them? To watch us suffer. Are there any good items on floor 150? Still, like in the game, achievements and relics kept being discovered there. Thus, the official profession of magical appraiser became so common that it guaranteed a wealthy living. Suddenly, Alone remembered Rain. She said she'd soon take the appraisal exam. With her talent, she would surely pass the exam easily. Back in the present, he suddenly felt guilty. Perhaps the gift I gave Rain was too little compared to the others. It only helps appraise equipment. If that gift isn't enough, I should send her separate support. A starry evening in a labyrinth city of Larthania, a place not under anyone's rule. This is a city of explorers and mercenaries. In a small alley, after passing countless shops in a corner of the southern district, one can find a secret appraisal shop named Me, a quietly famous shop known for its unique services. It mainly serves the nobility and A-rank explorers. Among them was the Lord of Larthania. Rain announced, "The appraisal is complete." "My lord." He was surprised. She presented the item and explained, "This device uses mana to create fire." The Lord, please, said, "Thank you as always." "Let me see." When he took the device, Rain instructed, "This is a relic that can be engraved." The Lord, curious, asked, "What does engraving capability mean?" She replied calmly, "With just a little mana, it can sustain a flame for at least an hour." He couldn't help but laugh in admiration. Its efficiency has increased significantly. Very good. Everything was finished. The Lord departed. Before stepping out, he turned back and, as usual, said, "Thanks as always." From behind the counter, a gentle voice replied, "You're welcome." She waited until the shop was empty before reaching up to remove her mask. Under the dim light, Rain's beautiful face appeared, her clear emerald eyes carrying a trace of fatigue. She then turned toward another item on the shelf that looked like a spyglass. Rain picked it up and murmured, "This item can be engraved too." It was now understandable why a shop tucked away in this corner was famous for its engraving. She took the item and opened the door to a room beyond. "This is a gift from the Great Moon." Moonlight poured through the window and fully illuminated an object hovering and glowing. Looking at it, she half smiled. "When he first told me to become an appraiser, I couldn't understand why." Rain recalled Alone's figure. His true identity is a friend of Palatio from the era of the Forgotten Outer Gods. I understood that everything up to now was meant to eliminate the dark beings, but back then she read the letter instructing her to go to the labyrinth city Larthania and become a magical appraiser. At the time, she couldn't connect that order with that objective. Nevertheless, Rain followed the instruction and went to the labyrinth city alone. Although Rain remained full of doubt, how does becoming an appraiser relate to killing dark beings? What happened next changed her mind. The moment I saw his gift, I recognized the Prowler's Eye. It quickly identifies items below a certain mana threshold to aid appraisal. The moment Rain touched the eye, she realized it was somewhat different from what she knew. Its nature didn't even exist in the library. Then the seals around the eye gradually dissolved. The chained bindings snapped open. It flared, and the single eye opened. Once the seals were broken, the engraving lock was unlocked. Above the eye was a numeric row exceeding 500. Rain told herself, to gain the power to fight the dark beings, I must awaken this item. It is a power and also a means to offer sacrifices. Now the number on the Prowler's Eye had changed. It displayed 248/500. She brought the spyglass toward it. A beam of golden light shot out immediately. Soon, a holy sigil appeared on the body of the spyglass. Rain smiled wryly. I still have to sacrifice 252 more items before it's fully awake. In exchange for boosting the relic stats, it will absorb something from items, basically altering this eye. Once, when she was engraving an object that displeased the eye, the previously accrued offering points were instantly wiped out. Since then, Rain was certain. It only reacts to specific high-tier relics, and if you sacrifice the wrong item, the accumulated progress will vanish. Thinking this, she couldn't help but be pleased, rubbing her forehead against the eye. Accurately appraise all relics and select high-tier sacrificial items to engrave. This is work only I can do, because I was born with the eternal library. Rain cradled it in her hands. All of this is to kill the Black Wolf. All of it follows the will of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, at the Azure Magic Tower, a carriage moved quietly along the paved road circling the tower. Inside the tower, Phenia, deputy head of the Azure Magic Tower, frowned irritably and said, "The Tower Master is currently absent. State your business and get on with it." Seeing Alone remain silent, she grew more annoyed. "I'm busy, so speak quickly." He looked at Phenia, judging inwardly. She's a familiar face I've seen in the main storyline. She's still the deputy Tower Master because the main storyline hasn't begun yet. In the game, she was a rare prodigy who reached 8 complete at only 20 and became the Tower Master of this tower. Speaking of Manhwa Tower, it's a magic tower not only powerful, but also monopolizes the production of certain essential goods, making their status comparable to the nobility. He was a bit displeased. Although the power of a deputy Tower Master, someone who has surpassed human limits, should be immense, this attitude is a bit. Despite his irritation, Alone tried to introduce himself. "I am Count Palacio," as announced. "I have come to discuss the issue of the time gate." On the other side, Phenia was busy. "Right? I still need to transfer these documents." But when he spoke, she still asked, "So what's the matter?" Alone calmly said, "I can remove the time gate." The hand holding Phenia's documents froze. The time gate refers to this. It's a rift connected to a mysterious subspace that appears in places with frequent magical use. It creates anomalies that cause severe damage, and the dangerous monsters it spawns are unpredictable. She looked at him with analytical eyes, and after a moment of consideration she sneered, "With that pathetic talent, what do you intend to do?" Phenia didn't hesitate and wave him away. "Fine, just go." Alone was flustered. "Wait, isn't that premature? I need an answer." She interrupted him irritably. "You plan to close the time gate and claim the treasure? Right, of course you do that." Phenia slammed her hand on the table angrily and shouted, "Is that so? Do you know how many people come here every day for that?" Alone tried to persuade her. "I'm serious. Lead me to the time gate, and I'll prove it to you." He felt wronged inside. "Why won't you believe me? Really?" Her voice suddenly grew low. "Look, I understand you need a great achievement to overturn public opinion, because people are gradually realizing the only reason you became a count was the luck of your brother's deaths. However, that doesn't give you the right to bring your personal affairs here and cause trouble." At that, Phenia released power that made the space tremble. Alone was startled and stumbled backward. Evan steadied him. He marveled. Such rumors are circulating? I must have kept too low a profile, though it's true. She seemed obsessive about work, yet astonishingly well informed about outside news. Fenia's gaze now seemed to emit sparks of electricity along with intense anger. Alone involuntarily shivered. She's terrifying. Not kidding. She puts me in my place when I'm even slightly annoyed. Evan leaned close and whispered to him, "That's only her mana. I believe we'd be split in two if we dared pick a fight with her." Alone regained his composure and resolve, though feeling rather desperate. So he approached to negotiate. "If I can't remove the time gate, I'll give all my assets to the Magic Tower." Fenia still didn't believe him. "That's nonsense." "I see." Alone's eyes were resolute. "If you want, I'll swear an oath. This isn't a bad offer for a bit of your time." "You don't think so?" She hesitated slightly at that, a flicker of indecision appearing in her eyes. After a moment, Fenia led him to a door. "The time gate is in here, as promised. All your property will be mine the moment you fail." Alone answered confidently, "That won't happen." She leaned her head against the door and thought to herself, "Perfect timing. I'm wondering whether he's the mastermind of the domain or just a useless fellow who got lucky." After listening to him for a while, "I believe he's more the latter." Fenia sneered lightly. She also judges him not by the inhuman aura around him. He only has a small mana core and slightly above average energy sensing ability. His talent barely reached the second threshold. What can he do with that? Pathetic. In fact, the truth is the gate didn't really need to be closed. In 3 months, it would naturally disappear after releasing the relic. The research would end there, and no mage capable of closing the time gate would appear. However, the time gate in Lama Magic Tower had been causing chaos for over 2 years. Now Alone slowly stepped toward the cracking time gate. Fenia shrugged and warned, "If you can't do it, just leave the room." He paid no mind to her words and began to weave his fingers into seals. She frowned suspiciously. "You intend to use your hands as a conductor instead of staff?" Even ancient grimoires classify that as a primitive method, almost a thing out of fairy tales. Fenia couldn't help but scornfully try to stop him. "For heaven's sake, stop mimicking and leave." Alone ignored her and began to chant the incantation. Suddenly, everything around them went pitch black. Her face drained. Cold sweat ran down her nose. "I can't move." "Sir!" Everything had frozen. Fenia quickly funneled mana into her eyes, trying to scan the surroundings. In front of her, a gigantic crimson eye was tightly shut. It was in just a blink that the eye opened. The pupil was a dark blood red, as if it wished to gouge into Fenia's very soul. Fenia focused on observing those mysterious circles, then fell into thought. Something unknown, seeing through its nature, is simple. It is something that must not be allowed to happen. Fenia raised her hand to touch something, then stopped herself mid-thought. "Cut them off. What is understood must never be allowed to be realized. Cut off your thoughts." "Really?" The red eye continued to stare unblinkingly. After a moment, a colossal hand gently approached Fenia, prompting a fleeting thought. Absolute command. She widened her eyes. Her face was now beaded with sweat from fear. The eye contracted and then shut completely, leaving Fenia in utter panic as she looked up. "I understand the command." She stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly Alone spoke up, making Fenia flinch. "The gate is closed." As soon as he finished, he was holding an item and thought to himself, "That was as easy as turning my hand. All I needed was the special artifact and method." Then Alone said, "I'll take the relic that Sharon vomited up." He looked at Fenia and mused, "I need to use it a few more times, so I cast a persuasion spell. Will she believe it?" Fenia's face was terrified. She stammered, "Yes, I won't tell anyone." Alone thought despondently. Her expression, "Did my lie fail?" He stepped toward Fenia. "Well, I appreciate it, but it's unnecessary." Fenia backed away in fear and loudly replied, "Yes, I will keep absolute secrecy. I won't tell anyone." Terrified, she kept retreating and shouted, "I can keep the secret. Really, I'm serious." Alone still didn't understand, bewildered. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? He turned and called to Evan, "Let's go home." They hadn't left when Alone looked back after hearing a call. "Please wait a moment." Fenia immediately opened the medicine box and thrust it before him. "This is a mana recovery vial I made myself. Please, take it." Alone picked up a vial and inspected it. A potion personally made by the Deputy Tower Master, and it's even top grade. Fenia asked, "Do you like it?" Alone froze in thought. These 2 vials are worth as much as several lower grade ones combined. I checked the price and nearly choked when I saw it. Then Alone wondered, is she this grateful that I closed the gate? Phinia flushed with embarrassment. That was at the Count's request. I will absolutely remain silent. Seriously, suddenly she naively said, of course. A mana oath. Should I make a mana oath? Alone helplessly thought. Such a trivial thing needs an oath? After a moment he said, wait a bit. Then he told himself, she seems to be misunderstanding something. Suddenly many chains fell from nowhere to where they were standing. They quickly bound them tightly. Phineas shouted again, see? I keep my promises well. Alone sighed and replied over his shoulder, I understand. Then he thought dejectedly, she shows no sign of resolving this misunderstanding, a passing thought. And so at Manhwa Tower, he obtained the relic he wanted, 5 vials and an oath. Early the next morning, before a magnificent tower, Evan stared at the item on Alone's arm and asked, is this the treasure that fell from the gate? Hard to obtain, but it looks more primitive than I expected. Does it perform well? Alone lightly touched the object and replied, ah, in any case, this is something I absolutely need. He gazed at the object, the mark of the irreverent. At least I got it safely. The gem set on the bracelet can absorb and store mana from the air. The item on Alone's wrist suddenly glowed, and he exclaimed, it works well. He pondered, the storage capacity isn't large, but with my mana core it's more than enough. Then Alone looked off into the distance. A body with less mana than a support item. He made a resolution. My goal is to study magic and protect myself, not to fight. Alone sat in a corner nodding. This will do. He thought of Phinia again and wondered. By the way, what exactly did Phinia misunderstand? Alone suddenly recalled that sudden politeness was strange. He remembered Phinia. Please come in. Alone turned to introduce himself. Let me be clear. I am a second-rank mage. Phinia warmly replied. I know. You are exactly like a second-rank mage. Hearing that, Alone panicked. Is she mocking me? Back in the present, he sat silently thinking. This reaction is like Kaliya's last time. He continued to recall images of Kaliya. On the other side, Phinia forced a smile but still felt uneasy. Alone looked out the window thoughtfully. Anyway, I probably won't meet any of them again, so it should be fine. Bright sunlight shone down. Below, a horse-drawn carriage rolled by, and voices sounded. The weather is wonderful. Someone answered, yes, it's peaceful. Outside, Duke Altia sat in deep silence. Loria, holding a cup of tea, gently said, long time no see. I hope you have a pleasant time. Miss Phinia, Kaliya smiled and replied, of course, Altia, you haven't changed at all. I'm truly glad to see you. Loria, coquettishly, said, how convenient that we don't have to discuss rank or power with each other. Kaliya added, Count Palacio's far-reaching vision once again astonishes people. She thought of Alone. Perhaps visiting Duke Altia was a good idea. Kaliya pondered. After following his advice, I quickly saw his true intentions. That evening, during their conversation, both realized that they were inferior to Palacio. Loria's and Kaliya's faces gaped in surprise. Whatever the reason, it's an alliance built on Count Palacio's command. The imposing image of Alone appeared occasionally, for vying for power is meaningless under the absolute number one. 2 insignia also appeared. Zenonia and Altia had become more comfortably allied. Loria asked, the conference is next month. Why did you visit today? Kaliya replied with a reason. The Count sent a letter citing the day I visited. Loria gently opened the letter. What could be in it? The letter was a discussion about noble houses. It said Miss Zenonia hoped she was well. Regarding your previous visit, a few nobles complained to me about it. Therefore, not many nobles are suitable for me. Please understand, Kaliya said. Seems like a normal apology letter. But Loria added, there is certainly a plot hidden inside. Kaliya agreed immediately. Yes, I think we should discuss it. And so they talked together. Not many nobles are suitable for me. Huh? Baron Kenya belongs to the noble faction and Marantino is one of the royal faction's key figures. Viscount Belanda is with the royal faction. Duke Faldian is a leading figure of the noble faction. Among the nobles he spoke with at the ball. Finally, Loria concluded briefly. He dislikes both the noble faction and the royal faction. A horrifying thought arose. So he plans to kill them all? Loria said calmly. We should draw conclusions based on reason. Kaliya quickly replied, I agree. Loria pondered. Then, she emphasized, he wants to eliminate the current nobles. When they understood, Both turned pale with fear. Loria stared and said, "That's the implication," Kalia echoed fearfully, "and establish a new government." Loria looked up in displeasure. This is why Altea needs her reputation and Fongbin as Duke. The atmosphere became awkward. If the Overlord of the West stands with him, then surely, Kalia affirmed. It seems so. They said, "Let's plan." Meanwhile, at Lamb Tower, a voice rang out. "Count Palacio. You mean he's like the Stargate?" Fenia wearily sprawled over the table. "Yes." Thermast Raiden said curiously, "Tell me the details." She looked up and sighed. And thus the pieces of the picture assembled themselves randomly, moving chaotically until they fit into place. "Over here," Evan asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Alone put a hand to his mouth and answered, "I suddenly choked on a sweet potato." He calmly added, "But it's still tasty." Evan brought some water. "Here's water." Alone took it and thanked him. He wore a sad, downcast expression. "I want to go home so badly." Then he thought, Yusha's letter should arrive soon. The sky grew dim. Beneath the statue of the goddess, Yusha stood silently. Then she gently smiled with an embarrassed look. Cut to Lamb Tower now. A voice called, "Oh, dear Fenia, my disciple, I have returned." He looked around on arrival. "Strange, I can no longer sense the presence of the Time Gate." The master of Lamb Tower, the eight-circle archmage Selene Micardo, seeing her like that, he wondered, "Did something happen while I was away?" "Tower Master, you're finally back. I've completed every task you assigned." "Fenia," Selene was stunned. "Is it something very serious?" "The girl hasn't thrown a fit at me like she usually does." "So what on earth happened?" Because Fenia had long since become Deputy Tower Master thanks to her innate talent from childhood, her ego and arrogance had soared to the heavens. Surely she made some newbie cry again. This is the 77th time this has happened. Nevertheless, I have never intended to reform that temperament, because her passion for magic is pure. Once she reaches the 7th circle, she will realize that her past achievements are insignificant and will naturally learn to temper herself. That's why the situation seems really strange right now. Selene stepped forward to console her. "Tell me, my northern mission took quite a long time. Did the workload that piled up while I was away overwhelm you?" She turned to him with a pleading look. Only then did she tell him, "So the Count sealed the time gate, but because I swore the oath, I cannot disclose the exact method he used. Anyway, there aren't many details to recount about the closing of the gate. That's all I can report." Could the thing that humbled Fenia be an inexplicable kind of magic? Or more precisely, primordial magic? She was so terrified she didn't even bother to resist when I touched her. "Count Palacio of the Kingdom Asteria? Very interesting. This is someone I should pay attention to." 1 month after leaving Lamb Tower, after seizing the mark of the irreverent, I began to study sigils seriously, since my daily magic usage limit has now been increased. Important note, rules for operating sigils. A spell will break if the following criteria aren't met. Don't use irrational spells. Don't repeat the same element, and use no more than 4 types of magic. Combining similar phrase clusters can create new resonance effects. It seems a sigil must be arranged scientifically in advance. I suppose so, and through that I grasped another operational rule of polymorphic sigil clusters. This may relate to the technique and placement I set for the operating spells. However, it's not yet certain. Evan happened to pass by and came over to ask, "Each time I witness it, your magic seems stronger than before, my Count. How is that?" Alone sighed in exasperation. Previously, it didn't match the level of a second-rank spell, but now it appears to be on an entirely different scale compared to a few months ago. I think deploying a normal gravity spell couldn't create a pit that deep. Gravity is only a second-rank magic. Even pushed to maximum output, it can't crush a being to that extent. I used to think I was growing stronger. Was that not just a false impression? Your magic is truly compelling, my Count. If there's indeed some reason for the sudden surge in power, it's certainly not due to mastery or sigils. After all, improving magical proficiency only increases precision and practical casting ability. Sigils act as trigger keywords to alter properties. I spent many months analyzing the sigil matrix for gravity and recently substituted nearly identical phrase clusters for one another. In the end, I realized potency only increases when the optimal arrangement is found. It's not merely an illusion. Otherwise, this would be absurd. There's no basis for a spell's destructive power to spike so suddenly. Perhaps my condition has simply been at its best lately. Ah, I stopped by to deliver Yusha's letter to you. It was just sent. Thanks, Evan. I'll return to my chamber and ponder it when I have free time. Oh, are you going into the study now? Yes, I've exhausted my 3 daily spell cast today. What is the source of my sudden power increase? Could it be a benefit gained from a curse? That curse is an ancient Eastern ritual where the caster accepts self-sacrifice to harm others or himself. When burdened with the curse, the subject suffers damage but simultaneously gains compensatory power. There is no one here versed in Eastern occult arts, so that possibility is excluded. Or is it the power of faith, but for account of a small state forgotten by the wider world? That sounds absurd. Well, sometimes we should set aside our worries and carry on with life. After all, nothing terrible comes from doing that, right? The holy nation Rosario, capital Rional, a pristine city whose people worship Chironia, the goddess of moonlight and peace. The East Chapel. Yusha was praying there. Greetings, sister. A knight approached in a respectful tone. Hail, Knight Locke. Is everything well? Locke thought to himself. She is a nun of even lower rank than a holy knight, not even entitled to wear the ribbon of sacred grace. Yet I must still maintain a respectful demeanor. Yes, on this mission we rescued 8 children and 25 civilians from a remote village on the west border. This success is thanks to Sister. Not at all. You are the one who performed those noble deeds. And it was Sister who enlightened an ignorant man like me. I will always remember that gratefully. For 20 years as a wandering soul, I sank into despair because I couldn't sense any divine power at all. I nearly gave up everything. If there is something you long for that badly, try placing your trust in the moon. Trust in the moon, Locke, in desperate doubt, said. You will understand many things after you actually do it. I was so desperate that I was willing to try any method. I sincerely prayed to the moon for days, just as she instructed, and then I could miraculously use divine power. I was overjoyed by that, but it also led me to succumb to momentary temptation by placing faith in the moon instead of the goddess Chironia. I once feared I was being led into heresy. Yet all sources of power borrowed from deities share the same nature. Even sacred relics blessed in the goddess' name shone as if alive when I touched them. That was clear proof of the divine power I possessed. But why did you advise me to trust the moon, sister? Because faith originates from an invisible belief that takes time to manifest. It's always easier when you seek what you need from something actually present before you. Yusha suddenly paused. That moonlight will always watch over and aid. I understand, since the goddess herself is a symbol of the moon. This is a way for deeply skeptical people to find an absolute, reliable support for their desires and hopes. Locke bowed with gratitude. Sister, I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you wish to show your gratitude, let us perform the prayer ritual together. I'm willing to do that as many times as needed. You have arrived at a perfect time. The ceremony is about to begin and everyone is gathered. Yusha led Locke into the cathedral, where countless people had come. She slowly walked to the center of the cathedral. Locke also found a place to sit. Now, let us pray together. The moonlight is clearer today than ever. Everyone, turn your faces to the great moon. Back to the protagonist. Alone held the letter Yusha had sent and sighed in weary frustration. From today, there's nothing special, just the usual daily routines. That means everyone is living quite well. That's a good thing. Yes, but it's a bit sad that no one writes to me except Yusha, even though everyone is fine. If he considered it from their perspective, it was understandable. To them, I'm just a strange uncle they've never met, so I'm probably only a kindly passerby. Anyway, I achieved my goal of guiding them onto the right path, so they won't destroy the world. So there's no reason to be sad. No reason at all. Absolutely no reason. Alone's heart wavered a little. Yusha must be very busy, yet she still writes to me regularly. I raised 5 children, but in the end, only the eldest acknowledged my efforts. Just as Alone was quietly crying inside, his friend Evan suddenly spoke. Count, are you busy? Evan's unexpected question startled Alone. Oh, you're still here? He didn't need to fetch a paper, he said instead. Yes, I just received some news about the kids from the Information Guild, so I wanted to report it to you immediately. About Raiden, the one you asked about last time. He's become a pirate now. This news filled the protagonist with question marks. A few seconds later, he stammered. Can you clarify that? So the two of them went out to the tea table to sit. The guard, Evan, slowly relayed the information he had gathered. First, the most talked about people, Siolang and Juz, have achieved a 32-win streak out of 100 matches. That's the requirement for her to become Belanda. Hearing this, Alone jumped and asked, "A 32-win streak? Wait, the fighter with the longest streak is..." Before he could finish, Evan nodded. The Lion King with a 41-win streak. At this, Alone couldn't help but admire inwardly. The Lion King is an incredibly powerful figure, once briefly joining a player's party. This colony relies on many powerful individuals to showcase its military strength. And she's about to surpass the colony's leader? He couldn't know what Alone was thinking. Evan continued his report. As for Deus, his order executed one of the 8 Mangaka leaders in the Snowlands. The leader of those who transform into monsters through rituals. You know them, right? For the protagonist, of course he knew this backstory. He thought to himself, I know them well. When I was in the game, I had to fight the Mandi tribe and slay their god, Ultaurus. Luckily, we don't have to face them now. Ultaurus only appears when the 5 great sins are all gathered. A tremendously difficult encounter. Thinking this, Alone appeared calm again. Oh, then it seems I don't need to worry about Deus anymore. Evan cheerfully chimed in. With this, he's now considered on par with Reinhardt, the First Sword. Knowing the kid he sponsored has become so strong, Alone began planning to latch onto him. Maybe I should really go meet him. It might be lucrative. Ignoring the protagonist's fantasies, Evan added, and Rain has become an appraiser. Now she can etch black patterns on artifacts to boost their power. Such a thing exists? Interesting. Maybe she's also living well in her own way. Alone nodded in agreement, but his tone then began to change. So, the key point is that Raiden really has become a pirate? Knowing they had reached the main point, Evan's expression grew a bit more serious. Have you heard of the 7 Isles off the coast of Raxus? It's where the great pirates dwell. He became captain of the first isle, the largest of the isles. At this, Alone seemed to collapse with disappointment. No way. Some foreign post I once laughed off has now come true for me. I didn't send him there for that reason. Raiden is very good at finding enemies. And because he's a rare sea god, he can move freely underwater. The Raxus Sea also contains many precious relics. So I advised him to become a treasure hunter, a promising profession. I used to specialize in finding enemies too. On this side, seeing Alone so desperate, Evan offered some encouragement. Being captain of a great pirate crew is basically the same as being the lord of that isle. He's now become an extremely important figure. Probably so, Alone answered, but the looks of despair did not lessen at all. He kept wondering, how on earth did Raiden remove the captain of the First Isles? All the captains are skilled, and they've never lost a naval battle to anyone. Maybe he salvaged truly valuable items among the relics of the old era. I also wanted to find a genuine relic, so I had to grind many hours as a treasure hunter. So he armed himself to seize the captaincy. I know the world doesn't always operate to my liking, but this is bitter. Is this what it feels like to have a child become a pirate? Thinking that, Alone went pale as a sheet, like he might faint at any moment, making Evan nearly soil himself with fright. Count, are you all right? Cut to the heart of the Duchy of Kokia, the huge port city of Raxus. Across the city's shoreline lay the 7 pirate havens, and the largest among them was the First Isles. The great pirate, the Red Slayer, had once been a captain here. He was the one who used wealth to buy the protection of the Skylord, and he is the one who was defeated to become the new captain of the First Isles. Raiden now showed an extremely annoyed expression. I just don't know what the Great Moon is, do I? I never cared about it, so I never really thought deeply about it. At first, he was simply someone I felt grateful to. I should have died as a slave cut open. But thanks to him, I met Yusha and awakened my power. To be honest, I feel like I'm following Yusha's orders when I act as the Blue Moon. So when I received a direct command from the Great Moon, I really couldn't understand that command. What does becoming a treasure hunter even mean? It even fills me with disgust. I must begin my revenge as soon as possible. Those black things, they slaughtered an entire tribe. We were living peacefully on an island no one even knew about. On the continent we luckily escaped to, those damned hunters killed my parents when they were exhausted and sold them off like slaves. I don't think becoming a treasure hunter. And what does that gift have to do with my oath of revenge? On the very day Raiden first set foot here, looks like at least I have to pretend to be following orders. Why is it so noisy over there? Raiden noticed the nearby ship. The wanted posters only now appeared on the board behind him. He immediately used his ability to probe. Those who destroyed everything of Raiden are all here. A scarred-faced man sneered. Only the great chosen pirates can receive the Sea King's protection through wealth. The selected captains of the Seven Isles are eternal. By this point, Raiden could no longer suppress his murderous intent. I found a bastards who kill my parents. So they finally seized power. The Sea King was deliberately spreading lies. Only through a sacred ritual using parts from the body of the sea god can one receive the power granted by the sea god Kori. Only through a sacred ritual using parts from the body of the sea god can one receive the power granted by the sea god Kori. And every captain of the Seven Isles once wielded that power. They were celebrating, unaware of the calamity about to strike. Those cursed hunters had ripped my parents' bodies to pieces in 7 or 8 parts. Raiden's rage erupted. That evening during the fireworks, Raiden stood atop the darkened fore of the ship, watching the scene. Waves crashed continuously. He gloomily wondered to himself, how could he possibly know? Raiden mouthed, even though I never told him. He looked at that beautiful ship and thought to himself, as if the great moon is keeping its promise, even arranging a chance for revenge at such a perfect moment. Raiden clenched his hands, trembling, thinking, but with our power right now, we probably can't match them. He recalled those people, for they were the ones who possessed the power of the sea god. At that memory, Raiden suddenly paused and reflected. What if it was all part of the plan from the start? Raiden raised his pendant high and muttered, then this gift must have its reason too. Raiden lifted the pendant high under the moonlight around the ship. The great moon had already arranged everything. He grasped the pendant with both hands reverently. Raiden always understood that the board and the foundations for revenge had been laid out in advance. Then the young man, eyes full of bitterness, pressed the pendant to his forehead. His resolve kindled high. The next day, the sea glittered green with lapping waves, the islets lush with trees and palms reaching high. A youth's feet ran swiftly across the islet's grass. Raiden launched himself from above, straight into the sea without hesitation. His whole body plunged down into the surrounding waters. Raiden's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw that object. The pendant fit perfectly around the boy's neck. The gift from the great moon, that revealing orange lens, Raiden recalled. The amber lens helped me easily locate relics sunk in deeper seabeds, and some relics found there were enough to make up the power I was lacking. Raiden swam down, diving deeper toward the treasure on the seafloor. That day, as dusk fell over the sea, Raiden fastened the items he had found under the waves to his neck and ankles. Walking, he muttered, just to thank you? I'm such an idiot. Raiden hugged the treasures and looked up. The great moon had kept its promise. He thought back over what had happened. Not only did it place the target of my revenge before me, but it also granted me the power to take revenge. Raiden muttered, I finally understand the mission in that letter. The true intention of the Great One is. Raiden swept his hair back proudly and repeated the command, to carry out vengeance and conquer the Seven Isles. Elsewhere, Yusha sat and spoke absent-mindedly. Am I right to say that? Then don't forget it. All of that, O exalted one of Raiden, he continued. For the great moon is precisely that proclamation, is it not? Words that once meant nothing gradually became a light of faith. Raiden murmured to himself, everything is carved deep into my heart because of the great moon. Raiden stood on the shore holding the treasure, the moon sinking behind the horizon. 3 months later, the oppressive heat began to fade and autumn arrived, bringing the biennial Asteria festival. Alone, Palacio sat in the carriage, thinking to himself, and I was dragged along against my will. He asked his companions, mandatory every 4 years? That's really annoying. Carriages followed one after another, racing forward. Evan, seated across from him, answered Alone Palacio. According to the schedule, the carriages of the crawled and adorned houses have already mustered. Alone nodded. Oh, is that so? Alone Palacio thought to himself, grouping into large convoys to avoid bandits. What a hassle, and what a strange custom. It's infuriating. Time passed quickly, and the day was nearly over. Alone Palacio sat in and holding a mug of beer. But by evening he realized 2 bothersome nobles had come over to pester him with chatter. Count Palacio, having only 1 guard seems a bit much, doesn't it? Perhaps you squandered your funds after unexpectedly getting the title? Alone Palacio looked at the scene in dismay. The problem wasn't bandits, but these nobles. He used a plate to cover his helpless face. You enjoy insulting me so much. Go somewhere else and gossip behind my back then. Actually, this wasn't unfamiliar to Alone Palacio. He had once been a legendary bastard whose power ruled the entire eastern underworld. built on piles of plundered wealth from that world. Alone, Palatio recalled his own background. But having been content with his current life, he washed his hands of it and now lived comfortably. No real difficulties. He no longer got involved with the dangers of the underworld. Alone, Palatio regarded the scheming nobles like hunting hounds. As a result, the eastern underworld had become a mine for small fry to fight over. And the rumor that I rose to become count not by merit, but by luck. Alone, Palatio tilted his head, thinking it had almost become the truth. The baseless whispers about backers supporting the Count's family had quieted and degraded into calling him the lucky bastard. He knew it all too well. Those two nobles rushed over and gossiped in front of him. "Oh, poor thing. Your purse must be completely empty, right? Sob sob. Just say the word and I'll gladly give you alms." Alone, Palatio helplessly wondered. I can't believe they'd dare mock me to my face like this. Grown adults acting like children. What lunatics. He looked at the two nobles, slightly puzzled. But this seems a bit over the line. At that moment, a thought occurred to him. This is the festival for Palatio's victims, isn't it? Alone, Palatio recalled those ranks. Palatio, Sildson, Child, and Son. Those who once served Palatio like mobile coin purses. And looking at them now, they were venting all the frustrations they'd endured, wildly unleashing their rage without restraint. Alone, Palatio sat there helplessly asking himself, but wasn't I the one who put them in that position in the first place? Alone, Palatio just sat there sighing and taking it, feeling like he was facing a bunch of taunting ruffians who wouldn't stop, total blockers. At that moment, Evan came out, surprised. "Oh, still not done taunting? Admirable effort." He shook his head and dismissed it. "Best to ignore them and live, Evan." "Where did you come from?" Evan replied in astonishment. "Oh, they were handing these out in the kitchen." Evan held out what he had been carrying. "It's roasted corn." Alone, Palatio exclaimed. "Oh, that looks tasty." He sat there nibbling roasted corn beside Evan, thinking, this emergency food is my favorite, especially on a cold night like this. Perfect. Thinking back, the massive underworld army from long ago probably couldn't be sustained and was disbanded. The carriage doesn't look well maintained either, but whatever. Forget it. He looked back at the two nobles. Sounds like quite the handshake, huh? Planning to form an alliance. Alone, Palatio and Evan sat enjoying the roasted corn, praising, "Delicious. With a bit of butter on it, it'd be perfect." At that moment, in the north, the eternal frozen land had been conquered by the Mandi tribes, as if no living thing remained. Only accursed grayness shrouded everything. The one-armed man struggled to drag himself across the white snow. As he tried to move, he left streaks of blood across the snow. Missing an arm, he cursed in pain and fury. Those damned Caliban have no honor. He was one of the 8 great chieftains of the Mandi Daikon. And for the Mandi, who revered combat, death on the battlefield was the highest honor and noblest dignity. But this time was different. He had fallen into the trap of the knight Caliban who had challenged him, and was defeated by his cowardly surprise attack. The chieftain coughed up a mouthful of poisonous blood. He lay sprawled, weakly hacked. That chieftain lay on the white snow, moaning helplessly. If things go on like this, what will become of Tuet Nguyen's stronghold? Snow continued to fall relentlessly over the bitter north. The chieftain sank deeper into the cold snow. Lying there, he cried out with his last breaths, "My clan is too ashamed. It's time I cannot close my eyes in peace at the gate of death." The cold snow kept falling thickly. Blood streamed from his eye sockets without stopping. "Oh, my flesh and blood." Amid the frozen north rang a voice. "Call my name." The voice echoed around the chieftain. "Proclaim my great title." The sound commanded, "The title you have always worshipped until now." The chieftain groaned and called the name. He whispered the name, Lord Ultuiltis. The chieftain's body grew weaker and weaker. He wailed, whispering to the snow, "You are great." His remaining hands struggled to prop himself up and sit. The great chieftain turned his body upward and shouted, "I am the supreme deity, Lord Ultuiltis." He looked up to Lord Ultuiltis and begged, "I dare to preside in calling your name." Lord Ultuiltis smiled approvingly. "Good. If so, I will fulfill your desire." Alone, Palatio's carriage continued on toward the Roteger family's grand feast. While en route to the social gathering, the sweet routine of middle-aged life went on. Even with other houses present, the taunts did not cease. The two nobles crawled and adorned, loudly drunk, jeered at Alone Palatio. "What, that's it? That's worth gossip? Pathetic enough to make me cry." Alone Palatio dryly told himself. We just need to ignore them and not feed them. That's the minimal courtesy of a player. Oh, we found a fat prey here. The procession moved on a bit further and then stopped. We'll stay here tonight. Victory belonged to the one who ignored the desperate mockers. The two nobles crawled, and Adorn flew into a rage. That bastard keeps snubbing us? Unbelievable. The two nobles crawled, and Adorn exchanged thoughts and asked each other, "How's the escort reinforcement?" I checked with an item. It's just that named Brat and that rogue knight. How dare he sit at the noble table? Alone Palatio, nibbling his corn, cried out, "Ow, it's hot." Evan anxiously said, "Let me blow on it." The two sighed and accepted. Seems the rumors that they're useless are true. The two nobles crawled, and Adorn plotted together, then launched the plan to seize the underworld. We no longer need to respect the Palacios. They both grinned evilly and told each other, huge wealth and power flow through the underworld. At last we'll taste it ourselves. If we take the underworld, we should give him a present, right? The two nobles crawled, and Adorn gleefully painted futures. Teach him the brutal face of this world thoroughly. Haha, you're quite kind. As they laughed, they heard a rustling. When they turned toward the sound, they screamed. The two nobles crawled, and Adorn pointed tremblingly toward it and said, "Monster!" Some ran inside, others rushed out to fight. The protective mages stood forward. A mage fired a flare into the sky, signaling danger to the whole caravan. The signal flare carried weapons and projected light onto the monsters and drew attention. Members of the group recognized the goblin. They exhaled in relief and said, "Phew, what is it?" "Just goblins. These are the weak, common forest monsters." But they suddenly realized another thing. What if their numbers are enough to sweep everything away? The whole caravan stared at the scene in bewilderment. The monsters advanced carrying heavy weapons. The party heading to the feast frowned in distress and shouted, "Damn it, the sentries outside are all dead. What on earth is going on?" Many members stammered, "I've never seen a goblin look like this before. Their size is different. Are these a new mutation? And they're filled with so much mana," which means both sides sprang up, readying themselves for combat. But the strength gap between them was apparent. Their physiology was unlike anything they'd known before. The monsters, tireless, attacked continuously, striking down where the humans were so earth and stone flew. The humans immediately fought back without mercy. The monsters scrambled across the ground in chaos, pooling their power. They stopped, looked around, and cried out, "Giskiviko Heiki." Now the monsters had gathered in one place. The mages and knights conferred. 3-circle magic stone wall and 2-circle completion magic shield. There's another mage? Who could it be? At that moment, a lone Palatio appeared and commanded, "Enhance." The knights and mages turned to look at the one who had struck. The light halted at a point and then spiraled forward. A lone Palatio thrust his hand and shouted, "Pressure!" The monsters hit screamed, "Oai, Kahi kick." They couldn't escape the circle of enhancement. The sound of Kahi kick kept issuing forth. A large pack of monsters was trapped inside the enhancement sphere. The human group was also troubled by the mists and fell back. A lone Palatio strolled calmly up to the sphere. He clenched both hands together and pressed hard, creating a vacuum. Light blazed intensely between a lone Palatio's palms. Earth, stone, and blocks of light began to explode and fall everywhere. A lone Palatio intoned another primal command. The ring on a lone Palatio's arm glowed step by step like a bar of representative power. The enhancement sphere then detonated, and the monsters were scattered. A lone Palatio remained peacefully standing in place, watching everything. The two nobles crawled, and Adorn gaped, unable to believe what they saw. The mages and knights were also stunned and incredulous. A lone Palatio turned and reminded everyone, "Don't just stand there, get ready." Everyone regained their morale and prepared to fight the charging monsters. Humans and monsters lunged at each other. A lone Palatio swung his arm to bolster the mages. Countless slashes from his hand were dispatched at the monsters. Those slashes were precise and did not harm any humans. Evan, fighting nearby, also stared in awe. Time continued to pass. The brave humans kept fighting without retreat. Neither side stopped until dawn. After things quieted, those hiding in safety ran out, cheering, "It's over, it's finished." The mages and knights panted, exhausted but relieved and proud. All eyes turned to a lone Palatio, thinking, "That person," looking at a lone Palatio in his armor. Everyone wondered, who on earth is he? But no one knew his face had gone ashen. "I nearly died. This is trouble." A lone Palatio glanced at the special ring on his hand. Although the number of daily spell uses has increased, it's only 3 or 4 times. When I enter combat, I'm still just an ordinary man with a meager mana core. Evan ran over and asked, "Count, are you injured anywhere?" Alone Palacio nodded and replied, I'm fine." Alone Palacio still looked pale, thinking, even with Evan here, losing my ability to protect myself is truly terrifying. Evan asked in confusion, confirming, "Are you really okay?" He answered, "I'm fine." Alone Palacio thought to himself. At first I was so annoyed I planned to go alone, but luckily I chose to travel with the nobles. But this mana gemstone is the real problem. How could it appear? Mana crystallization is a strange phenomenon that occurs when a dark god is about to descend. The affected monsters become more ferocious and their physiques strengthen. Alone Palacio moved while pondering. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. He still had several questions. Clearly this should only occur when the 5 great sins are born. Has the world's rules collapsed so far that those dark gods can appear? And this signals that before long they will descend upon this land. Thinking this, Alone Palacio helplessly clutched his head. Why would this happen while the youngsters haven't yet awakened the power of the 5 great sins? What on earth is going on? That very day, Alone Palacio put the matter aside. He decided that once they arrived, he must immediately gather information first. He glanced back and observed, if this keeps happening, sooner or later we'll lose our heads. The 2 nobles behind were still stunned, clutching their heads, ashen and speechless. The next day, at the Roteger ducal family, Alone Palacio, gloomy from the long journey, wearily groaned, "Finally, we're here." Because the procession to this feast encountered one trouble after another, the curtain on the grand social event was lifted. Evan sat behind, massaging Alone Palacio's shoulders and neck. He complained, "I just want to go home and sleep well." The grand social feast gathered countless nobles inside, refined and elegant, yet merely a painted facade. Alone Palacio looked around, assessing the Lauder family's banquet. Wow, all this decoration is gold. It must be expensive, right? Evan sipped his wine and boredly mocked, showing off wealth on purpose. Maybe we could take a piece and nobody would notice? Such gaudy, tasteless luxury. Alone Palacio was still lost in thought when he heard a voice from afar. "My goodness, Duke Lauder is truly no ordinary man." The Lauder noble laughed and replied, "It's because my little bird refuses to leave me alone, isn't it?" The other nobles chuckled and advised, "Ah, Duke, you must take care of your health." The more Alone Palacio watched, the more he loathed the scene. He thought, mingling with nobles brings nothing good. I don't want any entanglement. It's better to withdraw a bit. But at that moment someone targeted him. Over there, Alone Palacio felt incredibly unlucky. He had just intended to avoid trouble. The 2 nobles crawled and adorned, feigning friendliness, came forward and spoke. "Oh, it is Count Palacio. Could you spare a moment?" They produced an offering and presented it before him. "This is top-grade meat from my domain. Would you like to try some? I intend to support your fief. What do you think?" Alone Palacio tilted his head in puzzlement. "What is this? Why all of a sudden?" The 2 nobles crawled, and Adorn trembled anxiously at his expression. The Count's complexion, they feared and silently cried. "We're doomed." The 2 nobles crawled, and Adorn tried to reassure each other, but couldn't help panic. Rewinding to the day before, after the battle with the goblins. "Did you see that just now? That was sorcery." The 2 nobles crawled, and Adorn clutched their heads in confusion and stared toward Alone Palacio and Evan. One turned to the other and asked, "Did you see that? It's magic." The 2 nobles crawled, and Adorn rushed over and called, "Baron Cayman, lend us your mage for a moment. We have a question that needs bothering you about." The one dragged over was the mage Tam Hong that Baron Cayman had brought to flaunt his influence. Tam Hong, flustered, held her wand and asked, "What is it?" The 2 nobles panicked and asked, "The flow of mana just now, what was that?" They remembered the terrifying power from earlier and were shaken with fear. They trembled as they probed. "That was only about 2 circle level, right?" Tam Hong thought. "Huh, 2 circle?" Then she denied it, leaving the 2 stunned. "How could it be only 2 circle? Definitely not. He is on a level far beyond me. So it's 3 circle or higher." The 2 nobles crawled, and Adorn welled up with tears and wondered. Became Count Palacio by luck? Don't be ridiculous. They had witnessed that power without any guards. The look on Alone Palacio's face when he turned in the magical battle still haunted them. They thought of him and concealed Palacio's ruthless, cold nature. Therefore now, They try to save their lives by bribery. No choice left, it's come to this. The two nobles crawled, and Adorn decided to bow their heads. I admitted to behaving rudely toward you, Palatio. I was lost in vain fantasies to the point of madness. Both implored, please have mercy. Evan walked up to a lone Palatio, puzzled, and asked, what is this? They followed all the way here to say these things. He wearily wondered, what on earth is happening? I still don't understand any of this. Evan put a hand on his shoulder and offered, shall we deal with them? He shook his head. Empty threats only waste energy. He sighed and recalled. But this matter, no matter how open this nation is, has already crossed the line of toleration. A lone Palatio told Evan, let me handle it myself. Even if I don't have that level of power, just ignore it. Intimidate them as much as possible. Then a lone Palatio narrowed his eyes to play the cruel role. The two nobles crawled, and Adorn, terrified, fell to their knees on the banquet floor. They clasped each other's hands and wailed, we're finished. This is worse than death. They clasped hands and wailed, we're finished. This is worse than death. After that, the banquet continued on in full, artificial clamor. A lone Palatio looked around, sent Evan to the Intelligence Guild, and said, then I'll dig up information on those nobles. A lone Palatio picked up a pastry, nibbling while overhearing the nobles. Oh ho, those two seem to be discussing some secret, huh? Two nobles nearby stood in a corner talking. A lone Palatio tried to eavesdrop. He could have strengthened his hearing with mana, he judged. But that was unnecessary. Over there a noble asked, have you heard about this? About Duke Cameron and Count Chironia. A lone Palatio was stunned upon hearing it. Of course. I've heard they're about to form an alliance, right? Father, even the alliance alone is strange enough. He munched the pastry and thought, what's the big deal? That's nothing to worry about. A lone Palatio clicked his tongue at the two of them. Anyway, the houses behind those two have never liked each other. Such an alliance won't hold for long. Then he nibbled on his favorite pastry. A lone Palatio exclaimed, the tea is excellent. This pastry shop is truly a gem, and there's even juicier gossip. Don't gape when you hear it. The two nobles continued. Their leader isn't one of those two. Then who on earth is it? They whispered while a lone Palatio was still lost in his pastry. When they mentioned the name, the two snapped as if struck by light, because the name those nobles mentioned was Palatio. A lone Palatio dropped his pastry on hearing it. Their leader, he looked over there in utter confusion. A lone Palatio felt like he was going mad when he heard them say, they say it's Count Palatio himself. He privately reviewed his life upon arriving. What nonsense is this? And as for Duke Cameron, I only met her once when she was still a young lady. As for Miss Chironia, I've only met her a few times. A lone Palatio held his head in helplessness. The current Count Chironia hasn't even met me. How could such a ridiculous rumor spread? It's obviously just idle chatter. At that moment, someone else ran over calling, Count Palatio? A lone Palatio wearily wondered, why are so many people coming to talk to me today? It's unnerving. The noble approached and introduced himself. I am Lord Cayman, third son of the Ashudalan ducal family from the kingdom of Asteria. Honored to meet you, sir. He realized somewhat. At a grand ceremony like this, nobles from allied nations attend. A lone Palatio nodded in greeting. Yes, pleased to meet you. I am Count Palatio. Cayman suddenly went mad, picking a fight. I heard you became a count by luck. I'm so jealous I had to see you. Do you have some special trick? At that, he was a little annoyed and muttered, goodness, even taro waffle pastries these days have something to say. Just then, other nobles came over to confront the fool Cayman. What did you just say? They stepped in to defend a lone Palatio. Are you deliberately insulting the nobles of our kingdom of Asteria? Cayman, frightened, tried to explain. No, that's not it. What is this? Aren't you just a harmless punching bag to vent on? This idiot will now introduce himself. I am Cayman Ashudalan, a romantic and refined gentleman. I traveled a great distance to come here to marry the youngest daughter of the Lauder ducal family. Would my fiancée like to taste the exquisite pastry I brought? There is no woman in this world who is perfect in every way. After all, Cayman and his fiancée glanced at two young ladies passing by. He immediately switched to a judgmental mode. That young lady definitely needs to watch her figure. Cayman jabbered beside the Lauder maiden, who told that sister her nose is a bit off. Then he turned to flatter his fiancée. Luckily, Miss Lauder takes after her mother. Truly beautiful. Now is the time to court her. The latter maiden, annoyed, proposed. About our engagement, I asked to reconsider. Cayman cried out in panic. What? He sat there calling after her. Miss Lauder? For some reason, his engagement to Miss Lauder had been broken. At that moment, Cayman, furious, stormed into the main banquet hall. I've traveled all this way. This is truly infuriating. Just then, Cayman spotted a lone Palacio standing there, nibbling a pastry alone. Cayman sized a lone Palacio up, black hair and a cold face. Is that him? Count Palacio. I've heard he's just a lucky brat with nothing to back. He regarded him as something easy to bully, a perfect target to vent his anger on. Recalling earlier, the other nobles, barons and counts, asked Cayman, didn't you bring any manners? The kingdom of Asteria is a long-standing ally of ours. Cayman stammered like a frightened mouse, trying to explain. No, that's not it. It's because... Alone Palacio watched the scene and sighed helplessly. How unlucky must one be to have all three of them show up together like this? Why does this noble's ganging up to pressure someone looks so familiar? Seeing Cayman a Shuttleland bow, he cried out, I am sorry. The three highest nobles scolded him like strict officers. Hey, do you think saying sorry makes everything over? He cried out in fear as he received his punishment. I'm sorry, but three men still won't forgive me. I asked if saying sorry would settle things. Alone Palacio finally remembered what he looked like. I suddenly remember my military service days. Cayman sobbed, stumbling away while crying. Sniff, I've committed a great disrespect. I deserve to die. Duke Lauder, Marquis Mardanio, and Count Balan approached him and asked, Is Count Palacio all right? He hurriedly waved his hand and replied, I'm fine. Later alone, Palacio kept to himself. But why is everyone acting so strangely today? I'm starting to feel afraid. From what he noticed, they had already begun to move. This proved the rumors were true. And if Althea and Zenonius seriously entered the political arena, Palacio's power as a leader would become immense. Alone, Palacio wondered, is it because of those rumors? This group could cause big trouble, so it's better to clarify that it's just a rumor. Marquis Mardanio stepped forward to converse. Come to think of it, I don't believe I've ever spoken with you, Count. Duke Lauder added, You must be very busy, I understand. Alone Palacio, embarrassed, began. Actually, Marquis Mardanio rubbed his hands and asked, I've heard that recently Count Palacio has been busy researching magic. It so happens I have some rather fine artifacts. He continued, so I would like to gift you these relics capable of storing mana. What do you think? Duke Lauder and Count Balan also stepped forward to offer. What a coincidence, I also prepared a gift. Please accept this small token of our sincerity. Alone Palacio was dazzled. He felt he must correct things and say it was only a rumor. But Alone couldn't resist the temptation. So he chose to remain silent and accepted 2 magical artifacts and 5 vials of mana-restoring potion. Dawn at the Lauder ducal villa. In the villa salon, a mysterious woman asked Marquis Mardanio, How did it go? He replied, Fortunately, he gladly accepted the gifts. Gift-giving among nobles is mere etiquette, but precious items like relics carry a different meaning. Those wishing to join a faction present valuable items to the leader. That implies, the woman said, just having him accept them is already a win. Marquis Mardanio laughed heartily. All thanks to the generosity of Duke Cameron. She raised her hand excitedly and exclaimed, Welcome, Marquis Mardanio. Duke Cameron smiled and cheerfully declared, From now on we are officially on the same side. He responded, This truly is a great honor. Everyone readily agreed. He thought to himself, Duke Althea has always been reserved and rarely appears in person. Yet this time she came herself and chose to meet only a few individuals. She has likely already selected the pieces she needs, using money and influence deftly to bypass formal procedures. Although the rumors seemed to arise randomly with no clear origin, in truth this was a very deliberate political move. The opportunity is laid out before us. We must seize it. At that moment, Duke Althea spoke, breaking the silence. All right, it's time we take action. This was the 4th day since the banquet began, and for some reason the number of gifts kept increasing day by day. It's definitely because of that ridiculous rumor about me and Althea and Zenonia. So they're rushing to curry favor like this. A sly glint crossed his face. Now that I've accepted them, they probably won't ask for them back. I'll gather all of this and find a way to slip away unseen. But a voice from behind made him startle. Evan said, My lord. Seeing him startled, the boy asked with some puzzlement, "Why do you look so alarmed?" "I'm back." Alone exhaled softly. "I was just lost in thought." After that, the two of them returned to their rooms. Hearing Evan's news made him jump and exclaim, "To the north? Has a dark god truly descended in the northern region?" The boy replied, "Yes, the situation in Caliban is extremely chaotic right now. Based on ancient documents, Medist may also be connected to this evil force." He rubbed his forehead and asked, "What about the additional information I requested?" He answered, "The person you seek is currently residing in that village, located in the north of the Asura kingdom." This made him nod in satisfaction. "Good. We'll stop by since it's on the way. We will depart for Caliban immediately." This sudden decision startled Evan. Why the hurry? Why must the target be Caliban? "Are you truly decided to head north?" He replied, "We'll discuss the specifics in greater detail on the road. Prepare to depart immediately." The boy nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. After Evan left, Alone leaned back in his chair, clutching his head in despair. He truly did not want this scenario to occur. This was the presence of entities of catastrophic scale, comparable to the 5 great sins, the dark gods. Because of the influence of the descent crystallization, you can't predict which dark god will possess a mortal here. That's why he had worked to gather intelligence to intervene early. He hadn't expected events to unfold so quickly. From gaming experience and witnessing hundreds of possible scenarios, the fate of this world had become vividly clear in his mind. The alliance between kingdoms would fracture and collapse, leading to a senseless war over land tainted by otherworldly power and ending in annihilation. If that happened, his current life would vanish in an instant. Although he had prepared countermeasures, after a dark god descended, there would be a temporary lull of several months before it fully awoke and became a resident god. During that transitional period, its divine spirit strength would not yet be perfect. Exploiting that window might be the most viable option. Nothing was certain, but he had to take the gamble, because this was the only path left. "I wonder what the child will like." Cut to 1 week later. Someone ran in to report, "Captain." He took the letter and began to read. Suddenly, his expression showed some astonishment. He immediately summoned the deputy captain. The man replied, "Yes." He ordered, "Go and send word that the northern advance will be delayed by another 2 weeks. On the fields near the village of Parkurin, in the northern part of the Ashudalan kingdom." He was already there. His gaze was a little dazed as he thought to himself, "It's surprising to meet him at a time like this." A boy now stepped up before the two of them and said, "Hello, sir." He continued thinking, "He really does have a very striking appearance." This boy was Eliban, the protagonist of the RPG Psychedelia, the role the player takes. The protagonist's aura is always something distinct. His face was exactly what he'd seen in the game. He's a boy, isn't he? In person, he's truly exceptional. He looked down at the boy and asked, "Do you know who I am?" The boy scratched his head and answered, "No, sir. I'm just excited to meet strangers for the first time. My name is Eliban." Looking at the boy, he continued thinking, "Let's see how different this real world is from the game. The concept of a protagonist really can't be wrong. Sooner or later he'll gain fame and possess far greater power." Standing before the character he'd once controlled felt truly strange. Finishing his thought, he said, "What a radiant and exceedingly polite boy." Then he produced a small pouch and placed it in the boy's hand. "Here, take this." He opened the pouch to reveal a gold coin. The boy asked, "Oh, isn't this money?" He paid no heed and called for Evan. Evan immediately took out a suitcase and opened it. Inside were several vials of mana. This left the boy utterly astonished. Then Evan produced countless more gift boxes. In an instant, the pile of presents was stacked into a mountain behind them. Pointing to the back, he declared confidently, "All of this is yours now." The boy's eyes went wide. "Hey, all of this is really mine?" Then he asked, puzzled, "Why are you suddenly giving me so much money?" He replied, "Consider it an investment from me." He thought to himself, "I've equipped everything needed for the protagonist's initial development phase." He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, voice resolute, "Because in the future, you will surely become someone greater than this." He continued thinking, "So grow quickly and clear out those dark gods for me." After that, he turned and left, thinking, spending this much should count as thoughtful care, right? At least material goods can win people's hearts. Then he suddenly turned back and introduced himself. "Pardon my late introduction. I am Count Palacio. Remember this name well. I am the benefactor who sponsored you for future success." The boy hurried after him. "Thank you, sir. No, my Lord Count. I will certainly engrave this debt of gratitude. Sitting in the carriage, he looked out and thought, wait, was he always this energetic? A dark fantasy game shouldn't really have such a bright atmosphere, should it? Beside him, Evan said, My Lord Count, I roughly understand what you're doing. But is it all right to leave like this without explaining things clearly? He replied, He's a smart child. He'll understand things on his own. He continued thinking, the current situation directly concerns lives and is urgent. We can't linger to farm goodwill endlessly. To be safe, I even activated an auto-leveling mode for the protagonist. Pay-to-win power is truly strong, Evan assessed. In any case, this child does seem to possess innate talent. Thick mana surged powerfully, completely at odds with his rather simple clothing. It seems he carries some kind of miraculous relic on him. He added, I can feel that surge of magic myself. He drifted back into thought. Normally, before beginning a journey, a character would only have basic stats. Yet look, this is certainly another divergence from the game's original. Perhaps it's the result of an unforeseen butterfly effect. For a protagonist, this change is even more pronounced. But whatever, never mind. So long as my plan to enjoy a peaceful life isn't affected. Then he said, the stronger he becomes, the more it benefits me. This investment will surely yield returns. After all, Eleben is one of the rare people in this brutal world with a kind heart. So there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Wait, kind heart. He turned to Evan and asked about that. That fellow Delis. Would he agree to meet with me? He thought inwardly. He's been so fearful he never once set foot in the orphanage. Who would have thought things would come to this? Evan replied, I think he'll agree to meet with. He sighed, probably so. Time passed quickly. 10 days had gone by. The capital of Caliban, Quidam, right now, before the North Gate, caravans were lined up neatly waiting their turn to end. Inside the carriage, Alone kept letting out short, weary yawns. He was truly exhausted. Though very tired, Alone had to admit long travel was bound to be tiring. It didn't even cause trouble. If it hadn't been for that bizarre final maze, he probably could have looked up already. But Alone no longer had the energy to discuss the matter. So be it. Alone looked at the measuring chain in his hand. A father's heart wanted to give everything. And there was the gift too. Would he like the work? Even looking out to assess the situation made it clear. They had arranged us like this. As he dismounted, he didn't forget to announce. The checkpoint in the capital should only require identity verification. I'll go check briefly. But Alone's lazy reply was, all right. He leaned back comfortably against the carriage, feeling that, in any case, this was quick and simple. Suddenly a sound caught Alone's attention. It turned out Evan had returned with news. My Lord Count, a small problem has arisen. Alone heard this with some suspicion. Problem, suddenly diverting aside. Ignore that. What's the matter? He was continually unsure how to resolve it. I've completed identity verification. But at that moment a man approached. Are you Count Palacio? The man introduced himself. I'm the Fourth Sword's idol, Brian, direct disciple of Grand Knight Fiola. Evan silently observed the man before them. Fiola. He was extremely perceptive, so please understand the resulting unease. No wonder. I can see it plainly from his face. Alone spoke. You brought a knight. So, what's this about? Brian stepped forward to state the reason. Someone of mine in the Ashudalan kingdom sent word that he is owed a favor. Alone reacted without thinking. That's impossible, but something suddenly occurred to him, perhaps. Alone hesitantly spoke a name. Common. Brian heard it and laughed craftily. It seems you've left quite a bad impression on him. Previously, Cayman couldn't withdraw from that area, so he warned me. Has your audacity embarrassed me so much? Brian fell silent and listened to the man's words. He heard that the bastard was on his way to Caliban. Deal with him for me. Cayman smiled slyly, looking as if he understood completely. Don't you still need a light object to boost your power? And indeed, they followed Cayman's suggestion. Since he owed that man, at least he had to put on a proper show to repay the favor. All the soldiers surrounded Alone and the others. Alone inwardly suppressed his anger. They were the ones who picked fights and then ran away. Yet now they acted smug, seeing him standing there motionless. So, if you're sensible, unload all the valuables from the carriage. Maybe I'll let this slide. Brian grew even more brazen as he taunted Alone. This task is what I was commissioned and entrusted to do. Brian felt secretly excited. After all, what did he have to lose? This guy came from the Ashudalan kingdom, where Platinum carried weight in the alliance and had some entanglements with Caliban, just a nominal noble. I'd arranged everything. But what Brian didn't notice was Alone's face darkening. Birds of feather, indeed. He was quietly growing stronger. Brian was generous to a fault and, unguarded, swung his sword at Alone. Even if things went awry a bit, his master would step in and sort out. Unexpectedly, a hand clamped around Brian's neck. He had no strength to resist as he was lifted high. His whole body trembled. With difficulty, he managed to rasp out, "Who?" Alone and the others watched the scene in stunned surprise. Deus's cold voice rang out. "What are you lot doing?" Alone, nearby, watched everything tensely. Deus's face now looked terrifying. How dare they point a sword at my benefactor? Brian was carried off, unable to struggle. Unfortunately for Brian, there was an important truth he did not know. Then he was unceremoniously thrown down. Count Palacio wasn't finished. He also gave Brian a vicious kick to the face. Having won the decisive battle with Cruda Tuet and Gwyn, Brian was beaten, senseless, and bewildered, barely found a chance to speak. "Wait, Lord Deus," Brian kept warning. "You can't treat me like this." But the boy only sought foreign praise. No one there could have expected Alone's avatar to be so extraordinary. He was Deus's benefactor. He swept his gaze over those nearby, any who so much as moved. Every soldier froze at his words, knowing they would not return whole if they act. Not yet satisfied, Deus kicked Brian, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Only then did Alone react slightly. That night was the present Deus. Without giving Brian respite, deadly intent surged from behind. "If not, be grateful the current situation prevented me from killing you." You showed no mercy, delivering a cataclysmic blow to Brian. Now his face looked like a smashed pig's head, utterly powerless to resist. Deus was relentless, continuing to punch and kick to vent his rage. Even then, the blows didn't exhaust his fury. However, Alone's expression seemed unwell. Suddenly, he recalled Deus's enraged face upon waking. "A veneer with my benefactor?" For a moment, he was so moved that even those nearby were left speechless. "I was just called a benefactor, right? I always thought to teach gratitude when young. Someone as unremarkable as me being welcomed, yet I've never replied even once. Now I notice the difference in Alone. It feels like all the effort put into raising him has been repaid. He's grown up. He's grown up. Look at the kid. Now he carries himself like a proper young man." Alone hid a grin that reached his ears. "Seeing your foster child grow up must feel like this, right? I'm proud of him." Even Evan beside him warned in a golden tone, "Hey, Dad, do you know your son you were just praising is beating someone to a pulp?" Even Evan beside him warned in a golden tone, "Hey, Dad, do you know your son you were just praising is beating someone to a pulp?" But when he saw the display on the ground, a hair stood on end. Maybe it was a bit too much. Unbidden, suppressed memories resurfaced. Deus strode forward, blazing with presence. Alone felt some trepidation. Deus had once been one of the 5 great sins. At any moment, solitude turned to reverence. Deus made a request to the nearby soldiers. "Haha, may I be permitted to protect my charge?" At that moment, somewhere else, the clash of weapons rang out everywhere. A man stood tall, looking over the soldiers strewn across the ground. He shouted. One of the 8 great chieftains, Culkin, and his tribe had been completely wiped out. And the man was none other than Delman, Caliban's 3rd holy sword and captain of the Crimson Knight Order. All the troops behind cheered joyfully. Victory belonged to the Crimson Knight Order. Delman quickly ordered, "All forces withdraw to the outpost and prepare gear." No delay was needed. The subordinates replied in unison, "Understood, Captain." Delman's face darkened as he thought, "With this glorious achievement, I will no longer be overshadowed by that bastard who became a master knight, even if it required covert torments unknown to others." All this stemmed from events long ago. For a long time, Caliban and the Man tribes had maintained wars conducted with mutual honor. However, I deceived Culkin and, with a secret infiltration force, eliminated him when he was alone. Culkin only realized the betrayal belatedly and painfully. That despicable Delman would not pass up such a rare opportunity. Riding the advantage, we annihilated that entire tribe. Because that bastard reported victory, claiming he had slain the Snow Region's Koga. This expedition needed a solid result. Whether the Man tribe hit it or not, Culkin's body vanished during the fighting. Still, Delman had an even more thorough plan. Even if the man were barely clinging to life, the poison had taken hold. He would surely die. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. After all, All that remained was to return to Caliban and report the achievements. Suddenly, Delman's steps faltered. He seemed to sense something. What is that? A silhouette stood ahead, putting them on guard. The figure made Delman tremble slightly. The familiar face of Culkin appeared distinctly before him, accompanied by a strange aura. Delman witnessed the scene and found it bizarre. What demonic aura is this? He was clearly dead. Yet at this moment, beneath Culkin's silhouette, the face of old Tultis appeared. How dare you defile the sacred, grand duel wagered on honor? A murderous aura emanated from him, terrifying the opponents. Fear seized even a superhuman who could kill hundreds with a single strike. Delman's brow broke out in sweat at the sight. You are not Culkin. Who are you? He raised his sword, trying to force his voice to intimidate the other. Answer me. Delman flew into a rage and unleashed an earth-shattering strike to intimidate them. Isn't the mistake on those who believed in the words duel right on the battlefield? Old Tultis silently looked down at the aftermath Delman had left on the ground. He glanced at Delman coldly and proposed, "O mighty one who has reached a realm beyond ordinary men, this is your final chance. Duel me." Delman no longer held back and shouted a command. All forces prepare to fight. Old Tultis had truly been provoked this time. He showed no mercy and began to deploy his techniques. Truly immortal without even a shred of honor. For such savages, there is no justification for granting an honorable death. At that moment, the corpses on the ground began to slowly rise. The soldiers who saw this drained of color. Those figures stood up twistedly, continuously uttering wailing phrases. It hurts so much, it hurts, please. Kill me, just kill me, please. At that moment, old Tultis flashed and relentlessly struck the soldiers. Bright red blood splattered everywhere, the scene utterly grisly. Each blow from old Tultis made the air tremble. Even the ground cracked. The fleeing soldiers couldn't escape in time and were flung far away. Old Tultis did not stop and unleash another kick. Everyone was scattered. Those who couldn't dodge were slammed into the cliff face. This time old Tultis faced Delman directly. Delman's mouth was running with blood as he rasped, "What are you, exactly?" Before any answer came, Delman was gone in agony. It hurts so much. Kill me, please kill me. It hurts." After dealing with Delman, old Tultis spoke slowly. "Oh, all you savages here." The remaining soldiers stood there, swords raised, on high alert as the twisted corpses approached. Creations of souls denied death. Welcome to the blood-soaked arena. Old Tultis now wore a cunning smile. The god of all savage tribes, the progenitor of duels. Old Tultis will grant you an honorable death. He added, "If you are not savages, prove it by a duel." Back by Alone's side, Deus bowed respectfully and said, "I will escort you." The nearby soldiers were shocked. He bowed? Was that the swordless? Deus was immensely revered here. In Caliban, the prestige of the swordless Deus Michaelian was sky-high. His renown was such that even if he beat the second prince to death for teasing his sister, no punishment would follow. Except for the royal family, he never showed deference to anyone else. Thus, his bowing before a count of another nation was astonishing. Everyone speculated endlessly. Who was this Count Palatio who made the swordless bow? Soon, a polished carriage appeared before them. Deus gently said, "Let's go." Alone watched, momentarily at a loss for words. This was impressive, though Evan did not accompany them this time. "My Lord Count, please go ahead. I will follow." After some time, Alone slowly stepped down from the carriage. He looked at the vast building before him, inwardly astonished. Is this enormous place Deus's mansion? Indeed, quite the success. Alone said nothing and silently followed Deus inside. But very quickly, Alone grew uncomfortable from the atmosphere. So quiet it was suffocating. Although I'm touched that he cared for me, perhaps I'm a bit inconvenient after all. He sighed and resolved inwardly. Be straightforward and state my intent first. That's the respectful and considerate thing to do. After a moment's hesitation, Alone spoke up. Deus, wait. It's nothing. I've come to you because I have a favor to ask. Deus showed obvious surprise. A favor. Alone nodded in confirmation. Yes. He hadn't reacted immediately, so it was a favor, not an order, Deus thought. Still, Deus put on a cold expression. And what's strange about that? Alone's heart ached at the words. Do you still think I don't know shame? Deus turned away coolly and invited him to sit so they could talk. However, Alone suddenly felt odd. Isn't the host supposed to sit in the main seat? I'm glad you treat me like a father. Alone didn't waste time and began to explain. I have two requests that might make you a bit uncomfortable. I must travel north. Could you accompany me? Unexpectedly, Deus answered without hesitation. I will do so. Alone was astonished. Huh? You agree right away. Deus then explained. Coincidentally, I also plan an expedition to the north. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. How fortunate! Deus watched silently as Alone spoke. Inwardly, he thought this truly was a difficult request. Alone's tone grew serious. Could you lend me the arrogant one's ring from Caliban's royal treasury? At that moment, someone came to report. Vice Captain, I have returned from the escort mission. Leonard nodded with satisfaction. Well done. He thought that since the captain went personally, there was little to worry about. Before, Deus had said, I will personally escort him here. At that moment, someone came to report. Vice Captain, I have returned from the escort mission. Leonard nodded with satisfaction. Well done. He thought that since the captain went personally, there was little to worry about. Before, Deus had said, I will personally escort him here. He had instructed earlier. Inform them that the northern schedule will be postponed by 2 weeks. Leonard curiously asked, May I ask the reason? Deus's gaze was full of expectation. Because my benefactor is about to arrive. Leonard recalled the moment, thinking he had never seen that expression on him before. After a while he replied, Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom has arrived. Silly gasped in astonishment upon hearing the news. At that time, in Deus's mansion, Alone carefully spoke up. Could I borrow the madman's ring from Caliban's vault? Alone wasn't confident in his request. He knew it was unreasonable and would indebtee him to the crown. But the madman's ring was essential for this plan. Unexpectedly, Deus did not hesitate and agreed. Just then, Evan finally arrived. I'm truly sorry I'm late. Alone breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Evan, perfect timing. First, lighten the mood. Maybe he'll like your gifts. Alone immediately suggested. You're just in time, Evan. You brought that, didn't you? Evan understood at once. Of course. I will bring them out immediately. Before long, a pile of presents filled the parlor. Deus hesitated, at a loss for words. Alone quickly moved to introductions. These are a few gifts I prepared. I especially recommend this thin tie. I hear it's very popular. He thought to himself, this is the way to lighten the mood. I chose this after careful consideration. Hopefully he'll like it. However, Deus's demeanor remained cold. Thank you, sir. Alone grew a little suspicious. Aren't you going to open a gift? Unexpectedly, Deus shyly turned his face away. That would be rude. I'll open it in private. Seeing this reaction, Alone became even more perplexed. There's no need for that. Does he not like my gift? Or is he truly trying to show respect? He recalled how Deus had bluntly declared before, whoever harms my benefactor. Alone felt awkward and said, in any case, if my request causes you trouble, I can compensate. Before he finished, Deus cut in, I will bring the madman's ring right away. Alone couldn't believe it and asked again to confirm. You didn't hear me ask where it currently is? Deus answered nonchalantly. The Caliban vault, right? He found that strange. Wouldn't that make it very difficult? Suddenly, Deus hesitated. Normally, it would take about a week, but while he was concentrating on that thought, Alone and the others waited tensely for an answer. Deus finally spoke. Dealing with the king will be the biggest hassle, but I only need to handle about 50 people. Alone was stunned. Huh? You mean that many? It seemed like a joke at first. However, Deus's expression was serious. Shall I start right away? Alone could hardly believe it. Isn't that too much? You don't have to go that far. Deus nodded in reply. I understand. I'll retrieve it as quickly as possible. Non silente assisted Deus. Is he determined to get it from me at any cost? I'm grateful he seems to care, but isn't this a bit extreme? After the discussion, as everyone was leaving the room, the graceful figure of Silly happily approached to greet them. Silly, long time no see. Silly showed clear delight. Brother Evan. The two grasped each other's hands joyfully. Alone then remembered. The girl was the sister he had ordered Evan to rescue. In the game, her death had been only briefly mentioned. Silly now seemed genuinely happy. Alone was so absorbed in watching that he didn't notice Deus's expression beside him. Seeing her up close, the girl looked exactly like Deus. Finally, he couldn't help but say coldly, Silly. Deus showed no affection and pulled his sister back. This man is not your brother, but an uncle. Alone was not surprised by the scene. He knew Deus always carried a sense of loss and emptiness about family, but Evan was entirely different. An uncle, that's not wrong. After all, Alone realized, It seemed Deus valued the girl more than he had thought. Deus's whole presence was menacing. "Be quiet, uncle. Don't bother her." Evan looked pitiful. "Hey, I was just saying hello." At that moment, Alone suddenly understood. "Wait, I get it. I now know why Deus was so good to me. Because I saved Silly. I had been so focused on the fact he hadn't become corrupt that I never considered this. Good heavens. Is he willing to help me with anything now? Maybe I'm going too far, but probably not, right?" Silly timidly approached and gently asked, "Excuse me, you must be Count Palacio, right?" Alone nodded in confirmation. "Yes." Silly continued, "I heard you ordered Evan to rescue me." Alone hastened to deny taking credit. "The truth is Evan saved you. I only did what I had to. If you had died, your brother would have become a killing machine. I even had to ensure the two of you met at the right time, because that alone might not have been enough." Silly gratefully took Alone's hand. "Thank you sincerely, sir." In that moment, Alone went a bit blank. Although his motives were different, being thanked by someone felt wonderful. In that moment, Alone went a bit blank. Although his motives were different, being thanked by someone felt wonderful. But unexpectedly, Deus had completed the task quickly. He confirmed aloud, "I've brought the ring back." Alone was surprised to hear it. "Huh? It's only been a day." Alone was surprised to hear it. "Huh? It's only been a day." And he reported back already. "I just heard something very strange." Alone immediately asked, "What happened?" Evan leaned in and whispered. Deus caused a scene at the palace, insisting on getting the ring. The second prince, who was snooping on him, got slapped by Deus a few times. Alone froze on hearing that. What? Thinking of Tyrion being slapped by Deus, he found it hard to believe. They set out quickly. And so, after 3 days of preparation, I joined the Eclipse Knights on the expedition to the north. 2 weeks later, bad news began pouring in from Caliban's northern border outpost. First Elman, then Kiriana. Old Tultis laid waste everywhere. At one camp, a voice cried out, "You say withdraw? Are you telling us to turn our backs on those savages?" A heated argument broke out. "But you can see for yourself, Viscount. The soldiers are gravely wounded." "Yes, the first swordsman has secluded himself, so we have no chance of defeating them." Yet at the height of tension, a clap of hands shattered everything. Everyone fell completely silent, not daring to make a sound. Then someone stood and said, "All opinions have merit. Let's decide after we've calmed down." That person was none other than Fiola, Caliban's fourth sword and commander of the Knights Guard. After calming the troops, Deus and Fiola stepped outside to discuss. "So that foreign god is sweeping through our outposts with his undead." The third sword Delman fell at the eastern outpost. The second sword Kiriana was gravely wounded at the western outpost. Deus said coldly, "From here, I can already see it." Fiola nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's engulfed by a terrifying mana flow, a strange red hue. Only those who've reached the realm and opened their sight can perceive that dreadful mana scene." Fiola felt extremely uneasy. That ominous aura keeps drawing my gaze. Perhaps withdrawal really is the best option. Deus, equally doubtful, looked in that direction. At that moment, at some hearth, smoke and fire refracted and condensed. Deus was surprised to see Alone there eating heartily. Sweet potato? Where did he get that? Alone was wholly focused on his meal. At that moment, an argument broke out, catching Deus's attention. "I told you it's not allowed. You idiots." The girl struggled continually. "I told you. The treatment is finished and I can't do more. I'm here only to investigate the ritual of those savages." 2 nearby soldiers kept restraining her. "But people are more important than investigation, aren't they?" Just once more, Deus silently observed the scene. The King's Grace Knights, the Second Sword, and the Deputy Tower Master of the Lamb on Magic Tower. Phineas stormed off in anger. "All you can do now is stand and watch him." She turned and barked at Deus. "You there, move out of my way." However, very quickly, Phineas' face changed color. "Wait, why is he?" At that moment, Alone suddenly cried out excitedly, "Vice Commander, I heard you were here. Looks like the rumor was true. Come over." At that moment, Alone suddenly cried out excitedly, "Vice Commander, I heard you were here. Looks like the rumor was true. Come over. The medicine you mentioned is currently out of stock. It takes quite a while to brew, and I'm rather busy at the moment, so..." Alone began to chastise himself in a faltering tone. "I had hoped you could help me, but I understand perhaps I asked too much." Phineas hurriedly corrected him in alarm. "I mean, I could do it right away." Alone, astonished, said, "What?" He added coldly, My budget is a bit tight right now, so payment may be delayed a bit, but Phineas seemed unconcerned. No problem. A single gold coin is more than enough. Alone nodded and reluctantly agreed. I cannot refuse such generosity. The two subordinates were stunned to see Phineas smiling. Vice Commander, smiling? She was even tricked out of hundreds of gold. Has she lost her mind? Phineas did not hesitate and immediately got to work. All right, I'll brew it at once and bring it to you as soon as it's done. The two nearby subordinates gaped in astonishment. Impressive, they now looked at Alone like a god. However, danger was closing in on them. Fiola perceptively noticed. Do you sense that energy? Deus, hearing this, raised his guard. We're under attack. Now, twisted-looking soldiers were approaching. In an instant, the situation became chaotic. Now, twisted-looking soldiers were approaching. In an instant, the situation became chaotic. The soldiers were cut down continuously. In a very short time, Phineas also began to unleash her power. Ice Wind Fury. With a single strike, all the soldiers were frozen in place, then crumbled into dust. On this side, Deus kept striking as well. With a single slash, he cleaved the soldiers in two. Deus seemed to spot something. He's over there, Phineas heard, and immediately looked up to follow the direction. A bolt of lightning struck straight down from the sky, a despair only overwhelming power could produce. Altultis's harsh voice boomed. Savages, do not besmirch the sins of those who have lost their honor. But as Altultis finished speaking, a flash of steel shot forward. It was Fiola launching a surprise attack. Fiola's strike did not even touch Altultis. Even the swift sword had no effect on him. Altultis needed only one blow to send Fiola flying. Those who have abandoned nobility of soul shall not be granted a glorious death. Fiola's end was tragic. The nearby soldiers stood stunned, speechless. Lord Fiola. At that moment, a figure slowly approached. O Altultis, great god of duels. The person was none other than Alone. By the oath of Caninia, I, Alan Palacio, request audience to fulfill this sacred vow. I demand a Babylonia duel. However, Altultis did not flinch. Instead, he laughed with glee. His laughter echoed through the space. One who understands the vow of our age, surprising, but quite entertaining. At the same time, the malevolent aura thickened, enveloping the whole area. All those soldiers rose once more. Altultis's hair-raising voice rang out. Noble opponent, welcome to my blood-soaked arena. Thus, Alone was encircled within an independent ring created by Altultis, where no one could intervene. According to the Great Covenant, I, Altultis, accept this sacred Babylonia duel. Alone's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Just his presence was terrifying. I was mistaken. Unexpectedly, he had come so close to manifesting as a physical incarnation. The nearer an outer god is to possession, the stronger it becomes, almost rivaling the 5 great sins. Alone was deeply anxious. If I hadn't taken the supreme potion earlier, I would have fainted long ago. This truly was my last chance before his incarnation completed. He forced down his fear and thought, begin this fight. Altultis immediately agreed. Yes, begin. The two charged at each other. The Grand Babylonia duel proceeded in turns. Rule 1. The challenge party gains the right to strike first. Now Altultis was very pleased. Let me play for you the song of destruction. Those nearby immediately backed away. Everyone fall back. Those nearby immediately backed away. Everyone fall back. That is Rule 2. The defender cannot move outside their turn. If barred by decree, they remain completely immobile. Altultis praised him greatly. Alone, marvelous, you truly are a man of honor. And finally, Rule 3. A turn consists of 1 attack and 1 defense. The opponents switch places after each turn. Alone began to marshal his power. It was now his defensive turn. However, basic defensive tricks would be useless against such power. Immobilize, condense, fortify, deepen. Alone, silently resolved. Even if I must exhaust my magic just to stop this one strike today. A colossal surge of power hurtled toward Alone, but he stood his ground to brace it. Yet the destructive force of that blow was tremendous. An earth-shattering explosion erupted immediately afterward. A massive crater appeared on the ground. Those around stood frozen, watching the dust slowly clear. Phineas hesitated and asked, "Is he still alive?" At Alone's position, a beam of light radiated out. The pendant he wore remained intact. It seemed to have protected its owner. Though wounded, Alone still clutched the thing in his hand. Earlier, Phenia had cheerfully introduced it. Surely you've heard of it. This is the supreme potion and herb Remington. It soothes even the fiercest pain. Then she had asked with some doubt, but when do you plan to use them? Alone stared, trembling at the vial in his hand. Its effect was astonishing. Otherwise, I couldn't have stood until now. And fortunately, everything went according to plan. Alone began to pour the potion over his body. I won't recover instantly, but because it's a top-grade herb, I can still move. His gaze turned cold. I have met all the conditions to enter the state of frenzy. Alone slipped the ring onto his hand and invoked the binding. The moment for the long-awaited assault had finally come. Altultus had previously warned, "O wild one, prove your honor through this grand Babylonia duel. Rules: fight, flee. It is recommended you read the combat rules carefully before start. To restrict the outer god's movements with these rules, I voluntarily accepted a challenge." Altultus was ecstatic and demanded a sacred Babylonia duel. However, I was very lucky. The reincarnation pendant prevented my death and the healing potion. I barely escaped death from his strike. At the moment of near death, he activated and summoned the binding more decisively than anyone. Alone knew well that to activate the radiant ring, the user must stand on the brink of death. Alone felt a tinge of excitement. Here it was. The coercive magic had been activated, and this was a sacred duel where defense or counterattacks were forbidden. Alone wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the rules, I only needed to endure the first strike. Besides, the enhancement effect is measured in real time, not by turns. Here it was different. There was no time. Alone merely sneered and lightly rattled the ring in his hand. Binding one. When magic is cast on snowy terrain, I can bend this world's rules slightly. The sky shifted oddly, sometimes red then blue. Alone now unleashed a diffraction technique. Next came Binding 2. When magic is used at the threshold of death, I can bend the world's rules a bit more. Primal Point. Finally, a concentrated beam of energy was released, and that was the third annihilation binding. When fighting a god, I can bend the rules of this world even deeper. However, it did not stop there. The battlefield fell silent as a blinding light appeared. Binding 4. When magic is used against the great dual god Altultus, I can bend the world's rules once more. An explosion rang out, this time seeming even more devastating than before. Alone was extremely anxious. Please succeed. He must be destroyed with a single blow. However, things did not seem that simple. An outer god does not vanish simply because its physical vessel is struck, even by a heart-piercing blow. Altultus broke into a sly smile. Not bad. Alone froze rigid at the finishing blow. He could not believe the reality before him. Defeated? I even drained all the store mana in my arms. Can you truly be the heir of his will? I did not expect you could come this far. Alone stood bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Altultus sat down at ease. Truly an admirable duel, O noble warrior. Alone now noticed keenly. Was he disappearing? Altultus stroked his chin and said, I am curious to see how things will unfold between black and blue, for I have lost the duel. At that moment, an item was presented. I grant you this gift and all its power. O noble warrior, you have remembered the rites and secrets of the great god forgotten long ago, and have pursued his will. When those usurpers break free of their chains, call my name. Not the shameful, deceit-filled name, but my true name, the trickster speaker. As soon as Altultus finished speaking, he vanished. After the battle, everyone began the remaining tasks. After the outer god disappeared, the army began burying the fallen. At last, they were given rest before returning to Caliban. The carriage moved slowly along the snow-covered road. Inside the carriage, Alone spoke up. All right, next question. Evan eagerly took the chance to answer. Yes, sir, you are a second-tier mage. He quickly corrected himself. Ahem, third tier. Evan, embarrassed, said, Right, third tier. Where's my head? Alone then asked, Do you know anything about the blue thing and the black thing? Evan shook his head helplessly. I don't know anything. I've never seen anything black or blue. It's the truth. I swear I'm telling the truth. Alone was utterly exasperated. All right. Upon hearing that, Evan ran off happily. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. Alone could only watch her leave in silence. I haven't even told her she could go. If people keep thanking me for trivial things like this, I'll start to believe I'm some dangerous criminal. He sighed in frustration. But why did he disappear even though my attack failed? His words left me with even more questions. And this belt, I've seen it before in the game. It was the Belt of the Forgotten, the reward for defeating Old Tultis, double damage dealt and double damage received. There was an inscription on it. "Oh, heir of his will, let your steps guide you to Kahala." This is the first time I've seen that line. What might I discover in Kahala? At that moment, Alone saw Deus's figure outside and was a little surprised. "Deus, what's wrong?" He replied coldly. "That female mage dared to leave without properly seeing you off." Deus's eyes were deadly. "Do you want me to kill her?" Alone hurriedly intervened. "That's unnecessary. Aren't you going a bit too far?" Fenia nearby felt a chill. How creepy. Time passed quickly. 2 weeks later, in Carmine, the capital of Caliban, Deus went to the castle to report, marking the end of the northern expedition. He also took the opportunity to return the Radiant Ring. Finally, Alone had to say farewell. "All right, see you next time." However, he also received some attachments. "I even got a pile of gifts from King Caliban. I was broke just trying to survive, so it really helped a lot." Deus unexpectedly asked. "Me too. Can I become stronger?" Alone was taken aback by the question. What is he talking about? The youngest swordmaster? Was it my magic that impressed him? It is true I struck quite hard this time, even without divine descent or the incarnation of the 5 sins. These children's innate abilities are still incredibly strong. Deus is excellent with the sword, so it's only a matter of time before he attains the power he desires. Alone nodded in confirmation. "Of course, if you work hard, you'll become as strong as you want." Deus, disbelieving, asked again, "Really?" Alone replied at once, "Really? After all, you were gifted with this talent from birth. I'm even a little jealous." Then he turned and climbed into the carriage. "Don't worry too much." "Well then, I'm off." But Deus still wouldn't give up. "Why do you always ask instead of ordering?" Alone's answer left Deus stunned. Who commands a member of their family? He remained silent, watching Alone's figure depart. The nearby soldiers saluted respectfully to send him off. Alone sat alone in the carriage, melancholy. He still thinks my sponsorship has hidden motives? It's true I want to prevent the appearance of the 5 sins, but I paid for everything with a pure heart. Why would I raise children for any other reason? That night, at Deus's manor, he sat there alone. Deus sighed, looking at the pile of gifts on the table. I followed him because I felt indebted, but now he has granted me another favor. Suddenly he glanced at his finger, then waved his hand experimentally, silent front. Deus kept testing continuously. At that moment, the thought occurred to him. I wish I could use magic the way he does. Me, a member of his family, Alone saw the familiar scene and was ecstatic after being away so long. Finally home, my beloved hearth. He was eager as he opened his room door. Has it been about 3 months? I'm exhausted. I need to lie down for a while. But inside awaited a mountain of paperwork. Alone saw they had been waiting a long time. "Welcome to the den of overdue work. Come on in." He couldn't stand it and shouted in disgust. Alone hastily shut the door. For a moment, I even thought this was my room. "Get me out of here." But he stood there thinking for a while. Ultimately, Alone accepted the reality and began to tackle the work. "Fine. Once I clear this backlog, I'll definitely take leave no matter what. After all, it's only me who has to do it." The fate of an overworked clerk. When will I enjoy a peaceful, noble life? So Alone decided he'd take a week off as a reward. A perfectly toasted slice of bread and 2 soft, fluffy slices. What could be better than peace and plenty? Not long after, Alone began to feel bored again. His workaholic nature wore him down. I've only been on leave a week, and I'm already stressed. Thoughts kept arising in Alone's mind, pondering the ritual movements and mysteries of the forgotten great god, the energy to perform them, Black Blue, the chaos god, the heir of his will. I must start by answering the questions Old Tultis left behind. Oh, you who remember the ritual motions and mysteries of the forgotten great god. I have heard of the ritual movements and mysteries of the chaos god, but only that much. How did Old Tultis have a forgotten name like the Eastern deities? And this is the first time I've seen someone evaporate like that. Alone found it baffling. How could that outer god appear at all? The problem is this. If he could come, others could appear too. Now he was very unsettled. Of course, this is less troublesome than the 5 sins. At least the gods give warning first. I really want to visit Kahala, but even if I know where it is, I still can't go. Alone flipped open his CD and notebook so he wouldn't forget anything. O heir of his will, let your steps guide you to Kahala, the city of ancient gods, historical ruins, and Koloni's secret dungeons. According to the storyline, It was discovered 3 years before the protagonist left the village, 3 years before the game began. This year, that city hasn't even been found by explorers yet. If I rush in, it will only get more complicated. At that moment, Evan's voice rang out. My lord, it's strangely cold in here. Is it due to magic? Alone looked around, assessing silently. It seems things are progressing well. The research I did during the break is paying off. Evan then reported, guess what? A hidden city has just been discovered in Colony. Alone was quite surprised by the news. Elsewhere, Yusha called the meeting to a close. That will be all for today. The semi-annual Blue Moon Conference over the Crystal Bridge. Most of these meetings end in under 10 minutes. Suddenly, Seolang spoke up and asked, I heard the Great Moon visited Caliban. What was it like to meet them in person, Deus? And usually Deus would remain silent. But this time was different. Coincidentally, I was also about to tell everyone about that. Everyone was very surprised to hear that. Deus was going to speak? Really? It seemed they celebrated prematurely. The story began like this. When everyone was sinking into despair and beset by fear, the Great Moon stood alone and challenged him to a duel. Thinking back, I believe she anticipated this and prepared a countermeasure. Wait, how did she know about the challenge? She must truly know everything. After 50 minutes, Seolong's face went pale. Wait a moment, this is a bit much. Deus still wouldn't stop? And now for the most important part. No one could foresee the finishing blow except the Great Moon. It's unbelievable. And then she began her offensive. Seolang kept silently pleading with Yusha in his heart. Unexpectedly, Yusha chimed in. The Great Moon truly is extraordinary. This time Seolang utterly erupted in despair. Time passed on. 2 hours later, Deus cleared his throat. I've talked a bit too much. See you again in 6 months. Yusha was not the least upset. That was delightful. And so the meeting dragged on for more than 3 hours. An unprecedented record. At Alone's manor, he saw countless gifts in the room and was bewildered. What are all these presents? Evan quickly recognized an artifact from the maze's depths. You could buy an entire manor with this. Alone was puzzled. I don't know any nobles among the cinders of these heaps. The letters were impressive too. The rumor must have spread. To Count Palacio, savior of the Swordmaster. You have shaken the north and Caliban. I hope you remember me. I'm Baron Farima. All these gifts from a single connection, but Alone thought differently. One thing servants of small enterprises learn quickly. When someone is generous, you accept everything offered. I'll put these in the secret chest. Time went on. A week later, Evan was still bringing in gifts. More gifts. It's been a week, and they haven't stopped. Alone was astonished. What a surprise. It's amazing how much you can receive just by knowing a swordmaster. Deus is truly a good boy. I'll forgive him for never bothering to contact me even once. However, a month later, Alone was no longer pleased. These keep coming endlessly. Perhaps I should return the ostentatious gifts. I'm starting to feel embarrassed. But the flow tapered off by early summer as gifts became sparse. Now at Kalia, the capital of Altea, the Grand Assembly, hurried footsteps echoed. Alone's expression was grim. I can't believe I'm late for the opening of the Grand Assembly. See you later. I don't want to draw attention over this. Evan chuckled. Rarely have I seen him move so quickly. He must be in a hurry. But he soon noticed that the procession was following Alone. It seemed everyone had started trailing after the count. Alone stepped quietly inside and was surprised by the emptiness. I'm not late, am I? The royal faction to the left and the nobles to the right. I checked before coming, so the center must be neutral. In the end, Alone chose a modest spot. Sitting at the back would be best. But when he turned back, Alone broke into a cold sweat. What? Weren't they just outside a moment ago? Are they staring at me because they want the back row? In that case, I'll take the middle row. The group stood there staring. What are you doing? So Alone awkwardly rose and took his seat. The entire hall gradually fell silent. Alone then seemed to realize they had been waiting for him because no one wanted to sit in the front row. Seriously? That's allowed? What good is sitting near the faction leaders? At that moment, the order was given. Let this grand assembly begin. First, I announced that a new faction has been granted voting rights. Count Palacio, leader of Culpa. At that instant, Alone only wanted it to end quickly, and when his name was suddenly called, he was utterly bewildered. What the hell is Culpa? Am I the only one who didn't know about this? Seeing Carmine sitting with them made Alone even more confused. What's wrong with them? Why are they sitting together? Has an alliance between Zenonia and Altea formed a new faction? What the hell is this? And they named it Culpa. I thought their relationship wouldn't last. This is driving me crazy. Meanwhile, somewhere in a wind-swept snowy place, a figure stood silent. The figure curled a smirk and murmured in admiration. How interesting. Let's see how far he can go. Back at the assembly, the question was raised again. Do you have anything to say as the representative? Alone couldn't believe his eyes. Really? How could I become the scheming leader of a rival faction overnight? Is there a way? What is this? Some web novel nonsense. Alone was stunned. It seemed he had nothing to say, so they carried on. He sat there dejected amid everyone's congratulations. Congratulations on the founding of the Culpa faction. We are honored to stand with you on this wonderful day. Count, you are the star of tonight. Alone wondered, am I just a puppet? Suddenly a voice rang out. Are you enjoying the celebration? It was Kalia and the others. How do you find it? I believe everything is nearly perfect. Things have gone just as you wished. Alone had a pounding headache. The Duchess of Altea and the daughter of... No, Countess Shutro, who had only recently inherited her title. If I recall correctly, I only spoke to them a few words years ago. Could I really have multiple personalities and another self did all this without my knowledge? Lion said shyly, I'm very glad to be able to repay you for saving my life. Yet Alone began to wonder what that remark really meant. And so, from the information gleaned in conversations with them, after I, Alone Palacio, gave the order, these two formed an alliance. The Culpa faction was established through directives sent to Zenonia. Some nobles complained to me. That's why there aren't many nobles I can get along with. I hope you understand. And by sending gifts to me, the faction leader, they were accepted into the faction. I swear to God, I never told them to do any of that. Alone scowled. He thought it would be just a simple apology letter. To Kalia, sorry if I offended you or came off as cold. I'm straightforward and not good with words. Only now did Alone remember, wondering why some letters were so odd. I very much look forward to working with you. Count, you know I hold you in high regard, right? Oh dear, this is a bit. He was now very embarrassed. This misunderstanding was probably impossible to explain. From his experience, those who operate in the shadows often have peculiar personalities. If Alone spoke up, he might be punished immediately. A misunderstanding? After accepting all those gifts? You should go die. If Alone spoke up, he might be punished immediately. A misunderstanding? After accepting all those gifts? You should go die. Alone ultimately had to accept that he'd hold the position for a while, then withdraw at the right moment. Having received too many gifts, Lion suddenly asked, So what do you intend to do now? He couldn't help worrying. I know nothing about politics. What should I say that sound impressive? After a moment, Alone gave an answer. First, I'll start by cleaning up the underworld. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. He fled in a panic as he left. I have to get out before they start asking. I really don't know anything. Evan was quite surprised to see Alone leave. Count, Alone asked again. Evan, you sent the letters already, right? Evan was still surprised. Yes, I think so. Wasn't a party? You're leaving early. But Alone kept urging. Don't look back. Go straight to the territory now. Inside, Kalia and the others kept discussing. As expected, he disappeared after saying what needed to be said. But I've controlled the underworld in my area for a long time. Unify the underworld? Lion became excited as well. Sounds interesting. The two of them raised their cups together. I look forward to seeing what kind of world you'll show us from now on. At that moment, as Alone walked home, someone silently watched from above. Found you, Count Palacio. Killing you here would be easy, but it will be troublesome once that swordmaster acts. However, that person is very obedient, and even the leader said to avoid making enemies of someone too strong, even if the reward is great. That's the rule. The agent merely smirked. But even he will understand once he hears about this mission. In the southern kingdom of Ashudalan, the Comelon Duke's manor, those inside seem to have been waiting. You must be the agent, right? If so, you should know me very well. The agent replied calmly. Because you are connected to the Seeker. He was the agent, an assassin organization of the Federal Kingdom with swordmaster level skills. Before he finished speaking, the agent launched an attack. However, there's no room for cowards on a mission. Carmine grinned slyly. You're strong, just as expected. Carmine grinned slyly. You're strong, just as expected. He also guaranteed that as long as the payment was right, there would be no failure, even if the target was royalty. The agent hesitated a bit, but I'm not sure whether you can afford it, Lord Carmine. Carmine quickly produced the items. These 4. The agent was a bit surprised. An abyssal entity? Really? It's not even a bridge item. The abyssal entity is an item distributed by Duke Comelon in extremely limited quantities on the black market. Unlike bridge items, which even boost physical abilities, the entity can grant special powers. It trades at astronomical prices. The agent thought to himself, since my leader has tried it, how strong would I become if I used that? That was one reason the agent held his position. He didn't answer immediately. I will get back to you as soon as possible. Carmine grinned smugly. Horatio, do you really think you can live in peace after insulting me like that? Don't dream. Now the sky outside had gone pitch dark. The agent asked the mysterious man again for his opinion. Is it possible, Seeker? That man was Duke Comelon, head of the nobility of the kingdom of Ashudalin and the power behind the underworld of the federal kingdom. Comelon wondered aloud. I've been wondering what my useless son is plotting after stealing the abyssal entity. The agent, though dissatisfied, dared not show it. Even with an attractive fee, the leader had forbidden opposing the ducal family under any circumstances. So Comelon waved him off. I haven't heard anything. Now go away. The agent felt utterly baffled. He intends to turn a blind eye? Fina, he further asked. Would you like me to deliver your regards to our leader? Comelon nodded with satisfaction. A good pretext for a sudden visit. Do as you wish. After finishing the assignment, the agent left. Comelon then conferred with another person. So you mean there's no way to exert any influence over the kingdom of Altia? The man nodded. That's right, Seeker, because the Culpa faction, led by Count Palacio, is expanding day by day. That man was Shutro from Ashudalin's underworld. Comelon said coldly. Acting on our own would cause trouble for me. At that moment, as a loan was returning, the agent made up his mind, thinking that the abyssal entity would soon be his. Don't hate me, Count Palacio, but just as he was about to attack, he was ambushed. The agent was momentarily stunned, but a second later, he took a painful blow. A cry of pain echoed everywhere. The agent lay on the ground, looking miserable. The stranger raised a hand in a signal. You're just wasting your strength. You won't be moving anymore anyway. He flicked his hand lightly. The stranger smiled cheerfully as he left. Don't hate me. He walked away and finally perched on a nearby branch. The stranger regretted. If your target hadn't been the Count, you wouldn't have had to die by my hand. Night passed on in silence. Meanwhile, Alone's party was traveling under the sweltering heat, their lungs feeling aflame. He complained wearily. It's been 5 days, and I still haven't gotten used to this heat. Evan beside him felt like melting too. If only we had an ice crystal. It's outrageously expensive. But Count, don't you want to practice magic? That strange circle you draw at home. Alone replied wearily. Not really, not at all. Evan hurriedly urged. Anyway, it can't be worse than getting roasted. Evan also thought that joining the merchants might be a good idea. Alone agreed. We know nothing about this desert. However, the girl riding in the wagon beside them spoke up. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? He remained silent, saying nothing. The girl said coldly, do you like spying on people that much? She was Liana Gulls, the daughter of the Red Magic Master, a 4th-rank mage. Alone replied indifferently. Not at all. Lion snapped angrily. Don't play innocent. That's exactly the attitude I always see at the Blue Tower. Alone thought wearily. Can't I have even a minute of peace here? Only then did Evan notice. Did you see? Her wagon is hung with ice crystals. He worried aloud. The Red Magic Master is a real fanatic. Best not to get close to his daughter. Keep your distance. Earlier, they had been ambushed. Their subordinates were continuously being struck down. They were furious. Ambush. One man held Lion down, growling. Listen up, you lot. For your own safety, I advise you to cooperate obediently. The henchman hesitated a little. That emblem belonged to the Blood Desert Raiders. They had even captured young Miss Lion before she could do anything. The leader grew more smug. They said, I'm the Tower Master's daughter here, and I've been found. Do you want special treatment, girl? Lion said fearfully. Who are you? She was panicked and traumatized, struggling to breathe. But then a blast of cold air appeared, unsettling the robber. What? Lion felt better now. It's cold. I can breathe again. It turned out to be Alone. Lion was astonished. Count Palacio? Impossible. That was when Alone deployed the technique to defeat them. The snow-covered land. Lion reacted that way because of the pressure from being the Tower Master's daughter. After all she'd suffered, she had developed distrust toward lies. That's why, despite being only a 4th-rank mage, she was unusually sensitive to energy. Because of that, Lion's personality became extremely suspicious. He only has enough mana to reach rank 2. It's cooler now that night has fallen. It's hard to believe he played a central role in the battle against the outsider god. People say he's the benefactor of that master swordsman, but it seems he's just taking credit. Lion couldn't help but feel hatred for Count Palacio at first sight. Lion was still surprised by Alone's strength. At least that's what I thought. But he can use blended magic. He linked at least 3 incantations. She understood that the success rate of blended magic, which requires chaining multiple spells, each with its own structure, decreases exponentially with each added incantation. But you need at least rank 5 to master that technique. How can he? At that moment, the robber released Lion to attack. However, Alone needed only a snap of his fingers to deal with them. A wave of freezing. Then he clapped once and crushed them. Alone looked up coldly. These raiders usually scatter once their leader is killed. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here. The raiders were stunned for a moment. Then, after recovering, they fled for their lives. Quick, get out of here. Lion still couldn't believe it. So those rumors were true. After driving off the raiders, everyone held a grand feast. The merchant caravan master treated Alone with great courtesy. How do you find this exquisite wine, Count? It pairs wonderfully with the ham. Thank you. Not at all. I'm the one who owes you a life. This is nothing. They cheerfully greeted him. Have a pleasant evening. Alone felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. It seems easing some of the binding restrictions was a good idea. The snow-covered land magic I designed during my break simultaneously uses spatial magic, frost magic, and sustaining magic, though its sole effect is to turn the surrounding area into an Arctic zone. When the spell is used in snowy terrain, X causes a reduction in magical power. When the spell is used at the Death Gate, X causes a reduction in magical power. When fighting against a god, X causes a reduction in magical power. And finally, when the spell is used against the great god duelist Ultultus, X causes a reduction in magical power. It allows me to limit the lifelong penalties I must bear down to just 3. But Alone had to rethink. However, combining 3 incantations only lasts for a mere minute. Not effective. I'll need to research further. In any case, the blended magic and snow-covered land worked well. Thanks to the belt, my power has increased. Now I only need to deal with this penalty issue. At that moment, Lion suddenly approached the Count. She bowed sincerely. I misunderstood you. I truly apologize. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to discuss magic with you. Would you be willing? But Alone wasn't fussed about it. She hassled me the whole way. Why she suddenly changed? Whatever. He cleared his throat and said seriously, All right, I accept your apology. I am a forgiving man. How noble of you, Count. Lion visibly brightened. Thank you, sir. So their conversation continued until they reached Colony, and it turned out to be quite enjoyable. So, you're the one defining that chain of magic? Linking shouldn't break the sequence. But if you try to rotate it, even I, who use incantations to bend magical rules. Now, in Colony, Lion once again expressed her gratitude. Thank you for everything you've taught me. Count, will you attend the conference? Alone answered honestly. I'm not part of any magical order, so I wasn't invited. Lion offered. In that case, how about joining the red magic? I really enjoyed our conversation. Alone politely declined. Thank you for your kindness. So Lion also departed. See you later, sir. Yet Alone felt a little regretful. Actually, I do need a few things from the Tower Conference. So, this is rather convenient. At that moment, Evan returned. All right, I've finished with the wagon and the luggage. But before he finished speaking, an explosion occurred behind them. Cries and trembling bodies erupted everywhere. Evan was still a bit stunned. What? Another attack followed. This time the explosion was even larger. They were still stunned by the consecutive strikes when a girl appeared. With a single kick, the girl handled the attackers. Evan anxiously covered Alone from behind. Count, fall back. But to their surprise, a figure leapt and hugged Alone from behind. Hello there, Godfather. When he turned around, he could see the person clearly. Siolang. Siolang kept scolding. You should have told me you were coming. This place is full of unpleasant thugs. Evan was also bewildered. Siolang said confidently. But don't worry, I took care of those trying to snoop on your belongings. Siolang the Golden Lightning, one of Colony's 4 Beaga. The girl happily pulled Alone along. I've been looking forward to your arrival ever since I received your letter. The others were all dumbfounded at the scene. Is it the Golden Lightning over there? But who is this guy that the ferocious tigress treats so kindly? Even Alone was bewildered. That kid didn't actually kill those guys earlier, did she? Siolang introduced herself enthusiastically. This is my guild. It's all our people. The girl happily ran ahead inside. Everyone was very friendly. Welcome, sir. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Boss is back. You're home. Boss Siolang suddenly turned and called. Rauga, is everything all right? Rauga knelt on one knee and replied respectfully. Yes, boss, everything is fine. He stood up and acted eager. These must be the honored guests boss mentioned, right? Welcome, everyone. Then Rauga added some small details. Boss has been looking forward to everyone. She sits at the gate waiting every day. After a moment, Alone banged the table seriously. Siolang, sit down. He was already used to this mischievous behavior. You seem to take very good care of the guild members. Always so restless. The girl replied innocently. Because they're family, even if I don't need the other kids. Siolang suddenly panicked, as if she'd remembered something. She frowned and thought, why doesn't Alone pay much attention to Yusha? After family, there's Yusha. Even if it's Yusha, it's not blood-related. He rubbed his chin, calculating silently. And there's a third person we've never spoken to properly. That's an important position. How should I start the conversation now? Alone looked to the side. If that's the case, then it's definitely that. Ready. Just looking tells me, of course it's ready. In no time, the gift boxes were piled into a mountain. The girl's eyes lit up at the sight. Gift. Siolang was very eager. All right, I'll give a hand. He replied a bit exasperated. Right away? Did you hear what I just said? The girl immediately backtracked. Not family, but it's for Alone. Siolang held out her hand, and the girl found a reasonable justification. Thanks to you, we could gather our people. Alone's face remained expressionless. So this time the Goodwill building is done too. A status panel also appeared. Essence of the Golden Mane Tribe. When equipped, critical rate increases by 20%. If not for the sin of pride, you wouldn't have fallen into villainy and could have become a great king. He murmured in admiration. Seems like there's something to it, just as described. Alone awkwardly rubbed his nose. Anyway, everyone is willing to help. I truly raised them well. Siolang couldn't wait and carried him off. Alone, you must be tired from the long journey. Rest now. Let me show you your room. Soon after, he was free. The girl didn't forget to ask, how was the desert? Just sand everywhere. Must be boring, right? Alone glanced at the person beside him, and Evan understood, speaking first. You were probably a bit worried on the way back, right? Siolang asked suspiciously. Why? He answered bluntly. Because it's so hot, and there have been a few ambushes. Suddenly the girl froze. Ambushes. Then he began to recount. We were ambushed by the Blood Desert Raiders. I hear this happens often to merchant caravans. I really don't want to meet them again. Siollang's lively expression was immediately covered by murderous intent. Elsewhere, a ragged man was being beaten to a pulp. This was the stronghold of the Blood Desert Raiders, a huge criminal gang. Her voice was light, as if asking what was for dinner. Hiding there, in the blink of an eye, two burly men were subdued by Siolang. The girl violently tossed them aside, her voice a whisper. Hey, you're the leader, right? He trembled, raising his sword. I'm Kalman's younger brother. I'm under the protection of the Archmage. Do you want to take on my big brother? The girl casually raised a hand. But you were the ones who touched my master first. Besides, I don't like being scolded. An explosion thundered as if it would tear the building apart. An explosion thundered as if it would tear the building apart. Siolang boasted proudly. If they disappear, we'll never have to see them again. Problem solved. I'm a genius. He could only scream inwardly. What the hell happened overnight? The girl leapt into the other's arms, demanding a reward. I did it all myself, so praise me only. Alone thought helplessly. The Blood Desert Raiders number in the hundreds, and they're all-night level. In the game, this would be a pretty annoying quest. He stroked Siollang's head in cooperation. I always knew the Bayaga title was formidable, but it makes even clearer that this one is destined to become the sin of Pride's villain. A towering arena stood in the vast desert. This was the Colosseum, Coloni's famed landmark, soaked with fighters' blood and the crowd's frenzy, where the strong receive tens of thousands of cheers. Kalman is one of Coloni's 4 Bayaga, and the gladiator who has held that position the longest. The announcer's excited voice echoed across the arena. This match's winner is, once again, Kalman. Kalman sneered at the crowd. So many fools still, huh? Suddenly a voice called from behind. I agree with that. Unexpectedly, the speaker was Rauga. You think a few hundred men can defeat a Bayaga? They acted as if long acquainted. Long time no see, Rauga. He strolled over. The Blood Desert Raiders were wiped out by Tuet Lang. The man showed no surprise. I know, Ralga asked with some curiosity. Isn't that your younger brother? Kalman smiled and explained. I just spread that rumor. I keep him around because I need him to pacify the underworld. He scratched his head and grinned. I thought using that as an excuse would be perfect, but it went beyond my expectations. Then he suddenly said, No, it's not that. It's just that I held back because an official match between Beaga isn't permissible. Kalman's expression gradually shifted. I still find that brat causing trouble all over Colonia obnoxious. The death of his brother and a revenge story? That's a perfect pretext for the masses to accept, he said calmly under Ralga's sly gaze. You came to me? So you're finally ready. Kalman didn't hesitate and handed the item over. Take it, he asked, suspicious and blunt. What is this? The man, of course, didn't hide it. A bestowed relic of the Seeker, the people's father. You'll gain power using it. Kalman grinned with chilling delight. Just split that skull open. After devouring Coloni's underworld, we can even nibble at the throne. He eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Then let's begin the experiment, shall we? I'm eager to see how long you last. 2 days later, under the guild's escort and guidance, we set out for Kahala, the city of the ancient gods. Someone in the group shouted, We've reached the ruins. Alone replied politely before leaving. Thank you. I'll go for a bit and return. Seo Lang complained not at all and was obedient. Yes, please be careful. The two entered the ruins together. Soon after, Evan looked in another direction. He leaned and peered. There's a light over there. Looks like that's the place. As they stepped in, a magnificent city appeared. This was Kahala, the city of the ancient gods. Suddenly a voice, unclear where from, rang out. Mage! He flinched and touched his ear. Whose voice is that? The mysterious voice continued. If you hear me, come to the tower. Alone didn't hesitate and said to the person beside him, Evan, it seems I must climb up myself, so I'll go for a bit and come back. Evan didn't mind much. Is that so? I'll wait down here then. After a while, he entered on his own. The central tower? Even in the game, I couldn't enter this place. Kahala sounded surprised. Welcome. You really heard my voice. He smiled approvingly. At least you have some standing. Alone couldn't help but worry about this strange entity. I came here following the chaotic beast god's guidance. Kahala stepped forward with interest. You even know my true name? He must have thought this was a gamble worth taking. But the being turned away quickly. However, since you lack the appropriate worthiness, I have nothing to teach you. He couldn't hold back and asked directly. The chaotic beast god mentioned that too. What the hell is this so-called worthiness? Kahala answered bluntly. It is the standard the world uses to judge you. He suddenly changed tone. A new outer god is about to descend. Deal with it. Alone asked calmly. And then, Kahala replied casually. Only then will you qualify to converse. He stroked his chin and elaborated. It's rare for someone half-decent, beyond those idiots who merely imitate magic, to come here. Want me to reveal something interesting? Magic is the rules the mages set for this world. Then the other proceeded to demonstrate. The world's magic, syntactic logic realizes essence. Words flow naturally like water and clouds. After syntax comes speech, then logic is the natural order. Use syntax to realize and then deploy according to logic. You must remember the name. Only then is it magic. Alone pondered. Logic? That's the first time I've heard of that. Suddenly Kahala stepped closer. Even if I say that, you likely know nothing. So regarding logic, I'll show you a proper spell. At that moment, outside the sky was blazing with sunlight. Seo Lang, unaware of what was happening inside, grew extremely worried. Why is my benefactor taking so long? I wonder if something happened. Suddenly, someone appeared from the desert as fast as the wind. Kalman flashed a malicious smile. Caught you. In the blink of an eye, he slaughtered several people behind the girl. Seo Lang noticed something was wrong and quickly turned back. Kalman ruthlessly toyed with people. Not bad. The girl yelled in fury. Kalman, seeing her kin harmed, Seo Lang's anger flared up fiercely. How dare you show up here? Shameless brute. He replied contemptuously. What right have you to speak to me? On the surface, Kalman still smiled. You just wiped out the Blood Desert Raiders, right? I'm talking about my lovely little brother here. So he lunged before the girl could react. I'm only avenging my family. Seo Lang quickly ran to intervene. Don't you dare touch my family. But halfway there, she was ambushed by Kalman. He laughed with glee. Acting smugly told you so. The girl was utterly furious. Don't mock me. What do you even know? Suddenly, A sharp sword stabbed Seolang in the back. That familiar voice suddenly felt strange. The girl turned around. Didn't I tell you so? Ralga's smile contained joy, glee, and, importantly, sarcasm. Our leader is so predictable. Up to this moment, Seolang still asked, Ralga, are you betraying me? Never. Memories from long ago rushed back. Seolang had always held deep affection for her kin. Everyone respected her greatly. The leader always treated me well. Yes, she's the best. Back then, Seolang always smiled and said, that's because we're family. Since leaving the orphanage, she had clung to memories of the happy times when the descendants of the Kim Mao tribe lived together. She dreamed of avenging the Black Dragon, the one who destroyed everything, and gathering her kin to reclaim that lost happiness. As leader of the hybrid races, the Kim Mao tribe held great renown among their descendants. But that wasn't an absolute truth. Seolang trembled and stepped back. Ow, how could you? Ralga paid no heed. Cut the happy family act. Kalman, unable to wait, lunged forward. Ralga, stop stalling, kill it. Two immense forces collided, creating two opposing factions. He spat out vile words without pause. You venomous snake. Kalman had planned this in advance. But because Ralga had amplified his power using the abyssal shard, though at a disadvantage, the girl still stood her ground stubbornly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and then rushed in to attack. Seolang refused to be outdone and quickly joined the fray. The two streams of ki clashed again high in the air. Seizing the moment, Ralga drew his sword and slashed. This time we'll definitely win. He laughed triumphantly. Goodbye, leader. This time the girl could hardly evade. Who knew if any hero would rush out to save her? Yet Seolang used her supple body to kick off Kalman as a springboard, successfully avoiding the strike. But Ralga attacked again without giving her a breather. Let's see how long you last. He boasted with great pride. After all, I've already received unimaginable power. Watching the two fiercely duel, Kalman prepared to join it. He took advantage of Seolang's momentary inattention to strike sneakily, but the girl was still able to turn back at Kalman. Ralga was somewhat annoyed. Even with this, I still haven't reached its level. He was struck with a stunning blow and became furious. You brat. Suddenly Kalman was drawn to something. He tried to use his brain cells to recall the name. At last Kalman squeezed out a fragment of memory. He's the one she calls her benefactor, isn't he? Kalman paid alone no mind, seeing only an opportunity. Perfect for my plan. I'll use him as a hostage before I finish him off. Across the way, Seolang, mid-fierce battle, suddenly stopped. Ralga smiled and stepped back a few paces, ensuring a safe distance. It seems the poison is finally starting to take effect. He began to prattle on at length. The sword I stabbed you with earlier was poisoned. You won't be able to move for at least an hour. Ralga's face now fully invited provocation. You asked why, didn't you? Do you really think all the descendants are eager to play happy family with you? He grabbed the girl's hand and leisurely told a story. Yes, we followed you because you possess the essence of the Kim Mao tribe. That gives you some authority. But do you know how ridiculous you look flaunting power you obtained by mere luck? Seolang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. It's true that I'm strong. But the girl suddenly remembered those brief moments. Yes, at first they followed her for her strength, but after spending time together, we became a family like in the old days. Ralga waved his hand, his tone mocking. What? You still believe that foolish dream? Just look at how much they hate. All the people who had come were those the girl loved and sheltered. Seolang felt as if she'd fallen into an ice pit, overwhelmed by despair. Ew, are you all traitors too? He looked at the girl in pain, yet with inner delight. The essence should belong to whoever truly deserves it. See? Thanks for the gift, leader. Suddenly, an unusually large surge of power cut through, forcing everyone into silence. Ralga blinked in surprise to his side. Kalman had been finished in a single move. Before he could recover, Evan rushed forward. He swung a powerful strike at Ralga. He saw that power and panicked. What the hell is that? On alone, it was as if two eyes symbolizing two strange powers appeared. He sighed, mentally assessing what kind of case Ralga was. That black magical smoke? Did he use an abyssal entity? How is that possible? Abyssal entities appeared in the middle of the plot. The abyssal entity wants to become a god? If it absorbs enough of you and me, it will surely achieve that. What is that thing? It looks like an item designed to crank the difficulty to the max, right? A monstrously overpowering creature. Yes, it's a monster that spews black smoke, and because its description is vague, it became a subject of much speculation. Alone hoisted Siolang by the scruff. It seems her gang betrayed her. He didn't forget to explain. This is a high-grade recovery potion. You'll be moving again soon. Alone couldn't help offering a few comforting words as he looked at her. Don't worry. Maybe they're the only traitors. Siolang, a bit shaken in her faith in others, asked, Sir, do you really think so? He replied as if it were obvious. Of course. The teammates you introduced to me looked genuinely happy. The girl, soothed and warmed, turned to look at Alone. Siolang bowed her head as if in internal struggle. Quickly, she regained her composure. I understand. He didn't ask further and changed the subject. Can you hold them off while I cast a spell? The girl, no longer hesitant, acted decisively. Okay, my family is waiting for me. In the blink of an eye, Siolang dealt with the traitors. Meanwhile, Alone focused and formed the incantation. I can only use magic one more time. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his focus on this one move. Specks of icy snowlight appeared, then gradually grew larger and more numerous. Kahala had taught Alone. You must know some chants, but you also need to know how to build magical logic. The chant lets you bend the rules, while logic is the key to understanding them. But after centuries of being forgotten, look at them, massacring this great heritage with absurd shortcuts. He silently intoned, Glory of the snowy peaks. In an instant, a massive block of ice took shape, but it wasn't finished yet. Alone continued, The death of the blind one. An ice arrow gradually formed. Kahala's words rang out again. I spear its true name, something these clowns have forgot. He continued the other's phrase. Is the frozen star spear. Mountains of ice rose from the sky, a power none could withstand. No sooner had the words fallen than the ice arrow sliced through the air. Wherever it passed, things froze. By then the girl had poured all her strength into holding Ralga back, making him miss his best chance. As expected, Ralga was hit. Though he tried to dodge, the ice arrow pursued him. In the end, Ralga was felled by that strike. Siolang quickly dodged aside to avoid unnecessary injury. As she stepped away, a row of razor-sharp ice spikes rose like mountains. Even Evan flinched at the sight. Now the spell dominated a vast space, both magnificent and deadly. When the ice manifested, everyone lost any chance of resisting. In the chilling air, Ralga and the traitors were impaled on the cold spikes. For a moment, everything fell silent. No matter how arrogant before, faced with absolute power, he could only endure it. Unclear when he had awakened, Ralga disregarded everything like a fool who only knew fighting. I only need to kill the person. But what Ralga didn't expect was that Alone had discovered he still harbored dreams. If I seize the original form, I can start anew. The sharp dagger was caught by him instead of Siolang. Ralga hadn't expected his opponent to protect the girl even in this situation. Siolang was startled into dazedness. Benefactor, Alone spat a mouthful of blood, but his eyes remained oddly bright. The girl, having had her reverse scales touched too many times, hissed through her teeth. You! Siolang paid no mind to her wound and launched a kick. Soon after, everything was taken care of. Evan asked worriedly, Are you really all right? He trembled and thought to himself, I wasn't actually badly wounded. I only had a light graze from the dagger. I'm coughing blood because I'm out of mana. Alone wiped the blood from his mouth. It's certainly strong, but he hadn't expected it to drain him so much as to cause internal injury like this. When Kalman closed and he had said, You know, Shutro told me your father thinks you're a thorn in his side. He let Evan help him up. What was that about? In any case, he felt lighter. Alone thought again of that thing, facing an enemy who had absorbed an abyssal entity. Abyssal entity, you want to become a god? If absorbed by the right person, they can attain divinity. Another memory flashed by, the third limitation. When magic is used against a god, it can bend the laws of the world. He was utterly certain that when facing a god, he would be stronger. Alone looked at his ward, pondering whether to try to soothe her first. He couldn't let her sink into negative emotions and become a great crime. Siolang suddenly spoke. Why didn't you dodge? He was aiming at you. It's all my fault. He calmly said. You said you could stop him. The girl looked up, tears in her eyes, and asked, Do you believe me? He only dared think inwardly. Rather, I couldn't dodge, so please block it for me. But Siolang still anxiously spoke up. Then why did you save me? You're hurt. Alone avoided her shining gaze. Well, seeing the girl I've raised for so many years about to die, it's probably just a reflex. I didn't even know that dagger would reach me. He tried to come up with a lie. I don't need a reason to save family. The girl immediately retorted, but my family is my tribe. Alone scratched his head, belatedly realizing. All right, I spoke out of turn. Xiaolang bashfully clasped her hands behind her back. Still, benefactor, I want to become family with. He automatically translated it for himself. This is exactly like when a foster father isn't accepted for years. Hang in there, Dad. Xiaolang had finally called him Dad. A moment later, the girl hugged Alone. But not in that way. I'm of the Kim Mao tribe, and you're human. So, Xiaolang slowly spoke a shocking sentence. Marry me. Both he and Evan were frozen in shock. Why? Alone silently screamed. Why would you bring up marriage right now? But the girl was utterly excited. What's your answer? 5 days later, news of Kalman's crimes spread throughout the colony. Most people were horrified by a Bayaga, as despicable as Kalman. Meanwhile, Xiaolang received enough support to become the first Bayaga. Yet she was still pouting. Marry me. Xiaolang seemed tireless. Well, he could only fall silent and think to himself. I don't even have a skip button like in a game for this. Alone recalled that expression and at first felt a little pleased. She had once said Xiaolang would grow up fast and marry Papa. Super cute. He pushed the mischievous girl away. This is the 19th time. I consider you family. But Xiaolang was not satisfied. Oh, come on, benefactor. If we marry, we'll truly become family. The girl was very determined. I'll definitely make you happy. Benefactor, I'm serious. Alone was truly helpless. I'll be content with sweet potatoes and a leisurely noble life. Even as they prepared to leave, she kept nagging. You better answer me next time. He gave a perfunctory reply. Sure, she'll give up eventually if I ignore her, right? Xiaolang cheerfully waved at the departing carriage. Soon after, the girl's expression fell. So boring. Afterward, Xiaolang's guild changed to better reflect her ideals. All the tribespeople were furious and worried after Vice Commander Rauga's betrayal. Regarding matters like this, Xiaolang was very serious. Simply gathering the tribe isn't happiness. The girl wistfully remembered those days. Even in life-and-death situations, her ideal family would be a place where we trust one another. Xiaolang seemed to have matured after just a short day. I must be more careful. She vowed to herself that she would create an army capable of protecting her benefactor. Sunlight on Xiaolang's face gave a warm feeling. That's how we'll remain a happy family forever. Elsewhere, Evan reported seriously. After confirming with the guild's intelligence, there are no suspects aside from Rauga's people. I've asked them to continue monitoring and report to us. Alone didn't forget to praise. Well done. I can't let anything happen to her after raising her properly like this. He remembered the other matter. He was told to deal with other outer gods for the coming events. If only he knew about divinity, it probably wasn't that. Anything else? Thinking of this gave Alone a headache. The reasons too. More and more questions piled up. Before leaving, Kahala had once said, finally, beneath the search tower at the far east of the fortress. Recalling when he stood before Kahala at the far east of the fortress. Is this a record from the past? Alone seriously recalled. It was the first time he'd seen this. But how could he understand it? The one who values honor, the seeker of forgotten death, the one who delves into the mysteries of magic, one of many hands, the one who devours his own greed and envy. Just like in a game, the gods are hinted at through metaphors. Hand and greed must refer to the 5 great sins. Reading these lines, he found what he knew didn't match what's here. Could that be because the events in Psychedias are in the future? Alone asked another question. But why are gods and outer gods used inversely? Outer gods are deities from human faiths or other worlds, while God here refers to the 5 primal sins. This slab records the 5 great sins as outer gods, and it kept nagging at him. At that moment, Evan spoke up. Right, I have more news about the kids. They say Deus defeated the first sword. He was a bit startled to hear that name. Ren? His power was already on another level, even in the game. But Alone was very surprised by this achievement. He'd grown this strong in only half a year. How talented is he? Previously the other had asked. Could I become stronger too? He continued. Ren has become a member of the Tri-Realm Council, which decides Latania's policies. In terms of authority, he was somewhat surprised. A position of such power, she had achieved it. When Evan mentioned the next name, he scratched his head. As for Raiden, I heard he unified the 5 archipelagos and became a pirate king. They say there's a bounty of millions of gold on him. like the first pirate king. Alone wiped sweat, imagining he had gone from a level 99 Somali pirate to a Somali pirate king. He hadn't finished digesting that when Evan continued. And Yusha, elsewhere, Seolang cheerfully boasted, I'll marry the Great Moon. The three of them were stunned by that. Everyone thought the same. Is she trying to challenge the boss? Yusha exploded in anger. What? She tried to hold it back. Seolang really did talk too much. I get it. He's a great man. Of course you develop feelings for him. But the girl didn't understand. Yes, I'll marry him. I'm sure I'll be a wonderful wife. Deus could tell she was holding back at a glance. Raiden felt the same, struggling to contain himself. Brian agreed. She's restraining herself. Yusha still tried to advise. But Seolang, that's impossible. We are shadows. Seolang stroked her chin and said, but shadows can marry too, right? A moment later, Yusha couldn't hold it in any longer and snapped. As a shadow, we can't stand on equal footing beside him. You know that, right? The girl, though scared, still argued. But what Alone thinks is the most important, right? Yusha refused to yield. Do you think he'll choose you? Seolang proudly boasted. He told me I'm not bad either. Then she asked, Benefactor, do you really hate me? Alone didn't dare answer directly and replied curtly, no, that's not so. Yusha was startled to hear that. What? By then Deus also spoke up. Seolang, what happened? After a bit of recounting, the girl concluded. And that's all that happened. He nodded in understanding. I see. This reminds me of the majestic presence of him that I admired 6 months ago. His calm demeanor, as if he'd passed through hell countless times. Seolang, hearing this, was excited. That's right. You think the same, don't you? Deus clenched his fists, truly not recognizing that the person before him now was the same as before. Indeed. However, I failed to gauge his strength, even doubting him after sensing the enemy's mana. Yet he still reassured me, a man who had fallen into doubt. He is the most admirable man, and now I've resolved. I must grow stronger so that after avenging that dark thing, I can become his sword. The girl agreed enthusiastically. Yes, I completely understand. Soon, 2 hours had passed. He blushed and changed the subject. We've been talking for quite a while. I mean, Yusha, losing patience, said plainly. Anyway, you can't marry him. Seolang refused and immediately retorted. Yes, I can. Yusha would not yield. No. The girl argued back. Yes. Yusha remained stubborn. No. Actually, Seolang was no better. Yes. Raiden rubbed his face, veins bulging in exasperation. He could only note down in helplessness. Do not ask Deus anything related to Alone. He still raised his hand to speak. But I haven't finished yet. As for Yusha, if anything involves Alone, she adamantly opposes it. No means no. She would display the attitude of child. He complained wearily. I don't understand any of this stuff. Elsewhere, in the capital of the Kingdom of Australia, in a back alley, a deep voice rang out. So, you mean we should form an alliance? Marquis Philboy was displeased with the idea. To topple the Kalia faction, are they all mad? But then he changed his mind. Their presence is a concern for both sides. So I agree. Do you have a plan yet? The leader of the noble faction, Marquis Philboy Rimgrave, raised his glass. We will draw the Holy Nation Rosario in and use a reform letter. The leader of the royalist faction, Duke Rimgrave, explained. A reform letter? As the religious center, the Holy Nation Rosario can send this letter across borders to anyone suspected of heresy. For the letter to be issued, it requires the backing of multiple cardinals. That gives the letter tremendous power. Philboy liked this move very much. That will be the perfect pretext. As for your demand, he did not hide much. They said at least 2 cardinals must agree, so I asked for half the bribe. Both reached an agreement and clinked glasses. Then I must return the favor appropriately. The man beside him was also satisfied. I've finished negotiating with those cardinals, so it won't take long. Leave the remaining steps to them, and we'll just raise our cups in celebration. Elsewhere, Sergius sat alone in an empty space. He suddenly smiled and spoke to someone. Although there are 8 people under the Holy Maiden and the Pope, since we're quite busy, I believe this is the 2nd time we've met. Sergius stood up and turned around. Nevertheless, it's an honor to meet you, Cardinal. The other greeted in sync. Indeed, Cardinal Sergius. He did not conceal his purpose, speaking very frankly. Allow me to be direct. I want you to lend me your name to send a reform letter to Count Palacio. I believe this is a proposal you won't find bad. Sergius seemed to know what she was thinking. Don't be afraid. I can easily fabricate a pretext for his heresy. After all, he's that sort of person. He lowered his voice as if asking for an opinion. So what do you think, Cardinal Yusha? Yusha smiled gently, but with a seductive air. A reform letter to bury Count Alone Palatio. And you want to use my name? Sergius explained seriously. For this case, we'll focus on the suspicious death of Cardinal Brian Kahala. I'm sure with your position you will understand. He did not forget to calculate. This way I'll be able to pocket the entire bribe. Sergius happily thought of hot girls, the gates of paradise opening before his eyes. Suddenly he was hurled back by a strong force. Killing intent spread throughout the room. What did you tell me to do? Yusha's expression now could only be described as terrifying. You want me to kill the man I revere? A piercing scream rang out from inside the chapel, but the knights outside were still yawning, seemingly not hearing. No matter how loud the scream grew, it did not change this fact. She raised a finger and nonchalantly said, "Keep screaming." As her hand rose, a veil of dark aura blanketed everything. No one will come. Sergius begged in agony. Please kill me. Yusha showed no mercy. I've told you dozens of times I cannot do that. His whole body felt as if it had been twisted and broken. Waves of pain crashed into his brain. Sergius trembled, pressing his hands together in prayer. No, please don't. He was in such pain, he no longer cared about his life. I beg you, please take my life. Yusha spoke softly, as if granting him a chance. I will not do that. There's one thing you must do for me. A moment later, she tore up her lie herself. That said, you dare conspire to harm him, so you must be punished. Repent, so you may be forgiven. Elsewhere, sir, preparations are nearly complete. 1 month after returning from the desert, Alone nodded wearily. Understood. I'll begin preparing to depart for the magic conference. Although he didn't want to, he knew as leader he probably had to go. Even though I still need to investigate abyssal entities and outer gods. God, I really don't want to go at all. Alone raised the item in his hand again, something he often thought about. Evan asked skeptically, "You're still keeping that letter?" It arrived 2 weeks ago. He seemed fond of it. Seeing it calms me down. Alone envisioned his bright future. A certificate validating his status as a faction leader and a lawful salary. An amount far beyond what he'd expect. Before getting paid, why does everyone cling to these burdensome positions? I'm about to become a slave to capitalism, I think, until money taught me. Great power comes with heavy responsibility. After receiving his pay, Alone hugged the letter to his chest. I don't know how this faction is structured to make so much money, but given my domain's finances, this is truly great news. My treasure. He felt like crying, truly a balm for his current self. Back pay. A small company? Forget it. My poor wounded soul is being healed. Is this the true magical nature of capitalism? At the conference venue, Marquis Vitram's mansion, Alone walked around observing. I've heard many notable figures attend this conference. It's truly diverse. Merchants, even warriors and clerics. Kalia greeted him as soon as she saw him. Count, you're here. Loria was also glad to see Alone. Are you well? He awkwardly only managed to nod and move on. The banquet offered many pastries. As Alone sampled the spread, he thought, I've boarded the same ship as 2 big names from the underworld, but thanks to this misunderstanding, I'm a bit nervous. If greetings are done, please leave. Sir. Just then, Evan appeared to save him. I've got some hot news. He scooted closer and whispered. I heard the leader of the royalist faction received a reform letter and was dragged to the Holy Nation already. He casually popped a pastry into his mouth. Is that so? Then I probably won't have to see him again. What a relief. Next I'll try the financier. Suddenly a trembling man stepped forward, drawing Kalia's attention. She stepped forward to stop him. Excuse me, do you need something? Philboy trembled and could barely speak. He seemed to have taken a severe blow. I've lost, please. Philboy, unconcerned with pride, bowed down. Please spare my life. Everyone was a little surprised and frightened. Even Kalia did not expect this. The leader of the nobles, Marquis Philboy, bowing his head, though all eyes were on him, he felt only fear of death. Unlike the underworld, politics runs on reason and legitimacy. Bowing before others is equivalent to surrendering one's authority to them. She lifted the corner of her mouth slightly. I knew it. He's extraordinary. Kalia greatly admired that cold composure. Even now, he remained calm, as if he'd anticipated everything. He remembered that a few days earlier he had received a mysterious letter, and it looked strikingly like a heresy letter. The accompanying magic orb contained a 5-second message. Inside were someone's desperate, terrified screams. AAA. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The one who must read this letter. The one who must look up. Yes, Holy Moon. AAA. We made a mistake. This indicated that Duke Rimgrave had also received a heresy letter. Staring at the crystal orb before him, he trembled as he read the letter. Staring at the crystal orb before him, he trembled as he read the letter. Why the Duke? We only wanted to finish off his political career. Receiving a heresy letter meant the end of one's political life. But as long as one was not truly a heretical sinner, one's life would not be threatened. However, Duke Rimgrave had no ties to the heretics, yet he still suffered the same fate. He clutched his head in fear. That damned Palacio must be behind all of this. How could he have wider connections than us? No, the real problem is, I'm the next one. He dropped to his knees, bowing his head, his voice trembling with fear. I just want to live out the rest of my days in peace. I'll give up politics. So please, stop everything with the heresy letter. At this point, he still didn't understand what was happening, thinking to himself, why is he telling me all this? Then he glanced at the two ladies beside him, who were now wearing delighted smiles. What scheme have they cooked up this time? They're really beginning to reveal themselves as the masterminds behind hysteria. The onlookers looked at him with great admiration. Our count is marvelous. And just like that, the doubts that Altea and Zenonia had used to raise Lady Hysteria to lead the Kalia faction were completely dispelled. 3 days after the conference began, I set out eastward to attend the magic conference. On the way, he turned to Evan and said, I heard Marquis Philboy also received a heresy letter and has left for Rosario. So they finally moved against him. Evan was a little surprised. Weren't you the one who sent that letter? He immediately denied it. How could I do such a thing? This made Evan even more surprised. But Evan recalled what he had said. I'll try to lift my hand a bit more. He repeated, You clearly said that. He felt a bit exasperated, taking it that way, really? Contrary to Evan's thoughts, in his head, he simply thought, I just wanted to free myself from that awkward situation. That's all. Cut to Lartania's city, the Labyrinth City. This city of endless exploration potential is home to the 5 major guilds. At this time, a party was descending into the lower levels of the labyrinth. The blonde youth asked excitedly. He single-handedly took down 1,000 guys. The youth in front replied, Kid, in this line of work, opposing guild leaders basically means you're a superhuman. Another man laughed loudly. Don't get your hopes up. That won't happen this time. This man was one of the 5 major guilds, the leader of the Iron Blood Guild, Alderic. The mage girl at the back asked, We need to catch a monster on floor 20, right? Alderic answered, I only agreed because they paid a huge advance. He thought to himself, well, even if it's a trap, it's nothing to me. I've explored over 50 floors already. But usually floors that are multiples of 5 are safe zones, so this is truly strange. Then he replied, Whatever. Even if we fail, the deposit won't be refunded. It's stated in the contract. After some travel, they had now arrived at floor 20 of the labyrinth. The mage now scanned the surroundings as if she had noticed something. She pointed at a man standing alone and asked, Hey leader, what's that? The blindfolded youth replied, That's an imp, right? It's the weakest kind of monster we could encounter. They sneered, We just need to kill this ugly thing to get the remaining gold. That's the golden egg imp, haha, what's with that outfit? Is he from the east or something? The imp turned around and snorted coldly. You're making too much noise, you filthy cockroaches. As he spoke, his arms swung out. In an instant, the party members were annihilated, leaving only the leader. At this, he gripped the axe at his back in terror. He immediately raised his weapon and charged straight at the imp to attack. But his fate was the same as the others. With a mere flick of a finger, he was slain by the imp. The proud king of those hungry spirits began his disdainful ascent toward the ground. Back with Alone, they had now arrived at the central tower. Gazing at the sky-piercing structure, Evan marveled, Wow, it's massive. He was also a bit surprised. The central tower was unusually tall, taller than the Eiffel Tower even. It was strange to see game graphics manifest in real life. While they stood dazed, a familiar voice rang out, Hello, Count. Long time no see. The speaker was none other than Lion. She smiled with pleasure upon seeing him. She said, The official conference begins tomorrow, so feel free to look around. He replied cheerfully, Thank you, Lion. Could you tell me where the library is? I'm looking for a book. She eagerly pointed the way. It's this way. They then parted ways, agreeing to meet later. Evan wasn't allowed inside, so he went to the resting room. Walking down the corridor, Lion continued. Tomorrow the Sixth Magic Tower will present a new theory and friendly matches will. Just then a loud shout came from ahead. Enough! Stop that romantic nonsense right now. If you can't understand that, then you're just a fool. What else do you want me to say? The voice caught his attention. Beside him, Lion sighed and explained, Haha, it's another quarrel with the vice director of the Blue Tower. He turned, a little puzzled. The vice director of the Blue Tower? Lion nodded in confirmation. Yes. Her arrogance knows no bounds. A mage pointed at Fenia, challenging. Say that again and see what happens. Fenia wouldn't back down. Even if 20 level 5 mages like you show up, it won't do anything. His anger nearly drove him mad. One day, you'll be the one apologizing. Just wait and see. As she stepped outside, she accidentally ran into 2 people from alone. She sneered. Well, look who it is. Isn't this the rookie mage who got crushed by us last year? Did you bring along? The instant she saw his face, Fenia gave a startled gasp. The moment she recognized him, she immediately lowered her voice and bowed. Hello, Count. He asked. It's been about 6 months, hasn't it, Fenia? How have you been lately? She stammered in reply. Yes, my lord. Seeing her use honorifics constantly, he reminded her, You don't need to be so distant. She blushed awkwardly. Would you like me to address you more familiarly? He answered, Do whatever makes you comfortable. This made her even more flustered. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Witnessing the earlier scene left the mages behind utterly unbelieving. Huh? Is that some kind of illusion magic? The image of Fenia as a ferocious beast moments ago had now transformed into a small, obedient pet, much to their surprise. He had stepped in to settle things between them. I know this isn't my business, but shouldn't mages live in harmony with one another? No sooner had he finished speaking than she rushed toward those mages, bowing, I'm sorry. Let's be friends. Her sudden action surprised him as well. Then I'll see you later. She immediately spun around and waved. Yes, my lord. Then she sheepishly used a lightning step technique and darted away at once. Watching her odd behavior, he thought to himself, Every time I meet her, things get worse. What is that? Nitric or whatever the heck was that? Then the sound of weapons clattering to the floor caught his attention. The 3 mages behind were frozen at the sight. This made him embarrassed. What? Did I do something wrong? With matters settled, the 2 of them continued toward the library. Walking beside him, Lion chuckled. Ha! With you here, that crazy woman really knows how to behave politely. He turned, puzzled. Are you saying Fenia is that crazy woman? At that moment, 2 people stepped out of the elevator ahead. The blonde youth glanced at them and let out a small "Oh." My dear Lion, did you come here to see me? She pouted and replied, Certainly not. He approached, making familiar gestures. And who is this accompanying you? Don't forget me completely. She shoved his hand away. This is Count Palacio. Don't be rude. Now go away. He gave a slight bow with an unpleasant look. Ah, so you're the one in the rumors? Pleased to meet you. I'm Barrack, son of the Purple Tower's director. He returned the courtesy politely. Nice to meet you. I had never seen that name before. After greetings, he turned to leave, placing a hand on Lion's shoulder as a reminder. Lion, you'll see. Soon you'll come to like me. See you later. She ignored him and immediately turned back to explain to him. Don't bother talking to him. He's only a rank 4 mage, but likes stealing others' research achievements to pay off his debts. He nodded in response. Watching him walk away, he thought, at that age, and already rank 4, he must be a prodigy. I feel a bit jealous. Each rank makes a huge difference, and the higher you go, the wider the gap becomes. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 mages is unimaginable. Just thinking about it makes me sick. At the elevator doors, they parted. She said her goodbyes. The library you're looking for is on the 38th floor. I'll see you at the lecture. He replied, Thanks for showing me the way. He then took the elevator up to the 38th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the system announced, You have arrived at the 38th floor. He was surprised by the vast space with countless magic books floating in midair. Seeing it in person felt truly different. And now I have 2 tasks here. First, I'll set all the clocks to 12. That way I only need to return tomorrow when the full moon appears. Next, he looked at the books floating in the air and began searching for what he needed. After a bit of fumbling, he found the book he needed. Found it. I must find that black-covered book with no title or author's name and search its secret compartment to retrieve the Ring of Radiance. He then opened it and put his hand inside to begin exploring. Let's see. After a bit of groping around, he finally found what he needed. There it is, the Ring of Radiance. Cut to the next day, after the lecture ended, at the friendly match arena. He was standing and resting when a loudspeaker announced, "Count Palacio, Sir Barrick wishes to challenge you. Do you accept this challenge?" He startled and thought to himself, "What the hell is going on?"